Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so glad you are here with us today. This podcast is made for beginner English learners, and every episode is simple, warm, and useful. Today, we have a very important and meaningful topic. We are going to talk about how to stay positive during hard times. Life is not always easy. Everyone goes through difficult periods, problems at work, health challenges, financial worries, or personal losses. Knowing how to stay positive during these moments is one of the most valuable skills you can have. I am joined by my wonderful co-host, Mark.
Hello. Thank you, Anna. Hi to all our wonderful listeners. Yes, absolutely. Like everyone, I have been through difficult periods in my life. Times when things felt very heavy, and it was genuinely hard to find the energy or optimism to keep going. But looking back, I can honestly say that those hard times taught me the most, strengthened me the most, and ultimately led me to better places. Today, Anna and I are going to share practical strategies, useful English vocabulary, and honest, heartfelt advice about how to maintain a positive mindset when life is challenging. Whether you are going through something difficult right now or just want to be prepared, this episode is for you.
Let's start with some important vocabulary. Hard times means a difficult period in your life, when things are not going well. You might also hear tough times, a rough patch, or a difficult period. These all mean the same thing. To stay positive means to keep a good attitude and hopeful mindset, even when circumstances are difficult. Resilience is a very important word. It means the ability to recover from difficulties and keep going. A resilient person is someone who faces problems but does not give up. Mindset is the way you think about things, your mental attitude. And coping means managing and dealing with a difficult situation.
Of course, here are natural example sentences. She has been going through a really tough time since she lost her job, but she's handling it with incredible strength. He's one of the most resilient people I know. Nothing seems to keep him down for long. Having a positive mindset does not mean pretending everything is perfect. It means choosing to focus on what you can control. Coping with grief takes time. There is no right or wrong way to do it. It's okay to have bad days. What matters is how you cope with them. After a rough patch, things always get better. She changed her mindset and everything started to feel more.
Those example sentences are so natural and so useful. Now let's talk about why positivity matters during hard times. When life is difficult, it is very easy to fall into negative thinking, focusing only on what is wrong, worrying about the future, and feeling helpless or hopeless. This is completely natural and human. However, research in psychology shows that people who maintain a generally positive outlook during difficult times recover faster, experience less stress, make better decisions, and have stronger immune systems and better physical health. Positivity does not mean ignoring problems or pretending to be happy when you are not. It means choosing to also notice what is good, what is possible, and what you can learn.
Positivity during hard times is important for so many reasons. First, your mindset directly affects your actions. When you feel hopeless, you stop trying. When you maintain even a small sense of hope, you keep looking for solutions. Second, positivity affects the people around you. A positive attitude is contagious and supportive to everyone in your life. Third, hard times are temporary. Every difficult period eventually ends, and maintaining positivity helps you survive until it does. The phrase, "this too shall pass," is one of the most comforting things you can say to yourself during a hard time. It means whatever you are going through right now will not last forever.
This too shall pass, one of the most comforting phrases in the English language. Now let's talk about the first and most important strategy for staying positive during hard times: accepting your feelings. Many people think that staying positive means not feeling sad, angry, afraid, or upset, but this is wrong. Trying to push away or ignore negative emotions actually makes them stronger and more persistent. Real positivity begins with acceptance, honestly acknowledging that you feel sad, angry, scared, or overwhelmed. In English, it's okay to feel this way. I'm allowed to feel sad right now. I'm going through something hard, and that's valid. Accepting how you feel without judgment is the foundation.
Accepting feelings is absolutely the foundation. Psychologists call the unhealthy practice of pushing away emotions emotional suppression, and research shows it causes more stress, not less. When you say, "I shouldn't feel this way," or "I have no reason to be upset," you're fighting your own natural human response to a real situation. This wastes enormous mental energy. Instead, name your emotion. I feel anxious. I feel sad. I feel overwhelmed. Just naming it accurately brings immediate relief. This is called name it to tame it in psychology. Accepting a feeling doesn't mean staying in it forever. It means acknowledging it honestly so you can process it and move forward.
Name it to tame it. What a wonderful and memorable phrase. Now, let's talk about the power of connection, reaching out to other people during hard times. One of the most powerful things you can do when life is difficult is to talk to someone you trust. Sharing your struggles with a good friend, family member, or counselor does not make you weak. It makes you wise and brave. In English, I needed to talk to someone. Talking about it really helped me feel better. She was there for me when I needed her most. I reached out to a friend, and it made a huge difference. Sharing the problem made it feel smaller.
Connection has been absolutely essential during every difficult period of my life. When things feel dark and overwhelming, isolating yourself, pulling away from people, makes everything harder and heavier. Reaching out, even when it feels difficult, is always the right choice. Here are some natural phrases for asking for support. I am going through a hard time and could really use some company. Can we talk? I need to process some things. I just need someone to listen. I am not looking for advice, just support. Would you be free to chat this week? And phrases for offering support. I am here for you no matter what. You do not have to go through this alone.
Human connection is medicine for the soul. Beautifully said. Now, let's talk about gratitude, because practicing gratitude during hard times is one of the most researched and most effective positivity strategies available. It might sound strange. How can you feel grateful when things are going badly? But gratitude during hard times does not mean being glad that bad things are happening. It means intentionally noticing what is still good, still present, and still working in your life, even when something else is very difficult. Research shows that writing down 3 things you are grateful for every day, even very small things, significantly increases happiness and reduces stress over time.
Gratitude practice during hard times is something I return to again and again. When things are difficult, I force myself to notice even the tiniest good things. The warmth of a cup of tea, a kind text from a friend, sunlight through a window, the fact that I am breathing and alive. These small things can feel almost irrelevant next to a big problem, but noticing them reconnects you to the reality that life still contains beauty and goodness even in difficult moments. I write in a gratitude journal every evening, just 3 short lines. On hard days, I allow myself to write very simple things. I am grateful for my warm bed. I am grateful that today I had money for food. I am grateful that I had a friend who listened.
Small gratitude is still powerful gratitude. I love that. Now, let's talk about the importance of routine during hard times, because when life feels out of control, having a simple daily routine creates a sense of structure, stability, and predictability that is genuinely comforting. When everything around you feels uncertain or painful, the small, familiar rituals of daily life become anchors. Making your bed in the morning, having your usual cup of coffee, going for a short walk at the same time each day, preparing a simple meal. These small acts of routine remind you that you still have agency, the power to act and choose, even when the bigger circumstances are out of your hands.
Routine has saved me during hard times. When I went through a particularly difficult period a few years ago, Everything felt chaotic and uncertain. The one thing that helped me most was maintaining my daily routine, even a very simple one. Waking up at the same time, making breakfast, going outside for 20 minutes. These small acts felt almost too simple to matter, but they mattered enormously. They told me that I was still here, still capable, still moving. A useful phrase for this is just keep putting one foot in front of the other. It means keep doing the next small thing even when the big picture feels overwhelming. You do not need to solve everything today.
One foot in front of the other and one day at a time, two of the most comforting English phrases for hard times. Now let's talk about the importance of physical health and positivity, because how you treat your body during hard times directly affects how you feel mentally and emotionally. When life is difficult, many people either stop eating well, stop sleeping properly, or stop exercising, sometimes doing all three at once. But this is exactly the wrong response. Your body and your mind are deeply connected. When you are physically depleted, your emotional resilience drops significantly. Simple physical self-care acts become especially important during difficult times. Drinking enough water, eating regular nutritious meals, sleeping as much as possible.
Physical habits were genuinely life-saving during hard times. Here's what I held on to. Sleep first. Even when my mind was racing and anxious, I prioritized lying down, resting, and giving my body recovery time. Poor sleep makes every problem feel 10 times worse. Walking outside, second. Even a 15-minute walk changed my emotional state significantly. Something about movement, fresh air, and natural light is incredibly healing for the anxious or sad mind. Eating something nourishing. Even when appetite is low, eating simple, real food keeps your energy and mood more stable. And reducing alcohol. People often drink more during hard times, but alcohol is a depressant and makes emotional lows much lower.
Looking after yourself is radical during hard times. That is so true. Now let's talk about the power of perspective. Perspective means how you see and interpret a situation. The same event can look very different depending on how you look at it. During hard times, our perspective often narrows. We see only the problem, only the pain, only what is lost. But consciously shifting perspective, choosing to look at the situation from a different angle, can be genuinely transformative. Some useful questions for shifting perspective: will this matter in 5 years? What can I learn from this experience? How have I grown from difficult things in the past? Is there any positive that could...
Perspective is one of the most powerful tools we have, and it genuinely takes practice. A technique I use is called zooming out, stepping back mentally from the immediate difficulty and seeing it in a bigger context. For example, if I lose a job, the immediate feeling is panic and failure. But zoomed out, many people have lost jobs and found better ones. This could open a new door. My worth is not my job. This is one chapter, not the whole story. Another technique is what psychologists call post-traumatic growth, the real phenomenon where people often discover new strengths, deeper relationships, and clearer values as a result of going through hard experiences.
What does not kill you makes you stronger is such a famous English expression. Now let's talk about limiting the news and negative information during hard times. When you are already struggling emotionally, consuming large amounts of negative news, social media, or toxic conversations can make your mental state significantly worse. In English, we have the phrase garbage in, garbage out, meaning that the information you put into your mind affects what comes out. If you fill your mind with fear and negativity, you will feel fearful and negative. During hard times especially, it is important to be mindful of what information you allow into your mental space.
Managing information input is so important during hard times. Here's what I do. First, I check the news once a day, not constantly throughout the day. Constant news creates constant anxiety without adding much extra knowledge. Second, I limit or pause social media during difficult periods. Seeing other people's highlight reels when you are struggling is genuinely harmful to your mental state. Third, I'm selective about what conversations I have and with whom. During hard times, I prioritize conversations with supportive, kind, and constructive people, and limit time with those who are negative or draining.
Curating your information environment? What a smart and modern concept. Now let's talk about something very powerful, helping others. It might seem counterintuitive when you are struggling yourself, why would you help others? But research consistently shows that acts of kindness and helping others during your own hard times is one of the most effective ways to boost your own well-being. When you focus on someone else's needs, even briefly, it shifts your perspective away from your own pain. It reminds you that you still have something to give. It creates a feeling of purpose and connection. In English, helping someone else helped me feel better too. Being useful to someone gave me a reason to get.
Yes, very powerfully. During one of the most challenging periods of my life, I started volunteering at a local charity once a week. My own problems felt overwhelming, but for a few hours each week, I focused entirely on helping others in different but equally real situations. The effect was remarkable. When I left each week, my own problems felt slightly lighter, not because they had changed, but because my perspective had. I was reminded that pain is universal, that kindness matters, and that I was still capable and still useful. There's also a beautiful chemical explanation. Helping others triggers the release of serotonin and oxytocin, brain chemicals associated with happiness and connection.
A small act of kindness is good for the giver as much as the receiver. So beautifully true. Now let's talk about professional help, because sometimes hard times are very serious and the strategies we have discussed on their own are not enough. There is absolutely no shame in seeking professional support during difficult times. Seeing a therapist, counselor, or psychologist is a sign of wisdom and courage, not weakness. Mental health is just as real and important as physical health. If you had a broken leg, you would see a doctor. Emotional pain deserves the same care and attention.
Professional support is something I feel very strongly about. Therapy and counseling have helped millions of people navigate genuinely difficult life experiences: grief, trauma, anxiety, depression, relationship difficulties, and many more. There is still some stigma around mental health support in many cultures, the idea that needing help means you're not strong enough. But I think the opposite is true. Recognizing that you need help and actively seeking it is one of the strongest things a person can do. In English, we now commonly say, "I'm in therapy," the same way we might say, "I go to the gym," without embarrassment or apology. Mental health care is self-care.
I am in therapy the same way I say I go to the gym. I love that normalization. Now let's do a quiz for our listeners. I will describe someone going through a hard time and how they are coping, and Mark will say whether their approach is helpful or unhelpful and why. Ready? Here is the first situation. Lisa has just lost her job. She feels very sad and scared. She calls her best friend and says, "I need to talk. I am going through something hard." Her friend comes over and just listens for an hour. Lisa cries. She feels a little better afterward. Mark, is Lisa coping well with this situation?
Lisa is coping really well. Let me explain what she is doing right. First, she acknowledged her feelings. She did not pretend to be fine or push her emotions away. She allowed herself to feel sad and scared, which is healthy. Second, she reached out for connection. She called a friend instead of isolating herself. This took courage. Third, she was specific about what she needed. She said, "I need to talk," which is clear and honest communication. Fourth, she allowed herself to cry. Emotional release is healthy and physically beneficial. And fifth, she noticed that she felt better afterward. She's paying attention to what helps her cope.
Excellent analysis of Lisa's situation. Now let's look at the second quiz scenario. This one is quite different. James has been going through serious financial difficulties for several months now. Instead of talking to anyone about it, he stays at home completely alone every evening, watches negative news for hours, stops exercising sometimes, and drinks more alcohol than usual to cope. He tells himself he just needs to figure it all out on his own. He feels worse every single week. Mark, what exactly is James doing wrong, and what specific changes would you recommend for him to start feeling better?
Poor James. He is making several common but harmful mistakes. First, isolating himself. Going through hard times alone makes everything heavier. He needs connection. Second, consuming negative news for hours. This amplifies anxiety without helping. He should limit news to once a day. Third, stopping exercise and skipping meals. Physically depleting himself is making his emotional state much worse. Fourth, drinking more alcohol. This is a depressant that will deepen his lows significantly. And fifth, the figure it out alone mentality. Pride is stopping him from getting help he genuinely needs. My specific recommendations: call one trusted friend today. Go for one walk outside. Eat one proper meal. Turn off the news.
Perfect advice for James. Small steps in the right direction make a huge difference over time. Now, I want to share some beautiful and comforting English phrases that you can say to yourself or to someone else during hard times. These are phrases that bring comfort, hope, and perspective. You are stronger than you think. This will not last forever. You have survived hard things before. One day at a time. It is okay to not be okay. You are not alone in this. Better days are coming. You are doing the best you can. This is a chapter, not your whole story. And one of my personal favorites, after the storm comes the rainbow. Mark, what are your favorites?
I love this collection. Here are some more of my favorites. Every day may not be good, but there is something good in every day, reminding us to look for small lights even in dark times. Tough times never last, but tough people do. Very empowering and motivating. Fall 7 times, stand up 8. The Japanese proverb, meaning resilience is about getting up one more time than you fall. The darkest hour is just before dawn. When things seem at their worst, improvement may be very close. You cannot pour from an empty cup, reminding us to take care of ourselves. Everything will be all right in the end.
If it is not okay, it is not the end. I think that might be the most comforting sentence in the English language. Now, let's talk about something that many people overlook during hard times. Rest. Real rest. When life is difficult, many people feel guilty about resting. They feel they should be doing something, fixing something, or working harder to solve the problem. But rest is not laziness during hard times. Rest is medicine. Rest is recovery. When you are carrying emotional or physical weight, your body and mind need extra recovery time, not less. In English, I need to rest and recover. Give yourself permission to rest. Rest is productive. You cannot pour from an empty cup.
Giving myself permission to rest during hard times is something I have had to actively learn. It did not come naturally. My mind used to say, resting is wasting time when things are hard. You should be solving the problem. But I've learned that rest is essential, not optional, during difficult periods. Here's how I give myself genuine permission. First, I remind myself that a rested mind thinks more clearly and solves problems better than an exhausted one. Second, I reframe rest as an active choice, not a passive failure. I'm choosing to rest so I can face tomorrow better. Feels very different from I'm giving up for today. And third, I make rest intentional.
Rest with intention is genuinely restorative. I love how you reframe it as an active, positive choice. Now let's talk about creativity and expression as tools for staying positive. Many people find that engaging in creative activities during hard times is incredibly helpful, not to produce perfect work, but to express what is inside and process difficult emotions. Writing in a journal, drawing or painting, playing music, dancing, cooking a new recipe, gardening. These activities get you out of your head and into your hands. They create something, even when life feels like it is taking things away.
Creativity has been a significant source of healing for me during difficult periods. Writing, especially, keeping a journal during hard times, allows me to externalize the thoughts that would otherwise circle endlessly in my mind. Getting thoughts onto paper makes them more manageable and more clearly visible. I can see patterns, question them, and release them more easily when they are written down rather than trapped in my head. I also play the guitar sometimes, not professionally, just for myself. Playing music is one of the few activities that fully absorbs my attention and gives my worried mind a complete rest.
Lose yourself in something. Such a perfect expression for creative immersion. Now let's talk about hope, because hope is perhaps the most essential ingredient for staying positive during hard times. Hope is the belief that things can and will get better, that the current situation is not permanent, and that good things are still possible in the future. In English, hope-related phrases include, "I have not given up hope. There is still reason to hope. I believe things will get better. Hold on, better days are coming. Never lose hope." Hope does not mean being naive or ignoring reality. It means maintaining a genuine belief in the possibility of positive change.
Holding on to hope during dark times is something I do very deliberately. Several things help me. First, evidence from the past. I remind myself of previous hard times I survived and eventually moved through. If I did it before, I can do it again. Second, small improvements. Even on the darkest days, there are usually tiny signs of progress or small good moments. I look for these actively. Third, other people's stories. Reading or hearing about people who survived very difficult situations and found joy and meaning again is genuinely inspiring. Fourth, the simple passage of time. Every day that passes is a day further from the beginning of the difficulty and closer to its end.
Hope is the light in the darkness. What a beautiful and true image. Now let's give our listeners a final practical toolkit for staying positive during hard times. A simple list of strategies they can use immediately. Strategy 1, accept your feelings without judgment. Strategy 2, reach out to someone you trust. Do not isolate. Strategy 3, practice daily gratitude, even just 3 small things. Strategy 4, maintain a simple daily routine. Strategy 5, take care of your physical body. Sleep, water, movement, food. Strategy 6, shift your perspective. Ask, what can I learn? Strategy 7, limit negative information and curate your mental environment.
Continuing the toolkit. Strategy 10, use creativity and expression. Write, draw, play, create. Strategy 11, hold on to hope, even the smallest kind. Strategy 12, seek professional support if needed. There is no shame in this. Strategy 13, remind yourself that this is temporary. This too shall pass. Strategy 14, find meaning. Ask yourself what this experience might be teaching you or building in you. Strategy 15, be gentle with yourself. Do not add self-criticism to an already heavy load. And strategy 16, celebrate small victories. Getting through a hard day is a real achievement worth acknowledging.
What a comprehensive and compassionate toolkit. I feel genuinely comforted just reading through that list. Let me now give a final summary of today's episode. We talked about what positivity during hard times really means, not pretending to be happy, but choosing to also notice what is good and possible. We discussed accepting feelings, the power of connection, gratitude practice, and the importance of routine. We talked about physical health, perspective, managing information, and helping others. We explored professional support, rest, creativity, hope, and comforting English phrases. We did a quiz about Lisa and James, and we built a complete 16-step toolkit for staying positive during hard times. Thank you so much to every listener who joined us today.
Thank you so much, Anna. This was one of the most meaningful episodes we have ever created. And a very big thank you to every single listener who was here with us today. If you are going through a hard time right now, I want to say directly to you, I am proud of you for still showing up, still learning, still trying. That takes real courage. Hard times are part of every human life. They do not make you broken, they make you human, and they will pass. Use the strategies we shared today. Reach out to someone. Be kind to yourself. Hold on to hope.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so happy you are here with us today. This podcast is made for beginner English learners, and every episode is simple, friendly, and very useful. Today, we have a really exciting and practical topic. We are going to talk about how to study smart, not hard. Many people spend hours and hours studying, but do not see good results. The problem is often not how much they study, but how they study. I am joined by my wonderful co-host, Mark. Mark, say hello and tell us, were you a smart studier when you were at school?
Hello. Thank you, Anna. Hi to all our wonderful listeners. Was I a smart studier at school? Honestly, no, not at first. I used to sit at my desk for many hours, rereading the same pages over and over, and wondering why I could not remember anything. It was frustrating and exhausting. But over time, I discovered that there are much smarter and more effective ways to study. Today, Anna and I are going to share the best techniques, strategies, and habits that science has proven actually work. By the end of this episode, you will know exactly how to get better results in less time. Let's get started.
Let's start with some important vocabulary for today's topic. To study smart means to use effective, efficient methods that produce the best results in the least amount of time. To study hard simply means to spend a lot of time and effort studying, often without a clear strategy. These are very different things. Other important words: technique, a specific method or way of doing something; strategy, a plan for achieving a goal; retention, the ability to remember and keep information in your memory; and active learning, engaging deeply with material rather than passively reading it; and to cram, to try to learn a large amount of information very quickly just before an exam.
Studying hard without smart strategies is ineffective for one main reason. The human brain does not store information simply because you look at it for a long time. The brain stores information that is meaningful, repeated in smart ways, connected to what it already knows, and retrieved actively. Simply rereading your notes or textbook is one of the least effective study methods science has identified, but it is what most students naturally do. The phrase, "the illusion of knowing," describes this perfectly. When you reread something, it feels familiar, so you think you know it. But familiarity is not the same as real learning. Real learning means you can recall and use information without looking at it.
The illusion of knowing. What a powerful and important concept. Now, let's talk about the first smart study strategy: active recall. Active recall means testing yourself on material instead of just reading it. Instead of looking at your notes and thinking, "Yes, I know this," you close your notes and try to remember the information from memory. You ask yourself questions. What are the main points of this topic? What did I just read? Can I explain this in my own words without looking? This forces your brain to work hard to retrieve the information, which strengthens the memory much more than passive rereading. A simple tool for active recall is flashcards.
Active recall is one of the most powerful study techniques ever researched. Here's why it works so well. Every time you try to retrieve a piece of information from memory, even if you struggle and cannot remember it perfectly, your brain strengthens the connection to that information. The struggle to remember is not a sign that you are failing. It is actually the learning happening. Psychologists call this the testing effect, or retrieval practice effect. The simple act of testing yourself on material dramatically improves how well you remember it long term, compared to rereading the same material. Practical ways to use active recall: close your book and write everything you remember.
Teaching the material to an imaginary student. I love that idea. Now, let's talk about the second powerful strategy: spaced repetition. Spaced repetition means reviewing information at gradually increasing intervals over time, rather than studying everything on the same day. For example, you learn something new today, you review it tomorrow, then 3 days later, then a week later, then a month later. Each time you review, the memory gets stronger and lasts longer. This matches the natural way human memory works. Our memories fade over time. Scientists call this the forgetting curve. But each time you review information just before you're about to forget it, the forgetting curve resets and becomes flatter.
Spaced repetition is beautifully simple once you understand it. Imagine you're building a wall with bricks. If you lay all the bricks in one day and never come back, the wall might collapse. But if you add bricks regularly over many days, checking that each layer is solid before adding the next, the wall becomes strong and permanent. Memory works the same way. Trying to learn everything about a topic in one long session, called massed practice or cramming, creates weak temporary memories. Reviewing the same material spread over multiple sessions creates strong, lasting memories. The brilliant thing is, spaced repetition actually requires less total study time than cramming to achieve better long-term results.
What a perfect analogy, building a wall of knowledge brick by brick. Now let's talk about the third strategy, the Pomodoro technique, because this one is specifically about how to manage your study time. The Pomodoro technique was created by Francesco Cirillo in the 1980s. It is very simple. You work with complete focus for 25 minutes. This is called one pomodoro, the Italian word for tomato, because Cirillo used a tomato-shaped kitchen timer. After 25 minutes, you take a 5-minute break. After completing 4 pomodoros, you take a longer break of 15 to 30 minutes. This method works because it creates focused work blocks, prevents mental fatigue, and makes large tasks feel manageable.
Yes, the Pomodoro technique has been genuinely transformative for my productivity. Before I discovered it, I would sit at my desk for 2 or 3 hours feeling increasingly tired, distracted, and unproductive. Now I work in focused 25-minute blocks, and the difference is remarkable. The fixed time limit creates a sense of urgency. You know you only have 25 minutes, so you focus immediately without procrastinating. The regular breaks prevent mental fatigue and keep your concentration fresh across a longer period. And seeing a completed list of Pomodoros at the end of a study session gives a satisfying sense of accomplishment.
Even a struggling student can manage 25 minutes, and that is exactly how to start. Now let's talk about the fourth SMART strategy, interleaving. Interleaving means mixing different subjects or types of problems within a single study session, rather than studying one subject completely before moving to the next. For example, instead of spending 1 hour only on mathematics, you might do 20 minutes of mathematics, then 20 minutes of history, then 20 minutes of biology. This feels less comfortable than studying one subject at a time, but research shows it actually produces much better long-term learning. The slight difficulty and confusion you feel when switching between topics forces your brain to work harder and make connections.
Interleaving works better because of something called desirable difficulty. When studying feels slightly hard and uncomfortable, your brain is actually working more deeply with the material. Studying one subject in one big block feels comfortable and efficient, but it creates an illusion of mastery. You were just warming up to the material. When you switch subjects, you have to start fresh, re-engage your brain, and actively recall what you were working on when you return. This active re-engagement is the real learning happening. Research studies comparing blocked practice, one subject at a time, with interleaved practice consistently find that interleaved learners perform significantly better on tests, even though they often feel less confident during studying.
Desirable difficulty. What a wonderful concept. The slight discomfort is actually the learning. Now let's talk about the environment, because where and how you study has a significant impact on the quality and effectiveness of your studying. A good study environment has several key features. It is free from distractions, especially your phone and social media. It is comfortable, but not too comfortable. Studying in bed, for example, makes many people sleepy. It has good lighting, natural light is best, it is quiet or has only non-distracting background sound, and it is associated in your mind with studying. If you always study at the same desk, your brain begins to automatically shift into
My ideal study environment has a few non-negotiables. First, my phone is in another room or on airplane mode, completely out of sight. Notifications are the #1 enemy of focused study. Research shows that even having your phone visible on your desk, even face down, reduces your cognitive capacity. Just seeing it makes you think about it. Second, I sit at a proper desk with good lighting, not on a sofa or in bed. Third, I use noise-canceling headphones, either with silence or instrumental music without lyrics. Lyrics are very distracting when reading or thinking. Fourth, I keep my desk clear of unnecessary objects. Clutter creates mental noise.
a prepared environment is a productive environment. I love that. Now let's talk about something many students do wrong, highlighting and underlining. Many students use colored highlighters on their textbooks and feel very productive while doing it. The page looks neat and colorful, and it feels like studying. But research consistently shows that highlighting and underlining are among the least effective study techniques available. Why? Because they are passive. You are just marking text, not deeply engaging with it. And because students tend to highlight too much, which does not help them identify the most important information. Marking your textbook in yellow does not make your brain remember it better.
Instead of highlighting, students should annotate and engage actively. Here is what effective reading looks like. As you read, ask yourself questions. Why is this important? How does this connect to what I already know? Can I think of an example? Write these thoughts in the margins. This is called annotation. Summarize each section in your own words in the margin or in a separate notebook. This forces active processing. Create a simple outline of the main points without looking at the text. And after finishing a section, close the book and try to write everything you remember. Then check what you missed. These active reading strategies produce dramatically better retention than any amount of highlighting.
Annotation and summarizing in your own words, so much more powerful than highlighting. Now let's talk about the importance of sleep for learning, because many students make the serious mistake of staying up very late to study more, but this is counterproductive. During sleep, especially during the deep sleep and REM stages, your brain actively consolidates memories. It sorts, organizes, and strengthens everything you learned during the day, moving information from short-term to long-term memory. If you deprive yourself of sleep to study more, you are actually undermining the very process that makes your studying effective. The phrase "sleep on it" has real scientific meaning. Sleeping after learning significantly improves how well you remember.
Sleep is possibly the single most important study tool that almost no student talks about. Here is what happens neurologically. During deep sleep, your brain replays and strengthens the neural pathways formed during the day's learning. During REM sleep, your brain makes creative connections between new information and things you already know. This is why you sometimes wake up with a new understanding of something you were confused about the day before. Studies show that sleeping between a learning session and a test dramatically improves test performance compared to staying awake from more study time. The practical advice? Do your studying, then sleep. Do not cram at the expense of sleep.
Sleep is studying. Every student needs to hear that. Now let's talk about exercise and its relationship to learning, because this surprises many people. Physical exercise is not just good for your body, it is directly beneficial for your brain and your ability to learn. Exercise increases blood flow to the brain, promotes the growth of new brain cells, and releases chemicals like BDNF, brain-derived neurotrophic factor, which scientists sometimes call miracle grow for the brain because it helps neurons connect and memories form. Studies consistently show that students who exercise regularly have better memory, better concentration, and better academic performance than those who do not.
The difference in my mental performance after exercise is remarkable. On days when I go for a morning run or do even a short workout before studying, my concentration is sharper, my thinking is clearer, and I learn new information much more quickly. On days when I sit at my desk all day without moving, my mind feels foggy and slow by the afternoon. The research strongly supports this personal experience. A study from Harvard found that aerobic exercise, activities that raise your heart rate, actually causes new brain cells to grow in the hippocampus, the area of the brain most responsible for learning and memory.
Move your body to improve your mind. Such a simple and powerful message. Now let's talk about something very important for all learners, the importance of breaks. Many students feel guilty about taking breaks. They think every minute not studying is a minute wasted. But this is wrong. Regular, planned breaks are essential for effective studying. Your brain cannot maintain deep focus indefinitely. After a period of concentrated work, typically 20 to 45 minutes, the quality of your attention decreases significantly. Working through this fatigue does not produce more learning, it produces less. Planned breaks allow your brain to consolidate recent learning, reset your attention, and approach the next session with fresh focus.
Effective study breaks are those that genuinely rest your brain, not those that simply replace one screen with another. Here is what I recommend. Stand up and move. Even walking to the kitchen and back gets blood flowing. Go outside briefly if possible. Fresh air and natural light are genuinely restorative for mental energy. Do a few minutes of gentle stretching. Your body gets stiff from sitting. Have a healthy snack and drink water. Hydration significantly affects cognitive performance. Or simply sit quietly for a few minutes without any screens. What I do not recommend for breaks: checking social media, watching videos, or playing phone games.
A real break means stepping away from all screens. So important and so often ignored. Now let's talk about goal setting for studying, because studying without a clear goal is like driving without a destination. Effective study goals are specific and measurable. Not, I will study English today, but I will learn and review 20 new English vocabulary words with flashcards for 30 minutes today. Not, I will study for my exam, but I will complete and self-test on chapters 3 and 4 today. When your study goal is specific, you know exactly when you have achieved it. This creates motivation, focus, and a satisfying sense of completion when you finish.
Setting effective study goals has transformed my productivity. Here's my simple system. The night before, I decide specifically what I want to accomplish the next day. Not what I want to go over, but what I want to be able to do by the end of the session. For example, by the end of this session, I will be able to recall all 50 vocabulary words without looking at my notes. Or I will complete 10 practice problems and check my answers. Notice that the goal describes a result, something I can verify, not just an activity. I also estimate how long each task will take and plan my sessions accordingly.
Specific outcomes make studying more effective and more satisfying. Perfectly said. Now, let's talk about the myth of multitasking, because many students believe they can study effectively while also doing other things, watching television, texting friends, or listening to music with lyrics. But research is very clear. Multitasking, truly doing two mentally demanding things simultaneously, is not possible for the human brain. What we call multitasking is actually task switching, rapidly moving attention between tasks. And every time you switch, there is a cost, called switching cost, where your attention takes time to fully engage with the new task. This makes every individual task slower and less accurate.
The impact of distractions during studying is much greater than most people realize. Research by Gloria Mark at the University of California found that after being interrupted, even briefly, it takes an average of 23 minutes to fully return to the original task. So one quick check of your phone does not cost you 30 seconds. It potentially costs you more than 20 minutes of full concentration. This means that students who study for 2 hours with frequent phone checks may achieve far less deep learning than students who study with complete focus for just 45 minutes.
Protect your focus fiercely. It is your most precious resource. I want to write that on every student's desk. Now, let's talk about the importance of understanding rather than memorization. Many students try to memorize information without truly understanding it. This creates fragile knowledge. You might remember facts for an exam, but quickly forget them afterward, and you cannot apply them flexibly in new situations. True learning means understanding the underlying concepts, principles, and connections. When you understand something deeply, you can remember it more easily, apply it in different contexts, and transfer it to new situations. In English, I understand why this works, not just that it works. I can explain this in my own words.
Building understanding rather than memorizing is one of the most important learning principles. A powerful technique for this is called the Feynman technique, named after Nobel Prize-winning physicist Richard Feynman. It works in 4 steps. First, choose a concept you want to understand. Second, explain it as simply and clearly as possible, as if you were teaching a 10-year-old child. Use plain language, no jargon. Third, identify the gaps. Where did your explanation break down? Where did you struggle to explain clearly? Those are the areas you do not truly understand yet. Fourth, go back to your source material and fill those gaps, then repeat.
Simplicity is the sign of true understanding. That is such a powerful principle. Now, let's do a quick quiz for our listeners. I will describe a student's study behavior, and Mark will say whether this student is studying smart and suggest a better approach if needed. Ready? Situation 1. Mia has an exam in 3 days. She opens her textbook and spends 2 hours reading all her notes from the beginning, using a yellow highlighter to mark sentences she thinks are important. She reads everything twice and feels confident she knows it well. Listeners, is Mia studying smart? Think about what we have discussed today. Mark, what is your verdict, and what should Mia do instead?
Mia is unfortunately not studying smart. She is using 2 of the least effective study techniques, passive rereading and highlighting. Rereading creates the illusion of knowing. Because the material looks familiar, she feels confident, but this familiarity is not the same as real memory or understanding. And highlighting is passive. It does not make her brain work hard to remember anything. Here's what Mia should do instead. After one reading, she should close the book and write down everything she can remember. Active recall. She should use flashcards to test herself on key facts. She should spread her review over 3 days, 1 solid session today, a review tomorrow, and a final review.
Perfect advice for Mia. Now let's look at situation 2. Daniel studies for 30 minutes with complete focus. No phone, no music, at his desk. He uses flashcards to test himself on vocabulary. After 30 minutes, he takes a 10-minute walk outside, then he returns and studies a different subject for 25 minutes using the Pomodoro technique. In the evening, he reviews his earlier flashcards briefly and goes to bed at 10:30 to ensure 8 hours of sleep. Listeners, is Daniel studying smart? What is he doing well? I am very curious to hear Mark's analysis of Daniel's study session.
Daniel is studying brilliantly. Let me go through everything he's doing right. First, 30 minutes of complete distraction-free focus. This protects his concentration and ensures deep learning. Second, using flashcards for vocabulary. This is active recall, one of the best study techniques available. Third, a 10-minute walk for a break. This genuinely restores his brain and increases blood flow. Fourth, switching to a different subject. This is interleaving, which again, research produces better long-term retention. Fifth, a brief evening review of earlier flashcards. This is spaced repetition, consolidating his earlier learning. And sixth, getting 8 hours of sleep, allowing his brain to fully consolidate everything he learned during the day.
Daniel is my new study hero. Now let's talk about something that often gets overlooked, the physical act of writing by hand. In our digital world, many students take notes on laptops or tablets, but research suggests that handwriting notes, physically writing by hand, leads to better learning than typing. The reason is fascinating. When you type, you can transcribe information very quickly, which means you often write down words almost verbatim without deeply processing them. When you write by hand, the process is slower, which forces you to listen more carefully, select the most important information, and put it into your own words. This deeper processing during note-taking leads to better understanding and better retention.
I use both, but for different purposes. For learning new material and attending lectures or classes, I always prefer handwriting in a physical notebook. The slower pace forces me to process and summarize rather than transcribe. My handwritten notes are messier and shorter than typed notes, but they represent what I actually understood, not just what I heard. For organizing and reviewing information later, I sometimes transfer key points to a digital format, which is easier to search and reorganize. If you use a laptop for notes, a simple rule helps. Do not write full sentences. Force yourself to summarize in 4 or 5 words per point. This mimics the processing benefit of handwriting.
Engage your brain, not just your fingers. Such a clear and practical principle. Now let's talk about learning in different ways, what is called multimodal learning. Our brains process and remember information much better when we encounter it in multiple different formats. Reading about a topic is one way, watching a video explanation is another, drawing a diagram is another, explaining it aloud to someone is another, creating a mind map is another. Each different format activates different parts of your brain and creates more connections to the new information, making it easier to remember and apply. For language learners especially, combining reading, listening, speaking, and writing creates much stronger learning than any single method alone.
Multimodal learning is something I practice naturally now, though I did not always do it deliberately. When I'm learning something new, I try to encounter it in at least 3 different ways. First, I read about it from a textbook or article. Second, I find a video explanation. Watching and listening adds a visual and auditory dimension. Third, I write a summary in my own words. This activates writing and deepens processing. And sometimes I also draw a simple diagram or mind map connecting the key ideas visually. For language learning specifically, which is what many of our listeners are doing right now, this means reading English, listening to English, speaking English, and
Every episode of this podcast is already multimodal learning. I love that. You are already studying smart by listening to us. Now let's give our listeners a complete summary of all the smart study strategies we have covered today. Strategy 1. Use active recall. Test yourself instead of rereading. Strategy 2. Use spaced repetition. Review at increasing intervals over time. Strategy 3. Use the Pomodoro technique. 25 minutes focused, 5 minutes break. Strategy 4. Try interleaving. Mix different subjects in one session. Strategy 5. Create a distraction-free study environment. Strategy 6. Annotate and summarize instead of highlighting. Strategy 7. Protect your sleep. It is essential for memory consolidation.
Continuing the strategy list, Strategy 9 sets specific, measurable study goals for each session. Strategy 10, eliminate all distractions, protect your focus fiercely. Strategy 11, build understanding, not just memorization. Use the Feynman technique. Strategy 12, use multimodal learning. Read, watch, write, speak. Strategy 13, take handwritten notes to deepen processing. Strategy 14, never cram. Distributed practice always beats massed practice. Strategy 15, do practice tests and questions, the best exam preparation available. And Strategy 16, teach what you have learned to someone else, or to yourself out loud. If you can explain it clearly and simply, you truly know it.
16 smart study strategies. What an incredible toolkit. I feel like going back to school just listening to this episode. Let me give a final summary of today. We talked about the difference between studying smart and studying hard. We covered active recall, spaced repetition, the Pomodoro technique, and interleaving. We discussed creating a good study environment, the failure of highlighting, and the power of annotation. We talked about sleep, exercise, breaks, goal setting, and the dangers of multitasking. We explored understanding over memorization using the Feynman technique, multimodal learning, and handwritten notes. We did a quiz about Mia and Daniel, and we gave 16 complete study strategies.
Thank you so much, Anna. This was one of the most practically useful episodes we have ever made. And a huge thank you to every listener who joined us today. Remember, studying smart means using your time and energy in the most effective way possible so that you learn more, remember more, and enjoy the process more. Every single one of the strategies we shared today is backed by real scientific research. They work. Start with one small change. Maybe try active recall for just 15 minutes today instead of rereading your notes. Notice the difference. Then add another strategy next week. Small, consistent improvements compound into extraordinary results over time.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so happy you are here with us today. This podcast is made for beginner English learners, and every episode is simple, friendly, and useful. Today, we have a very special and meaningful topic. We are going to talk about freedom. Freedom is one of the most important words in the English language. People talk about freedom every day, in politics, in daily life, in relationships, and in their personal goals and dreams. I am joined by my wonderful co-host, Mark. Mark, say hello and tell us, what does the word freedom mean to you?
Hello. Thank you, Anna. Hi to all our wonderful listeners. The word freedom means a great deal to me. At its most basic level, freedom means the ability to make your own choices without being controlled or stopped by others. But freedom is also much bigger than that. It is about opportunity, dignity, and the right to live your life in a way that feels true to who you are. Today, Anna and I are going to explore freedom from many different angles: personal freedom, freedom of speech, freedom of movement, and much more. We will also share lots of useful English vocabulary and phrases. Let's begin this important and inspiring conversation.
Let's start with the basics. What does freedom actually mean? Freedom means the state of being free, being able to act, speak, or think without restriction. The adjective form is free. For example, she feels free to speak her mind. He is free to go wherever he wants. The opposite of freedom is restriction, control, or oppression. A person without freedom is controlled, limited, or imprisoned. In English, there are many related words. Liberty, which means almost the same as freedom, often used in formal or political contexts. Rights, the things you are legally allowed to do. Equality, when everyone has the same rights and opportunities.
Great question. There are many important types of freedom that people talk about in everyday life and in society. Freedom of speech, the right to say what you think without punishment. Freedom of movement, the ability to travel and live where you choose. Freedom of religion, the right to practice any religion or no religion at all. Freedom of the press, the right of journalists to report the news without government control. Personal freedom, the right to live your private life as you choose. Economic freedom, the ability to work, earn money, and spend it as you wish.
Those are all such important types of freedom. Now let's talk about personal freedom in everyday life, because this is something everyone experiences directly. Personal freedom means making your own choices about how to live. For example, choosing what career to pursue, choosing who to love and spend your life with, choosing what to eat, wear, and believe, choosing how to spend your free time. When we have personal freedom, we feel in control of our own lives. When we lose it, even in small ways, we feel frustrated or unhappy. In English, we use phrases like, I want to make my own decisions. I do not want anyone to tell me what to do. I feel,
That is a really interesting question. I feel very fortunate to have a great degree of personal freedom in my daily life. I can choose my work, my friends, my home, and how I spend my time. I can speak my opinions openly and practice whatever beliefs I hold. But I also recognize that true freedom requires responsibility. Freedom does not mean doing whatever you want without thinking about others. As the saying goes, your freedom ends where another person's freedom begins. This means that we must exercise our own freedom in a way that respects the rights and well-being of others.
your freedom ends where another person's freedom begins. What a powerful and wise saying. Now let's talk about freedom of speech, because this is one of the most discussed and debated freedoms in the modern world. Freedom of speech means you have the right to express your opinions, ideas, and beliefs in conversation, in writing, in art, and in public. In democratic countries, freedom of speech is protected by law. However, even in countries with this protection, there are limits. For example, you cannot use speech to incite violence or spread dangerous lies that harm others. In English, useful phrases related to speech and expression, I have the right to say what I think. Everyone is free.
Freedom of speech is essential for so many reasons. First, it allows people to criticize their government and powerful institutions without fear. This is the foundation of a healthy democracy. Leaders who cannot be criticized tend to become corrupt and dangerous. Second, freedom of speech allows new ideas to be shared and debated. Science, art, and social progress all depend on the free exchange of ideas. Third, it allows individuals to tell their stories and have their experiences heard. When people cannot speak freely, injustice can be hidden. The phrase, sunlight is the best disinfectant, is a famous saying meaning that transparency, bringing things into the open, helps society stay clean and fair.
Sunlight is the best disinfectant. What a vivid and memorable phrase. Now, let's talk about freedom of movement, because this is something many people take for granted. Freedom of movement means the ability to travel freely within your own country and, in some cases, to other countries. In the European Union, for example, citizens of member countries can live and work in any other member country without needing special permission. This is a remarkable freedom that millions of people benefit from. However, not everyone in the world has this freedom. People in some countries face restrictions on where they can travel.
I think about this topic quite deeply. I am very fortunate to hold a passport that allows me to travel to many countries with little difficulty, but I am aware that this is not the case for everyone in the world. Passport privilege is a real thing. The passport you hold largely determines how freely you can move around the world. Citizens of some countries can visit over 180 countries without a visa. Citizens of other countries can only visit a handful of places freely. This inequality is something many people do not think about. When I travel, I try to remember that the ease of my movement is a privilege, not something everyone shares.
Passport privilege is such a thought-provoking term. Now, let's talk about freedom and responsibility, because these two ideas are always connected. Having freedom means you also have responsibility for your choices and for how they affect others. This is true in everyday life and in society as a whole. For example, the freedom to drive a car comes with the responsibility to follow traffic laws and drive safely. The freedom to own a business comes with the responsibility to treat your workers fairly. The freedom to speak publicly comes with the responsibility to be truthful and respectful. In English, a popular phrase is, "With great power comes great responsibility." Mark, can you give more examples of how freedom—
Freedom and responsibility are truly inseparable. Here are more everyday examples. The freedom to use social media comes with the responsibility not to spread false information or bully others online. The freedom to have children comes with the enormous responsibility of caring for and raising them well. The freedom to live in a democratic country comes with the responsibility to participate by voting, staying informed, and being an active citizen. The freedom to eat whatever you choose comes with the responsibility to consider the impact on your health and on the environment. And the freedom to have a voice comes with the responsibility to listen as well as speak.
Responsibility transforms freedom from selfishness into wisdom. Beautifully said. Now, let's talk about financial freedom, because this is something many people dream about. Financial freedom means having enough money saved and invested that you do not need to work just to pay your basic bills. It means you have choices about how to spend your time, rather than being forced to work long hours in a job you dislike. Some people achieve financial freedom through saving carefully, investing wisely, and spending less than they earn over many years. Others build businesses that eventually provide passive income, money that comes in without requiring constant active work.
Financial freedom is something I think about a lot. To me, it does not necessarily mean being extremely wealthy. It means having enough to cover your needs comfortably, enough savings to handle unexpected problems, and enough flexibility to make choices based on what you value rather than just financial necessity. I do believe it is achievable for many people through consistent saving habits, living within your means, and making smart decisions about money over time. However, I also recognize that structural inequalities in society make financial freedom much harder for some people than others. Wages, access to education, healthcare costs, and economic opportunity are not equally distributed.
Living within your means is such a key phrase for financial freedom. Now, let's talk about freedom and relationships, because the way freedom operates within personal relationships is very interesting. In a healthy relationship, whether a friendship, a romantic relationship, or a family relationship, both people should feel free to be themselves. They should be able to express their thoughts and feelings honestly, pursue their own interests and friendships outside the relationship, and make personal decisions without constant control or judgment. When one person in a relationship controls or restricts the other too much, it becomes unhealthy. In English, we use phrases like, "I feel free to be myself with you." A good relationship gives you space.
Healthy freedom in a relationship is so important. I think it means mutual trust and respect, trusting your partner enough to give them space and respecting their individuality and independence. It means supporting each other's separate friendships, hobbies, and personal goals. It means being able to disagree, express different opinions, and even spend time apart without feeling threatened or jealous. The phrase, "love sets you free," suggests that real love does not trap or restrict, it liberates. A partner who loves you genuinely wants you to grow, explore, and be your full self. Controlling behavior, checking someone's phone, limiting their friendships, or making all decisions for them is the opposite of love.
Real love and real freedom go hand in hand. What a beautiful and true statement. Now let's talk about freedom and creativity. When we have the freedom to create, to write, paint, sing, dance, build, or imagine, we express our most genuine and unique selves. Creative freedom means making art or ideas without being told exactly what to think or produce. History shows us that some of the greatest works of art and literature were created in conditions of restriction, people finding creative freedom even in difficult circumstances. In English, we often say someone has creative freedom when they are given space to make their own artistic decisions.
Creativity and freedom are deeply connected, though creativity is remarkably resilient. It finds expression even in the most restrictive conditions. Many great artists, writers, and musicians have created extraordinary work under censorship, poverty, or oppression. They found ways to communicate truth through metaphor, symbol, and hidden meaning. However, I believe creativity truly flourishes when people have genuine freedom. Freedom to explore ideas without fear, freedom to challenge conventions, freedom to fail and try again. When people feel free, they take creative risks, and creative risk-taking leads to real innovation and beauty. The phrase, "necessity is the mother of invention," suggests that even restriction can drive creativity, but I believe freedom is still the best environment for it.
Freedom is the best environment for the human creative spirit to bloom. I love that image. Now let's talk about freedom and nature. Many people feel a profound sense of freedom when they are in nature, in the mountains, by the sea, in a forest, or in a wide open field. Being in nature removes the restrictions of daily life. No screens, no schedules, no demands. You can move freely, breathe fresh air, and feel connected to something larger than yourself. In English, we have beautiful phrases about this feeling. Feeling free as a bird, the open road, the great outdoors, and breathing room, meaning space to relax and think freely.
I feel enormously free in nature. There is something almost magical about being in a wide-open natural landscape. When I hike in the mountains, I feel the weight of everyday worries literally lift from my shoulders. The scale of the landscape, the vast sky, the distant horizon, the silence puts everything in perspective. Small problems seem less important. Big questions feel more approachable. The phrase, to get some headspace, means to gain mental clarity and perspective, and nature does this beautifully. I think many people in modern, busy urban lives are deeply hungry for this kind of freedom, the simple freedom of open space, fresh air, and quiet.
To get some headspace, such a useful and evocative phrase. Now let me ask you something a little different. Is absolute freedom, total freedom with no rules or limits at all, actually desirable? This is a very interesting philosophical question. If there were absolutely no rules, no laws, and no limits on what anyone could do, would people be more free, or would life become dangerous and chaotic? Many philosophers have thought about this question. Thomas Hobbes, a famous English philosopher, argued that without rules, life would be nasty, brutish, and short. Others argue that freedom requires some structure to protect everyone's rights. Mark, what do you think? Is total, unlimited freedom actually a good thing?
This is a fascinating question. I do not think total, unlimited freedom is truly desirable or even possible in a society. Here's why. If one person has total freedom to do absolutely anything, then other people lose their freedom because they become victims of that person's unchecked actions. True freedom for everyone requires a social agreement, rules and laws that protect each person's rights and prevent one person from violating another's. This is the idea behind the social contract in political philosophy. We give up some absolute freedoms, like the freedom to harm others without consequence, in exchange for living safely and cooperatively in society.
Structured freedom is the most meaningful kind. What a clear and wise conclusion. Now let's talk about freedom and education. Education is one of the most powerful tools for creating genuine freedom. When you have knowledge, when you can read, think critically, understand the world, and communicate effectively, you have more choices in life. You are less likely to be manipulated or deceived. You are better equipped to participate in society and advocate for yourself and others. In English, the phrase "knowledge is power" directly connects learning to freedom and empowerment. Nelson Mandela, one of the world's most famous advocates for freedom, said, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world."
Education creates freedom in so many ways. First, it opens economic doors. People with education generally have more career options, higher earning potential, and greater financial security. Second, it develops critical thinking, the ability to analyze information, question assumptions, and form your own opinions rather than simply accepting what others tell you. This is essential for personal and political freedom. Third, it builds communication skills. Being able to speak and write clearly and persuasively gives you a powerful voice in the world. Fourth, it expands your understanding of different cultures, perspectives, and possibilities, broadening your sense of what's possible for your own life.
Education truly is liberation. I love that. And for our listeners learning English, this podcast is part of your educational freedom journey. Now let's talk about freedom and technology. In many ways, technology has given people extraordinary new freedoms. The internet allows free access to information from anywhere in the world. Social media gives ordinary people a global voice. Remote work allows people to work from any location. Online learning removes geographical barriers to education. Translation technology breaks down language barriers. These are remarkable freedoms that did not exist for most of human history. However, technology also brings new restrictions and risks. Mark, do you think technology makes us more free or less free overall?
Technology is a genuinely double-edged sword when it comes to freedom. On the positive side, the internet has democratized information, giving billions of people access to knowledge that was previously only available to the privileged few. It has given voices to marginalized communities. It has connected people across borders and cultures. On the negative side, technology can reduce freedom in serious ways. Governments can use technology for surveillance, tracking citizens' movements and communications. Social media algorithms can create information bubbles, limiting the range of ideas people are exposed to. And constant connectivity can create a sense of never being truly free from work, news, or social obligations.
Technology amplifies both freedom and restriction. Such an insightful and balanced observation. Now, let's talk about some important people in history who fought for freedom. The world has been shaped by remarkable individuals who sacrificed enormously to expand freedom for others. Nelson Mandela spent 27 years in prison fighting against apartheid, the system of racial separation and inequality in South Africa. He became a global symbol of courage and the struggle for equality. Mahatma Gandhi led India's peaceful independence movement against British colonial rule. Rosa Parks refused to give up her seat on a bus in Alabama in 1955, becoming a symbol of the American civil rights movement.
So many incredible people have fought for freedom throughout history. Harriet Tubman escaped slavery in the United States and then led many others to freedom through a secret network of safe houses called the Underground Railroad, one of the most courageous acts of resistance in American history. Malala Yousafzai, still young today, has fought for girls' right to education in Pakistan and around the world, surviving a serious attack for speaking out. Aung San Suu Kyi spent many years under house arrest in Myanmar for advocating democracy. Frederick Douglass escaped slavery and became one of the most powerful voices against it through his writing and speeches.
What an inspiring list of extraordinary people. Freedom is not given, it must often be fought for. That sentence gives me goosebumps. Now let's talk about a very simple but meaningful question. What does freedom feel like in everyday life? Not the big political or philosophical kind, but the small, daily feeling of being free. The feeling when you finish work on a Friday evening and have a whole weekend ahead. The feeling when you finish an exam or a difficult project. The feeling when you step outside on a beautiful morning with nowhere specific to be. The feeling of being completely understood by a good friend.
Oh, I love this question. The everyday moments of freedom are some of the most precious. My favorites, the feeling of finishing a challenging piece of work and closing my laptop, knowing the task is done and I am free. The moment I step off a plane in a new country and feel the air of a different place, pure freedom of possibility. Sunday morning with no schedule, drinking coffee slowly, reading a book with nowhere to be. A long walk with no destination, just walking where curiosity leads me. And the wonderful feeling of laughing deeply with close friends. Being so comfortable and accepted that you can be completely yourself.
Being fully yourself with no pretense. That is such a profound definition of freedom. Now let's talk about inner freedom, freedom of the mind and spirit. This is perhaps the deepest kind of freedom. You can be physically restricted in a difficult job, in a difficult place, in a difficult situation, and still have inner freedom. Inner freedom is the freedom to choose how you think, what you value, and how you respond to your circumstances. Viktor Frankl, an Austrian psychiatrist who survived Nazi concentration camps, wrote about this beautifully in his book, Man's Search for Meaning. He said that even in the most terrible circumstances, the last human freedom is the freedom to choose.
Viktor Frankl's idea of inner freedom is one of the most powerful and moving concepts I have ever encountered. He demonstrated that even in conditions of extreme suffering and total physical restriction, a person can maintain their dignity and their inner life. They can choose to find meaning, to maintain hope, to act with love and courage. This is an extraordinary and inspiring insight. Stoic philosophy, an ancient Greek and Roman tradition, also emphasizes inner freedom. The Stoics taught that we cannot always control external events, but we can always control our response to them. The phrase respond, do not react captures this idea.
Respond, do not react. Such a powerful phrase for daily life. Now let's give our listeners some useful English expressions and idioms related to freedom. Free as a bird, completely free with no restrictions. Break free, to escape from something that was holding you back. Set someone free, to release someone from restriction. Give someone free rein, to allow them to do whatever they choose. Footloose and fancy-free, having no responsibilities or commitments, completely free. The world is your oyster. You have complete freedom and many opportunities in front of you. Cut loose, to become free from something, often to relax and have fun.
More wonderful freedom expressions. Born free, a famous phrase from a song and film about a wild lion, meaning freedom is a natural state. Fly the nest, when young adults leave home and become independent for the first time. Spread your wings, to explore new opportunities and become more independent. No strings attached, complete freedom with no hidden conditions or obligations. The open road, a symbol of freedom and adventure, often used when talking about travel or new beginnings. Think outside the box, to be free in your thinking, not limited by conventional ideas.
March to the beat of your own drum is one of my all-time favorite English expressions. It beautifully captures the idea of living authentically and independently. Now let's talk about the relationship between freedom and happiness. Research in psychology suggests that having choices, having freedom, does make people happier, to a point. But too many choices can actually cause anxiety and dissatisfaction. This is called the paradox of choice. Psychologist Barry Schwartz found that when people have too many options, they often feel less satisfied with their final choice because they wonder if a different choice would have been better. So freedom and happiness are connected, but the relationship is more complex than it first appears.
The paradox of choice is a fascinating idea. I think freedom is essential for happiness, but you are right that unlimited choices do not automatically mean more happiness. The research suggests that a moderate amount of meaningful choice is most conducive to well-being, enough to feel autonomous and self-determining, but not so many options that you feel overwhelmed and paralyzed. I also think the kind of freedom matters enormously. Freedom to pursue meaningful relationships, creative work, and personal values tends to produce lasting happiness. Freedom to simply consume endlessly, choosing between hundreds of products or entertainment options, tends to produce only temporary satisfaction.
Simple, bounded freedom exercised with intention. I am going to write that down. Now let's do a quick and fun quiz for our listeners. I will give a definition, and Mark will tell us the correct word or phrase. Listeners, try to answer before Mark speaks. First, this is the freedom to say what you think without punishment. What is the correct term in English? Think about it. We talked about this earlier in today's episode. It's one of the most fundamental freedoms in a democratic society, and it's protected by law in many countries around the world. Can you remember the term?
The answer is freedom of speech. The complete phrase is freedom of speech, the right to express your opinions, ideas, and beliefs without fear of punishment. Well done to all our listeners who got it right. Let me give the next quiz question. This is the phrase we use to describe a person who has no commitments or responsibilities and is completely free. Think about it carefully. It's a fun, informal English idiom. We mentioned it earlier in the episode when we talked about freedom expressions and idioms. It has 4 words. The phrase describes someone who is free to go anywhere and do whatever they choose. It sounds a little old-fashioned, but is still used today.
The answer is footloose and fancy-free. A person who is footloose and fancy-free has no ties, no responsibilities, and is completely free to do whatever they wish. A truly free spirit. Now here is my final quiz question for our listeners. This is the name for the type of freedom that Viktor Frankl wrote about, the freedom that exists even in very difficult circumstances, inside a person's own heart and mind. It's a two-word phrase, and we discussed it in today's episode. Even when people are physically restricted or in a very hard situation, they can still have this type of freedom. Think about your answer.
The answer is inner freedom. Viktor Frankl wrote about inner freedom, the freedom to choose your attitude, your values, and your response to any situation, no matter how difficult. Even when external circumstances are beyond our control, inner freedom remains available to everyone. This idea is profoundly hopeful and empowering. It means that true freedom is never completely taken from a person. Something essential always remains. 3 for 3 on the quiz. I hope our listeners enjoyed testing their knowledge. This topic is so rich and so important. Freedom is not just a political concept, it's something every person experiences, thinks about, and seeks in their own life every single day.
What a rich, deep, and inspiring episode this has been. I feel genuinely moved by everything we discussed today. Let me give a final summary. We talked about the many types of freedom. Freedom of speech, movement, religion, and personal freedom. We discussed freedom and responsibility, financial freedom, and freedom in relationships. We explored creative freedom, the feeling of freedom in nature, and the philosophical question of absolute freedom. We talked about education as a path to freedom, technology and freedom, and great historical freedom fighters. We shared beautiful idioms and expressions about freedom, and we explored inner freedom, perhaps the most profound kind of all. Freedom is one of the most beautiful and important human values.
Thank you so much, Anna. This was one of the most meaningful and thought-provoking episodes we have ever made together. And a huge thank you to every single listener who spent this special time with us. Freedom is not something to take for granted. It is precious, complex, and worth thinking about deeply. Whether your freedom is political, personal, financial, creative, or inner, it matters. Use today's English vocabulary and phrases in your real conversations. Talk about what freedom means to you. Ask a friend what makes them feel free. Discuss the freedoms you value most. Language and freedom are connected. Every word you learn in English gives you more freedom to understand and engage.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so happy you are here with us today. This podcast is made for beginner English learners, and every episode is simple, fun, and useful. Today, we have a really important and motivating topic. We're going to talk about not wasting your time. Time is the one thing we all have equally. Everyone gets 24 hours in a day, but how we use those hours makes a huge difference in our lives. I am joined by my wonderful co-host, Mark. Mark, say hello and tell us, do you ever feel like you are wasting time?
Hello. Thank you, Anna. Hi to all our wonderful listeners. Do I ever feel like I'm wasting time? Honestly, yes, sometimes. I think everyone does. But over the years, I've learned a lot about how to use time more wisely and how to recognize when I'm letting it slip away. Today, Anna and I are going to talk about what it means to waste time, why we do it, how to stop, and how to use your time in ways that make you feel happy, productive, and fulfilled. We will also give you lots of useful English vocabulary and phrases.
Let's start with the basics. What does it mean to waste time? To waste time means to spend time on things that are not useful, important, or meaningful, things that do not help you grow, achieve your goals, or make you happy. The opposite of wasting time is using time well, or spending time productively. Some useful English vocabulary for this topic: productive, doing something useful and getting good results; efficient, completing tasks with the least amount of time or effort wasted; priority, something that is more important than other things; procrastinate, to delay doing something, especially something you should do.
Great vocabulary to start with. The most common ways people waste time are quite relatable. Scrolling endlessly through social media, watching videos and reading posts without any clear purpose, sometimes for hours. Watching TV programs you do not even really enjoy just because the TV is on. Doing small, easy tasks to avoid a bigger, more difficult one. This is called procrastination. Saying yes to things you do not want to do and spending time on other people's priorities instead of your own. Overthinking, spending so much time worrying about decisions that you never actually make them, and waiting for the perfect moment, the perfect plan, or the perfect conditions before starting something important.
Waiting for the perfect moment. I definitely recognize that one. Now let's talk about why we waste time, because understanding the reason is the first step to changing the habit. There are several common reasons. First, fear. When we are afraid of failure or of not doing something perfectly, we avoid starting. Second, lack of clear goals. If you do not know what you want to achieve, it is very easy to fill your time with unimportant activities. Third, low energy. When we are tired, we tend to choose easy, passive activities rather than meaningful ones. Fourth, distractions. Our phones, notifications, and the internet are designed to grab and hold our attention.
The psychology of wasting time is very interesting. One important reason is what psychologists call instant gratification, choosing something that feels good right now even if it doesn't help you long term. Watching a funny video feels good instantly. Working on a difficult project feels hard now but rewarding later. Our brains are naturally attracted to the easy, immediate reward. Another reason is mental fatigue. When your brain is tired from working hard, it seeks rest through distraction rather than productive rest. Also, lack of structure means without a plan or routine, time easily disappears. And finally, some people waste time because they are simply not aware of how much time they are losing.
Tracking your time? That sounds both scary and extremely useful. Now let's talk about the phrase, "don't waste your time," more directly. This phrase can be used in different ways in English. Sometimes we say it as encouragement. Don't waste your time worrying about things you cannot change. Sometimes we say it as advice. Don't waste your time with people who do not appreciate you. And sometimes we say it to warn someone. Don't waste your time on that project. It will never work. The phrase is very flexible and comes up in many different conversations. Mark, can you give our listeners more examples of how we use this phrase naturally in everyday English conversations?
Sure, here are many natural examples of don't waste your time in everyday use. Don't waste your time watching that show. It is really not good. Don't waste your time explaining it to him. He has already made up his mind. I realized I was wasting my time at that job. He was going nowhere. Stop wasting time on social media and do your homework. She doesn't waste any time. She always gets straight to the point. This is actually a compliment, meaning she's very efficient. I wasted 2 hours trying to fix it, and it wasn't even necessary. Every minute you waste worrying is a minute you could spend doing.
Those examples are perfect. I especially love "she gets straight to the point." What a great compliment for an efficient person. Now, let's talk about time management, because this is one of the most important skills for not wasting time. Time management means planning and controlling how you spend your hours to make sure you achieve your goals and priorities. Some key time management strategies: making a to-do list, writing down everything you need to do, setting priorities, deciding which tasks are most important and doing those first, using a schedule or planner, assigning specific times to specific tasks, breaking large tasks into small steps so they feel less overwhelming.
Yes, time management is something I think about every day. My personal system is quite simple. Every evening, I write a short list of the 3 most important things I want to achieve the next day. Just 3, not 20. Keeping the list short forces me to think carefully about what really matters. In the morning, I do the most difficult or most important task first, before I check emails or social media. This is called eating the frog, doing the hardest thing first so everything else feels easy afterward.
I also use a simple timer technique, working for 25 minutes without distraction, then taking a 5-minute break. This is called the Pomodoro technique.
Eating the frog. What a vivid and memorable phrase. Now, let's talk about the difference between being busy and being productive, because these are not the same thing. Many people are very busy all day, but do not actually achieve much that is truly important or meaningful. Being busy means your time is full of activity. Being productive means your activity is leading to real results and progress toward your goals. In English, we have a useful expression, working smarter, not harder. This means focusing your effort on the things that actually matter, rather than filling your day with tasks that keep you busy but do not move you forward.
The difference is so important. Here is a clear example. Imagine two students. Student A studies for 5 hours, but spends most of that time looking at her phone, reorganizing her notes, and making her workspace look nice. She feels very busy, but she does not learn much. Student B studies for 2 hours with complete focus, no phone, clear goals, active reading. She feels less busy, but she learns much more. Student B is productive. Student A is just busy. Another example. A person who attends many meetings at work all day long might feel very busy, but if those meetings do not lead to decisions or progress, they are not productive.
Am I making progress toward what actually matters to me? What a powerful question to ask yourself. Now, let's talk about procrastination in more detail, because this is one of the biggest reasons people waste time. Procrastination means delaying or postponing tasks, especially important ones, in favor of easier or more enjoyable activities. Almost everyone procrastinates sometimes, but chronic procrastination, doing it all the time, can seriously harm your productivity, your career, and even your mental health. The feeling of having unfinished tasks hanging over you is very stressful. In English, common procrastination phrases include, "I will do it later," "I will start tomorrow," "I'm not in the mood right now," "I will wait until..."
Procrastination is such a common struggle. The main reason people procrastinate is that the task feels uncomfortable, too difficult, too boring, too overwhelming, or too connected to a fear of failure or judgment. The brain avoids discomfort instinctively. The trick is to make starting easier, not finishing. The hardest part of any task is almost always the beginning, so one powerful strategy is commit to doing just 2 minutes of the task, just 2 minutes. Often, once you start, momentum builds and you continue naturally. Another strategy is to remove temptations. Put your phone in another room, close unnecessary browser tabs, and create a distraction-free environment. And remind yourself how good it feels to finish something.
Commit to just 2 minutes. Such a clever and practical strategy. Just starting is often the hardest part, and once you begin, it becomes much easier to continue. Now, let's talk about something many people find difficult: saying no. One of the biggest ways people waste time is by saying yes to things they do not want to do, helping with tasks that are not their responsibility, attending events they don't enjoy, or taking on extra work when they are already too busy. Learning to say no kindly but clearly is an essential skill for protecting your time.
Saying no is a skill that takes practice, but it gets easier. Here are some natural, polite ways to say no. "I really appreciate you thinking of me, but I can't commit to that right now." "I'm sorry, I already have plans." "That sounds interesting, but it's not the right time for me." "I need to protect my time at the moment." "I'm going to have to pass on this one, but thank you." An important mindset shift is remembering that every time you say yes to something you don't want to do, you are saying no to something you do. Your time and energy are limited and valuable.
If it is not a clear yes, it is a no. I love that rule. Now, let's talk about the role of habits in time management, because our daily habits have an enormous impact on how productively we use our time. A habit is something you do regularly, almost automatically without thinking. Good habits, like waking up early, exercising in the morning, or spending the first hour of your day on important work, save time and build consistency. Bad habits, like checking your phone first thing in the morning, staying up too late, or skipping planned tasks, waste time and reduce your energy.
My most important time-protecting habit is my morning routine. I wake up at the same time every day, no snoozing the alarm. The first 30 minutes of my morning are screen-free. I drink water, stretch gently, and think about what I want to achieve that day. This calm, intentional start sets a positive tone for the whole day. Another important habit, I batch similar tasks together. For example, I check and reply to all emails at specific times, not constantly throughout the day. Constantly checking emails and messages is one of the biggest time wasters in modern life.
Screen-free mornings and batching tasks, both such practical and effective habits. Now let's talk about distractions, because distractions are one of the greatest enemies of good time use in the modern world. A distraction is anything that takes your attention away from what you are supposed to be doing. In today's world, the biggest distractions are smartphones, especially social media apps and notifications, the internet, easy to start browsing for one thing and find yourself reading something completely unrelated 30 minutes later, television, background noise and interruptions from other people, and our own wandering thoughts. Research shows that after a distraction, it takes an average of 23 minutes to fully return to a focused state.
Managing distractions is something I work on constantly. My most effective strategies? First, I put my phone on Do Not Disturb mode when I need to focus, or I physically leave it in another room. Out of sight really does mean out of mind. Second, I use website blocking apps during work sessions. These prevent me from visiting distracting sites like social media. Third, I communicate my focus time to the people around me, letting them know I need uninterrupted time so they do not disturb me unnecessarily. Fourth, I work in blocks of focus time with short breaks so my brain gets scheduled rest rather than seeking distraction randomly.
A distraction list for random thoughts, that is genius. Writing ideas down instead of chasing them in your head keeps you focused and does not lose the thought. Now let's talk about social media and screen time specifically, because this is probably the most common time waster for people today. Research shows that the average person spends about 6 to 7 hours per day looking at screens, phones, computers, and televisions. Social media platforms are specifically designed to keep you scrolling as long as possible, using psychology to trigger dopamine, the brain's pleasure chemical, with every notification, like, and new post.
My relationship with social media has changed a lot over the years. I used to scroll mindlessly for long periods and feel vaguely empty afterward. Now I approach it much more intentionally. I deleted most social media apps from my phone and only access them on my computer at specific limited times. I set a daily 30-minute limit for social media, enough to stay connected without losing hours. I also regularly ask myself, is this adding value to my life or am I just passing time? If the honest answer is the second one, I put the phone down.
The feeling without the substance. That is such a powerful and honest description of mindless scrolling. Now let's talk about the value of rest and leisure, because not all non-productive time is wasted time. This is a really important distinction. Rest is necessary and healthy. Your brain and body need recovery time to function well. Leisure activities that bring you joy, reading, cooking, spending time with loved ones, walking in nature, are not wasted time at all. They restore your energy, nurture your creativity, and contribute to your overall well-being and happiness. The key difference is intentionality. Choosing to relax and enjoy yourself is very different from mindlessly drifting from one distraction to another.
Restorative rest is so important and so different from passive time wasting. Here's the distinction I use. Genuine rest leaves you feeling refreshed, energized, and ready to engage with life again. True leisure activities are ones you actively choose because they bring you real joy or restoration. For me, restorative activities include sleeping 8 hours and taking short walks, reading books that genuinely interest me, cooking a new recipe, having meaningful conversations with friends, spending time in nature, and doing absolutely nothing, sitting quietly, thinking, watching the world. What does not restore me? Scrolling social media, watching TV I'm not truly enjoying, or staying in bed beyond what my body actually needs.
After this activity, do I feel better or worse? The perfect test for genuine rest versus time wasting. Now let's talk about goals and time, because having clear goals is one of the most powerful motivators for using time well. When you know exactly what you want to achieve, it is much easier to make decisions about how to spend your time. A useful framework for setting goals is the SMART system. SMART stands for specific, clearly defined, not vague; measurable, you can track your progress; achievable, realistic, not impossible; relevant, connected to what truly matters to you; and time-bound, with a deadline.
Clear goals are transformative for time management. When you have a specific goal with a deadline, every day becomes clearer. You can look at any activity and ask, does this bring me closer to my goal or does it not? If the answer is no, you can choose to spend less time on it. Goals also create motivation and momentum. Progress toward a meaningful goal feels very different from just being busy. Even small daily progress builds confidence and energy. For language learners especially, having a clear goal like, I want to hold a 5-minute conversation in English by the end of this month is so much more motivating and actionable than just, I want to improve my eng.
Time as a tool for building the life you want. What a beautiful way to think about it. Now, let's do a fun quiz for our listeners. I will describe a situation, and Mark will say whether this person is wasting time or using their time well, and why. Ready? Situation 1. Maria has a big exam in 3 days. She sits down to study, but first spends 20 minutes tidying her desk, sharpening all her pencils, organizing her notes by color, and making a cup of tea. Then she checks her phone briefly. Then she thinks about what to study first. After an hour, she has not actually studied anything. Listeners, what do you think?
Maria is definitely wasting her time, in a very common and recognizable way. What Maria is doing is called productive procrastination, doing tasks that feel useful and organized, but are actually just ways of avoiding the real task, which is studying. Tidying her desk and color-coding her notes feel productive, but they are not the priority right now. The exam is the priority. This pattern is very common because our brains like to do easy, satisfying tasks to avoid the more difficult but more important one. The solution for Maria: set a timer for 25 minutes, open the textbook to the first topic and begin, even if she does not feel completely ready.
Starting imperfectly is always better than waiting perfectly and never beginning. Perfect advice for Maria and for all of us. Now, situation 2 for our quiz. James finishes work at 6 in the evening. He comes home, changes his clothes, and goes for a 30-minute run. Then he cooks a simple dinner while listening to an English podcast. After dinner, he reads a book for 45 minutes. Then he calls his mother for 20 minutes. At 9:30, he puts his phone away and goes to bed at 10:30. Listeners, is James wasting his time? Think about it. His evening seems full of activities, but are they meaningful? Mark, what is your verdict this time?
James is absolutely using his time beautifully. Every activity in his evening is intentional and restorative. Exercise, excellent for physical and mental health. Cooking while listening to a podcast, multitasking in a genuinely useful way, enjoying a skill and learning at the same time. Reading, personal growth, and genuine relaxation. Calling his mother, maintaining an important relationship, and going to bed at a reasonable hour, protecting his sleep and energy for tomorrow. None of these activities is passive or mindless. James is choosing activities that serve his health, his learning, his relationships, and his well-being. This is the ideal evening, not because it is perfect, but because every choice is deliberate and meaningful.
James is my new role model for evenings. Now let's talk about something that many people struggle with: the fear of missing out, or FOMO. FOMO is a common modern feeling, the anxiety that other people are doing exciting things and you're missing out by not being there or not being involved. FOMO often drives people to waste enormous amounts of time on social media, checking what others are doing, attending events they do not truly want to attend, or constantly looking at their phone. The solution to FOMO is sometimes called JOMO, the joy of missing out. This means finding genuine contentment and peace in your own choices, even when others are doing something different.
FOMO is very real, and I have definitely experienced it. The turning point for me was realizing that social media only shows the highlights of people's lives, the best moments, the most exciting experiences. It's never the full picture. So comparing your ordinary Tuesday to someone else's curated holiday photos is always going to make your life seem less interesting, even when your life is actually wonderful. I now practice JOMO very deliberately. When I choose to stay home and read instead of going to a loud party, I enjoy that choice fully, rather than wondering what I'm missing.
Comparison is the thief of joy. That is one of my favorite English expressions. And presence is the antidote to FOMO. What a beautiful and wise thought. Now let's talk about the relationship between time and energy, because managing your energy is just as important as managing your time. You might have 24 hours in a day, but if you spend them exhausted and unfocused, you will not use them well. Understanding when your energy is highest, when you feel most alert, creative, and motivated, is very useful for scheduling your most important tasks at those times. For most people, energy is highest in the morning.
Energy management is something I think about a lot. I have noticed clear patterns in my own energy. My mental energy is highest in the morning. This is when I do my most creative and demanding work. I protect this time fiercely. No emails, no social media, no meetings if possible. Mid-afternoon, around 2 or 3 o'clock, my energy naturally dips. This is normal. Our bodies have a biological tendency toward a rest period in early afternoon. Instead of fighting it with caffeine, I use this time for lighter tasks, responding to emails, attending meetings, or doing administrative work. In the late afternoon, energy often rises again for several hours.
Working with your natural energy rhythms, what a smart and practical approach. Now let's give our listeners some final practical tips for not wasting time. These are simple, actionable steps they can start using immediately. Tip 1. Start each day by identifying your top 3 priorities. Tip 2. Do the most important task first before distractions begin. Tip 3. Put your phone away during focused work time. Tip 4. Use a timer. Work in focused blocks with short breaks. Tip 5. Track your time for 1 week. Write down what you do each hour. The results might surprise you. Tip 6. Learn to say no kindly but clearly.
More practical tips. Tip 8. Set specific times for checking emails and social media, not continuously throughout the day. Tip 9. Get enough sleep. A tired mind wastes far more time than a rested one. Tip 10. Remove apps from your phone that consume time without adding value. Tip 11. Plan your week on Sunday evening. Knowing your schedule reduces decision fatigue during the week. Tip 12. Stop multitasking. Research shows that doing 2 things at once means doing them both worse. Focus on one thing at a time. Tip 13. Celebrate progress, not perfection. Getting 80% of something done is far better than planning a perfect version forever.
Every hour is an hour of your one precious life. That is perhaps the most important reminder of the entire episode. Let me now give a final summary of everything we talked about today. We discussed what it means to waste time and why people do it: fear, lack of goals, distractions, and procrastination. We talked about the difference between being busy and being productive. We explored procrastination and practical strategies to overcome it. We discussed saying no, daily habits, distractions, social media, and the value of true rest. We talked about SMART goals, energy management, FOMO and JOMO, and we did a fun quiz with Maria and James.
Thank you so much, Anna. This was one of my favorite episodes. And a huge thank you to every single listener who spent this time with us today. And what an appropriate topic that is. You chose to spend time listening to this podcast, learning English, and thinking about how to live more intentionally. That is already an excellent use of your time. Take today's ideas and try just one or two of them this week. Put your phone away for 1 hour. Write your top 3 priorities tomorrow morning. Say no to one thing that does not serve you. Small changes made consistently create enormous transformations over time.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so happy you are here with us today. This podcast is made for beginner English learners, and every episode is simple, fun, and useful. Today, we have a really important topic. We are going to talk about health. Health is one of the most important things in our lives, and we talk about it every day in English. How do you feel? What do you eat? Do you exercise? These are all very common questions. I am joined by my wonderful co-host, Mark. Mark, say hello and tell us, how is your health these days?
Hello. Thank you, Anna. Hi to all our fantastic listeners. How is my health? I am happy to say I feel great. I have been making good choices lately, sleeping well, exercising regularly, and eating more vegetables. Today's topic is really important because your health affects every single part of your life. When you feel good, everything is better. Your mood, your work, your relationships. Anna and I are going to talk about different aspects of health: healthy eating, exercise, sleep, mental health, and much more. We will also give you lots of useful English vocabulary and phrases. By the end of this episode, you will be able to talk about health confidently. Let's begin.
Okay, so let's start with a very basic question. What does health mean? Health means the condition of your body and your mind. When we say someone is healthy, we mean their body and mind are working well and they feel good. The World Health Organization defines health as a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being. That means health is not just about your body, it is also about how you feel emotionally and how you connect with other people. In English, we have a common saying, health is wealth. This means good health is the most valuable thing you can have. Mark, can you give our listeners some simple ways to say how you feel in English?
Sure. Here are some common and useful phrases for talking about how you feel. I feel great. You feel very good. I feel fine. You feel okay, not bad. I do not feel well. Something is wrong with you. I feel under the weather. This is a common idiom meaning you feel slightly sick. I have a cold, a common illness with a runny nose and sore throat. I have a headache, pain in your head. My back hurts. You have pain in your back. I feel tired. You lack energy. I feel energetic. You have a lot of energy. I feel stressed. You feel worried and under pressure. These simple phrases are used all the time in everyday English conversations about health.
Those phrases are so useful. I feel under the weather is one I hear all the time. Now, let's talk about healthy eating, because food is one of the most important things for our health. The food you eat gives your body energy and the nutrients it needs to function properly. Nutrients are things like vitamins, minerals, protein, carbohydrates, and fats, all essential for a healthy body. A balanced diet means eating a variety of different foods in the right amounts. Fruits and vegetables are especially important. Health experts recommend eating at least 5 portions of fruit and vegetables every day. Mark, what does a healthy diet look like? Can you describe what you eat in a typical day?
A healthy diet varies from person to person, but the general principles are similar for everyone. In a typical healthy day, I try to eat 3 balanced meals. For breakfast, I usually have oatmeal with fruit and a cup of green tea. For lunch, I often make a salad with protein, like chicken, eggs, or beans, plus plenty of vegetables. For dinner, I try to have a balanced plate: half vegetables, a quarter protein, like fish or lean meat, and a quarter whole grains, like brown rice or quinoa. I drink lots of water throughout the day, at least 8 glasses. I also try to limit sugary drinks, processed foods, and too much salt. Eating mindfully and not rushing helps too.
That sounds like a really healthy and balanced diet. Now, let's talk about some specific healthy foods and what makes them good for your body. Fruits and vegetables are full of vitamins and minerals that protect against disease. Whole grains like brown rice, oats, and whole wheat bread give you lasting energy. Protein foods like chicken, fish, eggs, beans, and nuts help build and repair your muscles. Healthy fats found in avocado, nuts, and olive oil are good for your heart and brain. And dairy products, or dairy alternatives like plant-based milk, provide calcium for strong bones. Mark, are there any foods you think are especially important for good health? Any superfoods you particularly recommend?
I love the concept of superfoods. Some of my favorites, blueberries, tiny but packed with antioxidants which protect your body from damage. Spinach, a leafy green vegetable rich in iron, vitamins A, C, and K. Salmon, an excellent source of omega-3 fatty acids, which are wonderful for brain and heart health. Garlic has natural antibacterial and immune-boosting properties. Eggs, a complete protein source with many essential vitamins. Walnuts, great for brain health because of their healthy fats. And sweet potatoes, rich in beta-carotene, which your body converts to vitamin A, important for eye health and immunity. The key is not to eat just one or two superfoods, but to eat a wide variety of colorful, natural whole foods every day.
Blueberries, spinach, salmon, eggs, walnuts, such a wonderful list. Now let's talk about foods and habits that are not so good for our health, because understanding what to avoid is just as important as knowing what to eat. Some things to limit or avoid. Sugary drinks like soda and juice, they have a lot of sugar but almost no nutritional value. Ultra-processed foods like chips, packaged cookies, and instant noodles, these often contain unhealthy fats, too much salt, and artificial additives. Too much red and processed meat linked to higher risk of heart disease and certain cancers, and too much alcohol. This damages the liver and many other organs. Mark, what other unhealthy habits affect people's health?
Beyond food, there are many other unhealthy habits to be aware of. Smoking is one of the most harmful things you can do to your health. It causes lung cancer, heart disease, and many other serious conditions. Sitting for too long without moving is also bad, called sitting disease by some experts. It is linked to obesity, diabetes, and heart problems. Getting too little sleep weakens your immune system and affects mental health. Eating too late at night disrupts your digestion and sleep quality. Skipping breakfast is a habit that can lead to overeating later. And high stress levels without proper management can cause serious long-term health problems. Being aware of these habits is the first step towards changing them for better health outcomes.
Smoking and sitting too much, both such important points. Now let's talk about exercise, because physical activity is one of the most powerful things you can do for your health. Regular exercise helps control your weight, strengthens your heart, builds muscles and bones, improves your mood, and reduces the risk of many diseases. The World Health Organization recommends that adults do at least 150 minutes of moderate exercise per week. That is about 30 minutes 5 days a week. Moderate exercise means things like walking briskly, cycling, swimming, or dancing. Activities that raise your heart rate but still allow you to hold a conversation. Mark, do you exercise regularly? What kind of exercise do you do?
Yes, I exercise regularly and I really enjoy it. My main activities are running and cycling. I run 3 times a week, usually 30 to 40 minutes per session. I find running incredibly good for both my body and my mind. After a good run, I always feel clear-headed and positive. On weekends, I like to go for longer cycle rides in the countryside. I also do some strength training twice a week, exercises using weights or my own body weight to build muscle strength. And I try to walk as much as possible in daily life, taking the stairs instead of the lift, walking to the shops, and taking short walks during lunch breaks. Even small amounts of movement throughout the day add up.
Running, cycling, strength training, and walking more in daily life, what a great combination. Now let's talk about some simple types of exercise for our listeners who are just starting out. You do not need a gym or special equipment to be more active. Walking is the simplest and most accessible form of exercise. It's free, you can do it anywhere, and it's gentle on your joints. Swimming is another excellent whole-body exercise that is kind to your joints. Yoga improves flexibility, strength, and mental calmness. Dancing is fun and a great workout. And home exercises like squats, push-ups, and planks require no equipment at all. Mark, what advice would you give to someone who wants to start exercising but doesn't know where to begin?
Great question. My top advice for beginners, start very small and be consistent. Do not try to do too much on the first day. You'll feel exhausted and discouraged. Start with just 10 or 15 minutes of walking every day. Then gradually increase the time and intensity. Find an activity you genuinely enjoy. If you love dancing, dance. If you love being in nature, hike or walk in the park. Enjoyment is the key to consistency. Set small, achievable goals, like walking for 20 minutes every day this week. Get a partner. Exercising with a friend makes it much more fun and helps you stay motivated. And remember, any movement is better than no movement. Even small daily habits transform your health over time.
Any movement is better than no movement. I love that. Now let's talk about sleep, because sleep is one of the most underrated aspects of health. Most adults need between 7 and 9 hours of sleep per night. During sleep, your body repairs itself, muscles heal, the brain processes information and forms memories, and the immune system strengthens. Poor sleep has serious effects. It weakens your immune system, increases stress hormones, impairs concentration and memory, and is linked to obesity, diabetes, and heart disease. Yet many people treat sleep as a luxury rather than a necessity. Mark, do you get enough sleep? And do you have any good habits for improving sleep quality?
Sleep is something I take very seriously now. I aim for about 8 hours every night. Some habits that have really improved my sleep quality: I go to bed and wake up at the same time every day, including weekends. This trains your body clock. I avoid screens, phone, computer, television for at least an hour before bed. The blue light from screens disrupts the production of melatonin, the hormone that helps you feel sleepy. I keep my bedroom cool, dark, and quiet. I avoid caffeine after 3 in the afternoon. Coffee and tea can stay in your system for many hours. And I have a relaxing bedtime routine. I read a book, have herbal tea, and do some gentle stretching. Good sleep really changes everything.
Avoiding screens before bed is such important advice. Now let's talk about mental health, because it is just as important as physical health. Mental health includes our emotional, psychological, and social well-being. It affects how we think, feel, and behave. Common mental health challenges include anxiety, feeling very worried and nervous, and depression, which involves persistent feelings of sadness and loss of interest. Stress is also a very common mental health issue in modern life. In English, there are some important phrases for talking about mental health. I am feeling anxious. I have been feeling down lately. I need to talk to someone. Mark, why do you think mental health is so important to discuss openly?
Mental health is incredibly important, and I'm glad we are talking about it. For a long time, mental health was a taboo subject. People did not talk about it because they felt ashamed or weak. But the truth is that mental health problems are very common. 1 in 4 people will experience a mental health issue at some point in their life. Talking openly about mental health reduces stigma. That is the negative judgment that stops people from seeking help. When we normalize these conversations, more people feel comfortable asking for support. Mental health affects everything: your relationships, your work, your physical health, and your quality of life. Taking care of your mind is not a sign of weakness. It is a sign of wisdom and self-awareness.
Taking care of your mind is a sign of wisdom. Beautifully said. Now let's talk about some practical ways to take care of your mental health. First, connect with people you care about. Strong social relationships are one of the most powerful protectors of mental health. Talk to friends and family regularly. Second, get regular physical exercise. It is proven to reduce anxiety and depression. Third, spend time in nature whenever possible. Even a short walk in a park can improve your mood significantly. Fourth, practice gratitude. Write down 3 things you are thankful for every day. Fifth, get enough sleep. And sixth, if you are struggling, seek professional help. Talking to a therapist or counselor is a sign of strength. Mark, what do you do for your mental health?
For my mental health, I have several practices that really help. First, I exercise regularly, as we discussed. It is fantastic for mood. Second, I meditate for 10 to 15 minutes every morning. Meditation simply means sitting quietly and focusing on your breathing. It sounds simple, but the effect on stress and anxiety is significant. Third, I spend time in nature whenever possible. I find it genuinely calming and restorative. Fourth, I maintain strong friendships and make time for the people I care about. Fifth, I journal. Writing down my thoughts and feelings helps me process them clearly. And sixth, I try to limit news and social media consumption, especially in the evening. A positive digital environment supports mental health enormously.
Meditation and journaling, 2 wonderful practices. Now let's talk about something very practical, how to talk to a doctor in English. Many of our listeners may need to visit a doctor in an English-speaking country, so knowing the right phrases is very important. When you describe your symptoms, the signs that you are sick, you might say, I have had a fever for 2 days. I have a sore throat and a cough. My stomach hurts. I have been feeling dizzy. I cannot sleep. I feel very tired all the time. The doctor will ask questions like, how long have you had this? On a scale of 1 to 10, how bad is the pain? Mark, what other doctor vocabulary should our listeners know?
Very important vocabulary for the doctor. A symptom is a sign of illness, like a headache or a rash. A diagnosis is when the doctor tells you what is wrong. A prescription is a written order for medicine from the doctor. Medication or medicine is what you take to treat an illness. A dosage is how much medicine you take and how often. Side effects are unwanted effects of a medicine. An appointment is a scheduled time to see the doctor. Emergency room, or A&E, is where you go for serious, sudden illness or injury. And health insurance is a policy that helps pay for medical costs. Useful phrases. I need to make an appointment. Can you recommend a specialist? What is the dosage for this medication? These are all very important to know.
Those medical phrases and vocabulary words are so helpful. Now let's talk about some very common illnesses and health problems in English. A cold is a very common illness. You get a runny nose, sore throat, and mild fever. It usually gets better on its own in about a week. The flu, or influenza, is more serious than a cold. You feel very unwell, have a high fever, body aches, and extreme tiredness. Allergies happen when your immune system overreacts to something harmless, like pollen, pet hair, or certain foods. High blood pressure is very common and can lead to heart disease if untreated. And diabetes is a condition where the body cannot manage blood sugar properly. Mark, what are some important ways to prevent these common illnesses?
Prevention is always better than cure. Here are some key prevention strategies. Washing your hands regularly is one of the simplest and most effective ways to prevent spread of illness. Wash with soap for at least 20 seconds. Getting vaccinated, flu vaccines, COVID vaccines, and other immunizations protect you and the people around you. Eating well and exercising strengthens your immune system so your body can fight off illness more effectively. Getting enough sleep is also crucial for immunity. Avoiding smoking completely, limiting alcohol, managing stress, and having regular health checkups. Visiting your doctor for routine tests even when you feel well can catch problems early before they become serious. Early detection saves lives and makes treatment much more effective.
Prevention is always better than cure, one of the most important sayings in health. Now, let's talk about hydration, because drinking enough water is something many people underestimate. Your body is about 60% water, and every system in your body needs water to function properly. Water helps regulate body temperature, transport nutrients, flush out waste products, and keep your joints lubricated. When you do not drink enough water, you become dehydrated. Signs of dehydration include dark yellow urine, dry mouth, feeling tired, headache, and difficulty concentrating. Most adults should drink about 2 liters or about 8 glasses of water per day. Mark, how do you make sure you drink enough water every day?
Staying hydrated is something I am very intentional about. I keep a large water bottle on my desk at all times. If it is visible, I am much more likely to drink from it. I start every morning by drinking a large glass of water before my coffee. This rehydrates my body after sleep. I also try to eat water-rich foods. Cucumbers, watermelon, tomatoes, and oranges all have high water content. A helpful tip: if you are not used to drinking much water, try adding a slice of lemon, cucumber, or mint to make it more appealing. And pay attention to your body's signals. By the time you feel thirsty, you are already slightly dehydrated. Drink water regularly throughout the day, not just when thirsty.
Drink before you feel thirsty. Such useful advice. Now, let's do a short quiz for our listeners. I will describe a health situation, and Mark will tell us what we should do. Situation 1. You have a mild cold, a runny nose, slight sore throat, and you feel a little tired. You do not have a high fever. What should you do? Think about it, listeners. Should you go to the emergency room, stay home and rest, or take strong medicine immediately? Mark, what do you think is the right answer and why?
For a mild cold, the best thing to do is stay home and rest. A mild cold is caused by a virus, and antibiotics, medicine for bacterial infections, do not work against viruses. The best treatment is rest, plenty of fluids, and some simple relief like honey and lemon tea or paracetamol for discomfort. You should also avoid going to work or school if possible, not just for your own recovery, but also to avoid spreading the cold to others. Drink lots of water and warm liquids. Eat nutritious food to support your immune system. Most mild colds resolve on their own within 7 to 10 days. You only need to see a doctor if symptoms are very severe, last more than 10 days, or you develop a high fever.
Perfect answer. Rest, fluids, and time, the best treatment for a mild cold. Now let's move to situation 2. You've had a very high fever, above 39 degrees Celsius, for 3 days, along with severe body aches and extreme tiredness. This sounds like it could be the flu. What should you do in this situation? Listeners, think about whether you should stay home, call your doctor, or go to an emergency room. The high fever and how long it has lasted are important details here. Mark, what is the right advice for someone experiencing these more serious symptoms?
With a high fever above 39 degrees Celsius for 3 days, you should definitely contact your doctor. This is more serious than a common cold. Your doctor may recommend antiviral medication for flu if you are in a high-risk group. For example, elderly people, young children, pregnant women, or people with chronic health conditions. You should still rest, drink plenty of fluids, and take appropriate fever-reducing medicine. Watch for warning signs that mean you need emergency help: difficulty breathing, chest pain, confusion, or very severe headache. If you have these symptoms, go to the emergency room immediately. And remember, next year, get your flu vaccine. Vaccination is the best protection against serious influenza and its complications. Stay safe and know when to seek help.
Knowing when to see a doctor versus when to rest at home is such a valuable skill. Now let's talk about the importance of regular health checkups or preventative care. Many serious diseases can be caught early through regular tests and screenings when they're much easier to treat. For example, a blood pressure check can detect high blood pressure early before it causes a heart attack or stroke. A blood sugar test can detect pre-diabetes when you can still reverse the condition through diet and lifestyle changes. Cancer screenings like mammograms, cervical smear tests, and colonoscopies can detect cancer at an early and treatable stage. Mark, how often do you think people should have health checkups?
Regular health checkups are really important. How often you need them depends on your age, health history, and risk factors. Generally, adults should have a basic health check, including blood pressure, blood sugar, cholesterol, and weight, at least once a year. Dental checkups are recommended every 6 months. Eye tests are recommended every 1 to 2 years. For specific cancer screenings, doctors usually recommend them from a certain age. For example, regular mammograms for women from around 50 years old, and colonoscopies from around 50 as well. The most important thing is to know your family health history. If your parents or grandparents had certain conditions, you may be at risk higher. Regular checkups and open communication with your doctor are your best tools for long-term health.
Family health history is such an important point. Now let's talk about some healthy habits that are easy to start and make a big difference over time. Habit 1, drink a glass of water first thing every morning. Habit 2, take a short walk every day, even 15 minutes helps. Habit 3, eat at least one piece of fruit or one serving of vegetables with every meal. Habit 4, go to bed at the same time every night to regulate your sleep. Habit 5, wash your hands before eating and after using the bathroom. And habit 6, take the stairs instead of the lift or elevator whenever possible. These are all small, simple habits, but together they make a significant difference. Mark, what healthy habits do you practice daily?
I practice most of the habits you mentioned. A few more I would add for my personal routine. Every morning, I do 5 minutes of light stretching. It wakes up my body and reduces muscle stiffness. I take a few deep breaths whenever I feel stressed during the day. Just 3 slow, deep breaths can significantly reduce tension. I try to eat lunch away from my computer. Stepping away from screens for meals is good for both digestion and mental rest. I limit my coffee to 1 or 2 cups per day and switch to herbal tea in the afternoon. And every evening, I write down 3 good things that happened that day. This simple gratitude practice has genuinely improved my overall mood and sense of well-being over time.
Deep breathing and gratitude, such simple but powerful practices. Now let's talk about something many people wonder about, vitamins and supplements. A supplement is a product, usually a tablet, capsule, or powder, that you take to add nutrients to your diet. Common supplements include vitamin D, especially important in countries with little sunshine, vitamin C, popular for supporting the immune system, omega-3 fish oil, good for heart and brain health, probiotics, these are beneficial bacteria that support gut health, iron, important for people who are anemic or do not eat much red meat. Mark, do you take any supplements, and what do you think about the role of supplements in a healthy lifestyle?
I do take a few supplements, but I want to be clear, supplements should not replace a healthy diet. They should supplement or add to an otherwise balanced diet. I take vitamin D every day because I live in a country that does not get a lot of sunshine, especially in winter. Low vitamin D is extremely common in northern countries and can affect mood, bone health, and immunity. I also take a high-quality omega-3 supplement on days when I do not eat fish. My advice, before taking any supplement, speak to a doctor or pharmacist. Some supplements interact with medications or are not appropriate for everyone. Food is always the best source of nutrition, but targeted supplements can fill real gaps in many people's diets.
Supplements should not replace a healthy diet. Such important advice. Now let's talk about the connection between food and mood, because what you eat affects how you feel emotionally and mentally. This field is called nutritional psychiatry. Research shows that people who eat a diet rich in fruits, vegetables, whole grains, and lean proteins are less likely to experience depression and anxiety compared to people who eat mostly processed and sugary foods. Your gut, your digestive system, contains millions of bacteria that communicate directly with your brain. This is sometimes called the gut-brain connection. A healthy gut supports a healthy mind. Mark, have you ever noticed a connection between what you eat and how you feel emotionally?
Absolutely. The connection between food and mood is something I have noticed very clearly in my own life. When I eat well, plenty of vegetables, whole grains, good protein, and lots of water, I feel focused, energetic, and positive. When I eat poorly, too much sugar, processed food, or skip meals, I notice a clear difference within just a day or two. I feel more irritable, foggy in my thinking, and generally less happy. The biggest change I noticed was when I reduced sugar in my diet. Initially, I craved it a lot, but after a couple of weeks without much sugar, my energy became much more stable throughout the day, no more sudden crashes in the afternoon. Food really is medicine for the body and the mind.
Food is medicine. What a powerful way to think about eating. Now let's do one more quiz. I will describe a person's typical daily habits, and Mark will tell us what is good and what could be improved. Here's the description. Sarah is 30 years old. She wakes up at 7 and immediately checks her phone for 1 hour. She skips breakfast and has a large coffee. She sits at her desk all day without breaks. She eats a sandwich for lunch while working. After work, she goes home and has a ready meal for dinner. She watches television until midnight and sleeps for 6 hours. She does not exercise. She feels tired and stressed most of the time. Mark, what health advice would you give Sarah?
Sarah has several habits that are affecting her health significantly. Let me go through them. Checking her phone immediately on waking increases stress before the day even starts. A better start is light stretching and a glass of water. Skipping breakfast leads to low energy and overeating later. Having a proper breakfast would help. Sitting all day is dangerous. She should set a reminder to stand up and move for 5 minutes every hour. Eating while working prevents mindful eating and increases stress. She should take a real lunch break. Ready meals for dinner are often high in salt and low in nutrients. Simple home cooking would be much better. Watching television until midnight is disrupting her sleep. 6 hours of sleep is not enough for most adults. And daily movement, even a short walk, would transform her energy and mood.
Wow, every single one of Sarah's habits needs improvement. But the encouraging thing is that she does not need to change everything at once. Even changing 1 or 2 habits can make a noticeable difference. Now I want to share some very useful vocabulary for talking about health and fitness in English. Here are some important words. Cardiovascular, relating to the heart and blood vessels. For example, running is great for cardiovascular health. Immunity, your body's ability to fight disease. Flexibility, how far your body can bend and stretch. Stamina, the ability to exercise for a long time without tiring. BMI, body mass index, a measure of body weight relative to height. And wellness, a general state of good health and positive lifestyle. Mark, can you add a few more health vocabulary words?
More useful health vocabulary. Metabolism, the process by which your body converts food into energy. A fast metabolism means your body burns energy quickly. Chronic, lasting a long time. A chronic condition is one that continues for months or years, like diabetes or asthma. Acute, sudden and severe, but not usually lasting long, like an acute infection. Inflammation, the body's natural response to injury or infection, redness, swelling, and heat. Antioxidants, substances found in fruits and vegetables that protect cells from damage. Hydration, the process of maintaining the right amount of water in your body. Sedentary, describing a lifestyle with very little physical activity. And longevity, living a long, healthy life. These words will help you read and understand health articles in English with much more confidence.
Those vocabulary words are excellent. Now let's talk about something very current and important: the difference between reliable health information and misinformation. Today, the internet is full of health advice, but not all of it is accurate or trustworthy. Some websites and social media posts spread false health information, sometimes called fake news in the health context. For example, claims that certain foods cure serious diseases, or that vaccines cause harm, or that miracle supplements can make you lose weight without effort. These claims are not supported by science. Mark, how can people identify reliable health information? How do you know if something you read about health is true?
Identifying reliable health information is a really important skill. Here are some guidelines. First, check the source. Reliable health information comes from established medical organizations like the World Health Organization, government health departments, or university research institutions. Second, look for evidence. Good health advice is based on multiple scientific studies, not just one person's experience. Third, be skeptical of extreme claims. If something promises miraculous results with no effort, it is probably not true. Fourth, check the date. Health research evolves, so look for recent information. Fifth, consult a real doctor or pharmacist for personal health questions rather than relying on internet searches alone. And sixth, be especially careful about health advice on social media. Always verify before you believe or share it.
Verify before you believe or share it. Such important advice for the digital age. Now let's talk about something positive, the role of happiness and positive emotions in physical health. Research shows that positive emotions like joy, gratitude, and love actually have measurable benefits for physical health. People who report higher levels of happiness tend to have stronger immune systems, lower blood pressure, and live longer than people who experience chronic stress and negative emotions. Laughter has genuine health benefits. It reduces stress hormones, relaxes muscles, and boosts the immune system. This is sometimes called the mind-body connection. Mark, do you believe that being happy makes you physically healthier?
I absolutely believe in the mind-body connection. The research on this is really compelling. Studies show that optimistic people, those who generally expect positive outcomes, have better cardiovascular health and recover from illness more quickly than pessimistic people. Chronic stress and negative emotions increase cortisol and other stress hormones, which damage the immune system and contribute to inflammation in the body. On the other hand, laughter, strong social connections, and feelings of purpose and meaning in life have measurable protective effects on physical health. I think this means that investing in your happiness, nurturing your relationships, finding purpose, practicing gratitude, and having fun is genuinely a form of healthcare. Health truly is holistic, body and mind together.
Health is holistic, body and mind together. What a perfect summary. Now, let's give our listeners some final health tips before we wrap up. Tip 1. Eat more fruits, vegetables, whole grains, and lean protein. Limit processed food, sugar, and alcohol. Tip 2. Move your body every day. Aim for 30 minutes of moderate exercise 5 days a week. Tip 3. Sleep 7 to 9 hours per night. Create a good sleep routine. Tip 4. Drink enough water, at least 8 glasses a day. Tip 5. Take care of your mental health. Connect with people, manage stress, and seek help if you need it. Tip 6. Have regular health checkups. Mark, can you add the final tips?
Continuing the tips. Tip 7. Do not smoke. If you currently smoke, seek help to stop. It is one of the best health decisions you will ever make. Tip 8. Limit alcohol. The safest amount is as little as possible. Tip 9. Wash your hands regularly to prevent illness. Tip 10. Know your body. Pay attention to changes and see a doctor if something doesn't feel right. Tip 11. Get vaccinated. Vaccines protect you and the people around you. And tip 12. Be patient with yourself. Good health is built through consistent daily habits over time. Small improvements made consistently lead to remarkable results. You don't need to be perfect, you just need to keep making small positive choices every day. Your health is worth it.
What a wonderful and comprehensive episode. I hope every listener feels inspired to make at least one positive change for their health after today. Let me give a final summary. We talked about what health means: physical, mental, and social well-being. We discussed healthy eating and hydration. We covered exercise, sleep, and mental health. We learned useful phrases for talking to a doctor and describing symptoms. We talked about common illnesses, prevention, and regular checkups. We discussed supplements, the food-mood connection, and how to identify reliable health information. We did some fun quizzes and built lots of useful vocabulary. Health is your greatest asset. Take care of it every single day. Thank you so much for listening. See you next time.
Thank you so much, Anna. This was one of our best and most important episodes. And a huge thank you to every wonderful listener who spent this time with us. Remember, your health is the foundation of everything you do. When you are healthy, you have energy, clarity, and the ability to enjoy life fully. The good news is that small, consistent, healthy habits, drinking more water, sleeping better, moving a little more, and eating more vegetables add up to a big positive difference over time. Do not try to change everything at once. Start with one small thing today.
and use the English vocabulary and phrases from today's episode to talk about health with confidence. Take great care of yourselves. Be kind to your body and mind, and goodbye, everyone.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so happy you are here today. Today's topic is very special to me. We are going to talk about self-care. Maybe you have heard this word before. Self-care means taking care of yourself, your body, your mind, and your feelings. It is not selfish. It is necessary. I am joined today by my wonderful co-host, Mark. Together, we will share ideas, personal stories, and simple tips about self-care. We use easy English in this podcast, so it is perfect for beginners. I hope you enjoy our conversation and learn something helpful today. Hi, Mark. How are you? And are you ready to talk about self-care?
Hi, Anna. I'm very well, thank you. And hello to all our wonderful listeners. Welcome. Yes, I am absolutely ready. Self-care is a topic I love. I think many people hear self-care and imagine expensive things like spa days or fancy holidays. But real self-care is much simpler than that. It's about small, daily habits that keep you healthy and happy. It's about listening to your body and your mind. I think this topic is very important for everyone. Young people, adults, busy parents, students. Everyone needs self-care. And using simple English makes it easy for our beginners to follow along and learn. Let's start with the basics, Anna. What exactly is self-care to you?
To me, self-care is anything you do on purpose to feel better, physically, emotionally, or mentally. I like to think of it in 3 parts. First, there's body care, sleeping enough, eating well, moving your body. Second, there's mind care, resting your thoughts, reading, learning, or doing creative things. Third, there's emotional care, talking about your feelings, spending time with people you love, and allowing yourself to feel both happy and sad. All 3 parts are important. When one part is not cared for, the others suffer too. For example, when I don't sleep enough, I feel sad and I can't think clearly. Self-care keeps all 3 parts balanced. Mark, how would you describe self-care in one simple sentence?
In one sentence, I would say self-care means giving yourself what you need to feel well and function in daily life. Simple but powerful. I think many people confuse self-care with being lazy or selfish, but that is completely wrong. Self-care is the opposite of laziness. Lazy means doing nothing because you don't want to try. Self-care means making an active choice to rest, to recover, or to do something that helps your well-being. And it is definitely not selfish. When you take care of yourself, you have more energy and patience for others, for your family, your friends, your work. Think of it like charging your phone. If your phone battery is at 0, it does nothing. You need to charge it to use it. Self-care is your daily charge. Do you agree, Anna?
I love that comparison. Charging your phone is such a perfect way to explain it. And just like a phone needs regular charging, people need regular self-care. You cannot charge your phone once a month and expect it to work every day. The same is true for people. Self-care needs to be consistent. Small things every day are better than one big thing once a month. I think one reason people struggle with self-care is that they feel they don't have time. Life is very busy. Work, family, chores, everything takes time. But I believe self-care does not always need a lot of time. Even 5 or 10 minutes of something good for you can make a real difference. Mark, what are some quick self-care things people can do when they are very busy?
Great question. When I'm very busy, I use small self-care moments during the day. For example, I take 3 slow, deep breaths before a meeting. It takes 30 seconds, but it calms my mind. I also drink a full glass of water in the morning before I check my phone. That one habit helps my body wake up. Another thing I do is take a 5-minute walk outside at lunchtime. Fresh air and a little movement really help my mood and focus. I also try to eat lunch away from my desk. Just changing the location and not looking at a screen for 20 minutes gives my brain a real rest. These are tiny things, but together they add up. What's your favorite quick self-care moment, Anna?
My favorite quick self-care moment is what I call my morning 5 minutes. Every morning, before I do anything else, I sit quietly for 5 minutes. No phone, no news, no talking. I just sit with a warm cup of tea, look out the window, and breathe. It sounds very simple, but it sets a calm tone for my whole day. On the days I skip it, I notice the difference. I feel more rushed and more stressed. Those 5 minutes feel like an anchor. They remind me that I exist and that the day belongs to me, not to my to-do list. Even on very busy days, 5 minutes is possible. You just have to choose it. Let's talk about sleep now, Mark. How important is sleep for self-care?
Sleep is absolutely the foundation of self-care. Everything else depends on it. When you sleep enough, your brain works better, your mood is more stable, your body heals, and you have more energy. When you don't sleep enough, everything feels harder. You get frustrated more easily. You make more mistakes. You feel low and tired all day. I used to be very proud of sleeping only 5 or 6 hours a night. I thought it made me productive and strong, but actually I was hurting myself. Now I protect my sleep like it is very precious, because it is. I go to bed at a similar time every night. I avoid caffeine after 3 in the afternoon. I turn off screens an hour before bed. My sleep improved a lot. How many hours do you sleep, Anna?
I try to sleep 7 to 8 hours every night. For me, the quality of sleep matters as much as the quantity. Sometimes I sleep 8 hours but wake up feeling tired because my sleep was not deep or restful. I found that my sleep quality improved when I created a bedtime routine. About 30 minutes before bed, I stop using my phone, I dim the lights in my room, I read a few pages of a book, a real paper book, not a screen. Sometimes I write a few lines in my journal. These habits tell my brain it is time to slow down and rest. My body starts to relax naturally. A good bedtime routine is one of the best self-care gifts you can give yourself. Mark, let's talk about food. How does eating well connect to self-care?
Food is a very important part of self-care. What we eat directly affects how we feel, physically and emotionally. When I eat a lot of processed food, sugar, and junk, I feel heavy and foggy. My mood goes down. My energy crashes after a short time. But when I eat fresh vegetables, fruits, proteins, and drink enough water, I feel lighter, clearer, and more energetic. I'm not a perfect eater. I love pizza and chocolate, but I try to make good choices most of the time. I also think how you eat matters, not just what you eat. Eating slowly, without distractions, and actually tasting your food is a form of self-care too. It is called mindful eating. Do you practice mindful eating, Anna?
I try to. Mindful eating was hard for me at first because I was so used to eating while watching TV or scrolling on my phone. I would finish my whole meal and not even remember eating it. Now I try to eat at a table without screens, and I focus on the taste and texture of the food. It makes the meal more enjoyable, and I also notice when I am full, which means I eat less but feel more satisfied. I also notice which foods make me feel good and which make me feel bad. For example, too much coffee makes me anxious. Heavy food at night makes me sleep badly. Paying attention to your body is a form of self-care. Your body sends signals. You just have to listen. What about movement and exercise, Mark?
Movement is one of the most powerful forms of self-care, and it does not have to mean going to the gym every day. Any movement counts. Walking, dancing, swimming, cycling, stretching, yoga, they all help your body and your mind. When I exercise, my brain releases chemicals that make me feel happier and more relaxed. It's a natural mood booster. I used to hate exercise. I thought it was boring and painful, but then I found activities I actually enjoy. I love cycling outdoors and playing basketball with friends. Because I enjoy them, I actually do them. That's the key. Find movement you enjoy, not movement you force yourself to do. When it feels like fun, it's not hard to keep doing it. What kind of movement do you enjoy, Anna?
I love walking and dancing. Walking is my everyday movement. I try to walk at least 30 minutes a day. I often walk in the park near my home. I listen to music or a podcast while I walk, which makes it very enjoyable. Sometimes I walk with a friend and we talk the whole time, so I get exercise and social connection at the same time. Dancing I do at home, just for fun. I put on music I love and I just dance alone in my kitchen. It always makes me laugh and feel joyful. I think movement connected to joy is the best self-care. You don't need a perfect body or special equipment, you just need to move in a way that feels good. Let's talk about something different now. Rest and relaxation. Is rest the same as self-care?
Absolutely. Rest is a vital part of self-care. And I think many people feel guilty about resting. They think resting means wasting time, but that is a harmful mindset. Rest is productive. When you rest, your body repairs itself, your brain processes information, and your creativity recovers. There are different types of rest, too. Physical rest means your body stops moving, sleeping, or lying down. Mental rest means your brain stops working hard. Maybe you listen to calm music or sit quietly. Social rest means you spend time alone, away from people. Creative rest means you stop creating and just enjoy other people's art or beauty. Most people only think of sleep when they hear rest, but we need all these types. Which type of rest do you find hardest, Anna?
The hardest type of rest for me is mental rest. My brain is always thinking. Even when I lie down to relax, my mind is making lists, replaying conversations, planning tomorrow. It is very hard to switch it off. I've been practicing techniques to help with this. One thing that really works for me is a body scan. I lie down, close my eyes, and slowly bring my attention to each part of my body, from my feet up to my head. It takes about 10 minutes, and it usually quiets my mind. Another thing that helps is writing a brain dump in my journal before bed. I write down everything I'm thinking or worried about. Once it's on paper, my brain seems to relax. Have you found ways to quiet your mind, Mark?
Yes. Meditation has been the biggest help for me. I know some people think meditation is strange or difficult, but it's actually very simple. You just sit quietly, focus on your breathing, and when your mind wanders, which it always does, you gently bring it back to your breath. I started with just 5 minutes a day using a free app on my phone. Now I meditate for 15 minutes every morning, and it has changed my life. I'm calmer, more patient, and better at handling stressful situations. I also spend time in nature to quiet my mind. Being outside, surrounded by trees or near water, helps me feel very peaceful. Nature is a free, powerful tool for mental rest. Do you spend time in nature, Anna?
Yes, and I think nature is one of the most underrated forms of self-care. Being outside in a park, a forest, or near the sea, it does something magical to the body and mind. My stress level drops very quickly when I am in nature. Even sitting in a garden or near a plant at home helps. I read that spending just 20 minutes in nature lowers the stress hormone cortisol in your body. That is a scientific fact. I try to visit a park or a natural space at least a few times a week. In winter, when it is cold, even just opening a window and listening to birds helps me feel connected to the natural world. Mark, let's talk about hobbies now. Are hobbies a form of self-care?
Yes, definitely. Hobbies are wonderful self-care. A hobby is something you do purely for enjoyment, not for money or achievement. When you do a hobby, you enter a special mental state where you are fully focused and time seems to fly. Psychologists call this flow. It is very good for your brain and your mood. My hobbies are reading, cooking new recipes, and playing chess. When I cook something creative, I feel relaxed and proud at the same time. Reading takes me to different worlds and gives my own worries a rest. Chess challenges my mind in a fun, low-stakes way. I think everyone needs at least one hobby that they do just for the pleasure of it. A hobby says, I matter. My joy matters. What are your hobbies, Anna?
My hobbies are painting, reading, and gardening. Painting is my favorite form of self-care. When I paint, I forget everything else. There is no past, no future, just the colors and the canvas in front of me. It is like meditation with paint. I am not a professional artist. My paintings are simple and sometimes messy, but that does not matter at all. The process is what heals me, not the result. Gardening is also wonderful. I have a small balcony with pots of flowers and herbs. Watering them, watching them grow, touching the soil, it is all very calming and grounding. There is something very beautiful about caring for living things. And reading, of course, is a daily treat. Mark, do you think self-care looks different for everyone?
Absolutely. Self-care is very personal. What works for one person might not work for another. For example, some people feel recharged after spending time with friends. Being social gives them energy. Those people are called extroverts. But for introverts, people who get energy from being alone, socializing can be tiring. Their self-care might mean spending quiet time alone at home. Neither is wrong, they're just different. This is why I think it is important to know yourself. What actually makes you feel better? Not what you think should make you feel better, or what your friend says works for them. What works for you in your life? It takes some trial and error to figure that out. Have you always known what self-care works for you, Anna?
No, it took time. When I was younger, I didn't really think about self-care at all. I just pushed through every day doing what I had to do. I didn't rest properly, I didn't eat well, I didn't have many hobbies. I thought that was normal life. Then I went through a very stressful period, a lot of pressure at work and some personal problems. I felt completely exhausted and empty. That was my wake-up call. I started paying attention to what made me feel better and what made me feel worse. Slowly, I built my self-care habits. It was like building a house, one brick at a time. Now I have a solid routine that really supports me. I think sometimes we need a difficult period to understand the importance of taking care of ourselves. Did you have a wake-up call like that, Mark?
Yes, I did. Mine came about 4 years ago. I was working very long hours at my job. I was sleeping very little, skipping meals, not exercising, and seeing my friends almost never. I thought I was being strong and dedicated, but one day I just broke down. I felt completely overwhelmed and I couldn't stop crying, and I didn't even know exactly why. I went to my doctor. She told me I was burned out. That was a new word for me then. Burnout means you are so exhausted, physically and emotionally, that your mind and body stop functioning well. My doctor said, "Mark, you cannot pour from an empty cup." That sentence changed everything for me. I started making self-care a real priority from that point. What does burnout feel like to you, Anna?
Burnout feels like running on empty. You are awake, but not really present. You feel tired all the time, even after sleeping. Simple tasks that were easy before now feel huge and impossible. You lose interest in things you used to enjoy. You feel irritable and sometimes very sad or empty inside. I experienced a mild burnout once, and the scariest part was that I didn't even recognize it at first. I just thought I was tired. But the tiredness didn't go away with sleep. That is a key sign. When rest doesn't help, something deeper is wrong. The best thing you can do to prevent burnout is to practice self-care consistently before you reach that empty point. Prevention is always better than recovery. Mark, how do you prevent burnout now?
Now I have a few rules I try not to break. First, I stop work at a fixed time every evening. Work does not follow me into the evening or weekend unless there is a real emergency. Second, I take all my annual holiday days. Before, I used to skip holidays to work more. Now I know that rest and breaks make me more productive, not less. Third, I check in with myself every Sunday evening. I ask, how do I feel this week? Do I feel balanced? Is something bothering me? This short check-in helps me notice early warning signs before they become a big problem. Fourth, I say no to things that are not necessary when my energy is low. Protecting your energy is self-care. Do you also do regular check-ins with yourself, Anna?
Yes, I do a quick daily check-in and a deeper weekly one. My daily check-in is very simple. Every evening, I ask myself 3 questions. What felt good today? What felt hard today? What do I need tomorrow? I write the answers in my journal. It takes about 5 minutes, but it helps me process my feelings and not let them pile up. The weekly check-in is a little longer. I look at how I slept, how I ate, how I moved, how I connected with people. I ask, is anything out of balance? Did I spend time on things I enjoy? The weekly check-in also helps me plan self-care for the next week. I think many people wait for the weekend to recover from a bad week, but it is better to manage your well-being all week long. Let's talk about social connection, Mark. Is that part of self-care?
Yes, social connection is a very important part of self-care for most people. Humans are social animals. We need connection, belonging, and love to be healthy. Research shows that people with strong social connections live longer and are happier and healthier than people who are lonely. Loneliness is actually very bad for your health. Some scientists say it is as harmful as smoking. I try to invest time in my friendships and family relationships. I call a friend or family member at least once or twice a week. I try to meet people in person regularly, even just for a short coffee. These connections give me joy and support. When I go through a hard time, having good people around me makes everything more bearable. How do you maintain your social connections, Anna?
I am quite intentional about my friendships. I have a small group of close friends, and I prefer deep connections over many shallow ones. I have a regular phone call with my best friend every Thursday evening. We have been doing that for 3 years. Even if we are both busy, we protect that time. I also have a small group of friends, 4 of us, and we meet for dinner once a month. Those evenings are always wonderful. We laugh, we talk honestly, we support each other. I also believe in the quality of connection, not just the frequency. A 2-hour honest conversation with a good friend is worth more than 10 quick text messages. Mark, what about alone time? Is being alone also part of self-care?
Absolutely. Alone time is essential self-care, especially for introverts like me. I need regular alone time to recharge. After spending a lot of time with people, even people I love, I feel drained and I need quiet time to recover. Loneliness is not the same as alone time. Loneliness is when you want connection but don't have it. Alone time is when you choose to be by yourself to rest and restore your energy. I love spending Sunday mornings alone. I make a good breakfast, I read, I go for a quiet walk, no calls, no plans, just myself and my thoughts. That alone time fills me up for the week. I think in our very connected social world, many people are afraid to be alone, but learning to enjoy your own company is a great form of self-care. Do you enjoy alone time, Anna?
Yes, I really do. I am somewhere between an introvert and an extrovert. I love people, but I also deeply need my quiet time. I think of alone time as a gift I give to myself. In those moments, I can think freely, create, relax, and simply be myself without any performance or effort. One of my favorite alone time activities is long baths. I fill the bath with warm water, put on calm music, light a candle, and stay there for 30 minutes. It is simple and inexpensive, but it feels very luxurious and deeply restorative. I come out feeling calm and renewed. I think self-care does not need to be expensive. Let's talk about that. Can self-care be free or low cost, Mark?
This is so important to say. Self-care does not have to cost money. In fact, many of the most powerful self-care practices are completely free. Sleeping is free, breathing exercises are free, walking in nature is free, drinking enough water is free, calling a friend is free, writing in a journal is nearly free, stretching at home is free, watching the sunrise or sunset is free, laughing with someone you love is free. I get a little frustrated when I see advertisements for expensive self-care products. They make people feel that self-care is only for people with money, and that is simply not true. Yes, a massage or a spa day can be lovely, but the daily habits that truly support your health are available to everyone, regardless of money.
What is your favorite free self-care activity, Anna?
My favorite free self-care activity is walking in nature, especially in a park or a forest. It costs nothing, and the benefits are enormous. When I walk among trees, my mind becomes quiet. I pay attention to small, beautiful things, the sound of leaves, the color of the sky, a bird singing. It pulls me out of my head and into the present moment. That is another very important self-care skill, being present. So many people live in the past, replaying old memories, or in the future, worrying about things that haven't happened yet. Being present means you are here, now, in this moment. And the present moment is usually calm and manageable. Nature helps me do that. Mark, what do you think about digital detox as a form of self-care?
Digital detox, taking a break from screens and technology, is one of the most needed forms of self-care today. We are surrounded by screens all day. Phones, computers, televisions, tablets. Our brains never get a break from information. This constant stimulation is very tiring for the nervous system. I try to have one screen-free hour every evening. I also try to have at least one screen-free morning on weekends. When I do that, I feel less anxious and more calm. I notice the world around me more. I have more creative thoughts. I'm more present in conversations. Even small digital breaks help. Leaving your phone in another room for an hour, or putting it face down on the table during meals. Do you do any kind of digital detox, Anna?
Yes, I have a few digital rules that really help me. I don't look at my phone for the first 30 minutes after I wake up. That quiet time belongs to me, not to social media or the news. I also don't use my phone at the dinner table. Meals are for food and conversation, not screens. And on one day each month, I try to have a full, slow day. No social media, no news, minimal phone use. On those days, I read, cook, walk, or do craft activities. I always feel wonderfully refreshed afterward. I think we all need to remember that we control our technology. Technology should not control us. Mark, let's talk about something personal now. What is your favorite part of your self-care routine?
My favorite part of my self-care routine is my morning. I wake up a little early, so I have time just for myself before the day begins. I drink a large glass of water first. This wakes up my body. Then I do 10 minutes of gentle stretching. Then I meditate for 15 minutes. After that, I make coffee and write 3 things I am grateful for in my journal. This whole morning routine takes about 45 minutes, but it sets up my entire day in a positive way. I feel calm, focused, and ready when I start work. The days I skip my morning routine, I feel the difference immediately. I am more reactive, more anxious, so I protect my mornings carefully. Morning routines are very popular in self-care. Do you have one, Anna?
Yes, my morning routine is very important to me. Mine is a little different from yours, but it also starts with quiet time. I wake up, and before getting out of bed, I take 3 deep, slow breaths. Then I sit with my tea for 5 minutes in silence. After that, I write in my journal, just a few sentences about how I feel and what I want from the day. Then I wash my face with cold water, which wakes me up beautifully. I get dressed, eat a simple, healthy breakfast, and then I am ready. The whole routine is about 40 minutes. Mornings used to be chaotic and rushed for me. Now they are calm and intentional. A good morning really does create a good day. Mark, let's talk about gratitude. Is gratitude a form of self-care?
Yes. Gratitude is a beautiful and powerful form of self-care. When we practice gratitude, we train our brain to notice what is good in our lives, instead of always focusing on what is missing or wrong. Research shows that people who regularly practice gratitude feel happier, sleep better, and have stronger relationships. I write 3 things I am grateful for every morning. They don't have to be big things. Today, I wrote, I am grateful for hot coffee, for sunshine through my window, and for a good conversation with my brother yesterday. Small things count. When you do this every day, you start to notice more and more things to be grateful for. Your brain changes its default from what is wrong to what is good. That shift is life-changing. Do you practice gratitude, Anna?
Yes, I do. I write in my gratitude journal every evening before bed. I write 3 things from my day that I am grateful for. Even on difficult days, and there are difficult days, I can always find 3 things. Maybe I am grateful that the day is over and tomorrow is a new start. Maybe I am grateful for a kind stranger who smiled at me. Maybe I'm grateful for my health. Gratitude helps me end the day on a positive note, which helps me sleep better too. I also try to express gratitude to people, to actually say thank you and mean it, to write a kind message, to tell someone that I appreciate them. Gratitude shared with others is even more powerful. It connects people and creates warmth. Mark, how do you think we can build self-care habits and actually keep them?
Building and keeping self-care habits is all about starting small and being consistent. Many people try to change everything at once. They want to exercise every day, meditate, eat perfectly, sleep 8 hours, journal, and read all from Monday. That is too much change, too fast. The brain resists big, sudden changes. Instead, start with one small habit. Do it for 2 weeks, then add another. Small steps over time create big changes. I also suggest habit stacking, attaching a new habit to something you already do. For example, I do my stretching right after I brush my teeth in the morning. It's connected to an existing habit, so I almost never forget it. Another tip, track your habits on a simple calendar. Seeing your progress is very motivating. What is your best tip for keeping habits, Anna?
My best tip is don't aim for perfect, aim for consistent. Many people stop their self-care habits after one bad day. They miss one morning walk and think, I failed, the habit is broken. But that is not true. One missed day is not a failure. What breaks a habit is giving up completely after a small slip. So I tell myself, missing once is an accident, missing twice is a choice. So if I miss my morning routine one day, I make sure to do it the next day. I also keep my self-care habits very simple. The simpler the habit, the easier it is to maintain even on hard days. On a very bad day, my morning routine shrinks to just the tea and 3 breaths. That's still self-care. Something is always better than nothing. Mark, any final thoughts before we close?
Yes. I want to leave our listeners with this final thought. Self-care is not a luxury. It is a necessity. It is not something you do when you have extra time. It is something you make time for because your health and well-being are worth it. You are worth it. Start today, not next Monday, not next month, today. Pick one small self-care action. Maybe it's drinking a glass of water right now. Maybe it's stepping outside for 5 minutes. Maybe it's calling someone you love. One small action is a beginning, and every great journey begins with one small step. I want to thank our wonderful listeners for spending this time with us. Thank you, Anna, for another beautiful conversation. I really enjoyed it. Take care, everyone.
Thank you so much, Mark. This was truly a wonderful conversation, full of warmth and practical ideas. And a huge, heartfelt thank you to all of you listening. I hope this episode reminded you that you deserve care, your own care first. Please don't wait for a crisis to start taking care of yourself. Start now with something small and gentle. Remember, self-care is not selfish, it is not lazy, and it does not need to be expensive. It's simply choosing yourself every day in small and loving ways. If today's episode helped you, please share it with someone who might need it. And come back next time for more friendly English conversations. Until then, be kind to yourselves. Goodbye and take care. From me, Anna. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so happy you are here with us today. This podcast is made for beginner English learners, and every episode is simple, fun, and useful. Today, we have a really wonderful topic. We are going to talk about books. Reading is one of the best things you can do, and talking about books is very common in English. What is your favorite book? What kind of books do you like? Do you read every day? These are all great conversation questions. I am joined by my fantastic co-host, Mark. Mark loves books too. Mark, say hello and tell us, are you a big reader?
Hello, hello. Thank you, Anna. Hi to all our wonderful listeners. Yes, I am absolutely a big reader. Books have been a huge part of my life since childhood. Today's topic makes me very happy because I love talking about books almost as much as I love reading them. Books are a fantastic topic for English learners because the vocabulary is practical and useful. You can talk about books at school, at work, or with a friend over coffee. Anna and I will share our favorite books, talk about genres, and give you lots of useful phrases. By the end of this episode, you will talk about books naturally. Let's go.
Okay, let's start with the most important question. What is your favorite book? This is one of the most common questions people ask. In English, you can ask it in different ways. What is your favorite book? Or what book do you recommend? Or what are you reading right now? To answer, you say, my favorite book is, or I really love, or I recommend. You can also say why. I love it because the story is exciting, or the characters are very interesting. Mark, what is your favorite book? Tell our listeners. Make it sound interesting so everyone wants to read it.
Great question. My absolute favorite book is The Alchemist by Paulo Coelho. It is a short novel, not very long, but it is incredibly powerful. The story follows a young shepherd boy named Santiago who travels from Spain to Egypt looking for treasure, but the real journey is inside him. He learns about following your dreams, listening to your heart, and finding your purpose in life. The language is simple and beautiful, which makes it perfect for English learners too. I have read it 3 times. Every time I read it, I find something new. It gives me a feeling of hope and motivation. I genuinely recommend it to everyone. Anna, what is your favorite book?
Oh, I love The Alchemist too. My absolute favorite book is Anne of Green Gables by Lucy Maud Montgomery. It is a classic novel about a young orphaned girl named Anne who goes to live with an older brother and sister on a farm in Canada. Anne is funny, creative, imaginative, and full of life. I first read this book when I was 10 years old, and I have loved it ever since. It is warm, funny, and very heartfelt. It teaches about friendship, family, and finding your place in the world. I think Anne is one of the most lovable characters in all of literature. Have you read it, Mark?
I have not read Anne of Green Gables, but now I really want to. I love books with memorable characters. Another favorite of mine is To Kill a Mockingbird by Harper Lee. It is set in the southern United States in the 1930s and told through the eyes of a young girl named Scout. Her father, Atticus Finch, is a lawyer who defends a man wrongly accused of a crime. The book is about justice, courage, and doing what is right even when it is difficult. It is beautifully written and very moving. It is considered one of the greatest American novels ever written. The themes are serious, but the story is very warm.
To Kill a Mockingbird is a masterpiece. Atticus Finch is one of the most admirable characters in literature. Now let's talk about different types of books, because there are many. Genres means categories. Fiction is a story that is not real. The author made it up. Nonfiction is writing about real events or real people. A novel is a long fiction story. A short story is a brief fiction story. A biography is the story of a real person's life written by someone else. An autobiography is written by the person themselves. A self-help book gives advice on improving your life. Mark, what types of books do you enjoy?
I enjoy many different types. My favorite genre is literary fiction, serious, beautifully written fiction that explores deep themes about life. But I also love historical fiction, stories set in the past, mixing real events with invented characters. The Name of the Rose and Wolf Hall are incredible examples. I also enjoy nonfiction, especially books about science, philosophy, and history. And I love poetry. Short, beautiful language that captures a feeling in just a few words. Reading different types of books makes you a more well-rounded person. What about you, Anna?
I love literary fiction too, but I also really enjoy mystery and detective novels. There is something so satisfying about following the clues and trying to solve the mystery before the detective does. My favorite mystery writer is Agatha Christie, a British author who wrote over 60 novels. Her most famous characters are Hercule Poirot, a brilliant detective, and Miss Marple, an elderly woman who solves crimes. Christie's writing is very clear and clever. I also love travel writing and memoirs, personal stories about someone's real experiences. They make me feel inspired and motivated to try new things. Mark, do you like mystery books?
I enjoy mystery books, but I prefer something with more psychological depth. One genre I love is magical realism, when realistic stories have elements of magic treated as completely normal. Gabriel Garcia Marquez is the most famous example. His novel, 100 Years of Solitude, is one of the greatest novels ever written. It tells the story of a family over many generations, and magical things happen alongside ordinary life. It is dreamy, beautiful, and unlike anything else I have read. I also love science fiction, stories set in the future or in space. I grew up reading science fiction, and it expanded my imagination greatly. Anna, do you like fantasy or science fiction?
I enjoy some fantasy, but I am more of a realistic fiction reader. However, I absolutely love the Harry Potter series by J.K. Rowling. I know many people consider it children's literature, but these books have something magical for readers of all ages. The story of Harry's friendship with Ron and Hermione is beautiful. The themes of love, friendship, and courage are universal. I first read the books as a teenager, and they completely captured my imagination. I also love The Hobbit by J.R.R. Tolkien, a fantastic adventure about a small creature who goes on a great journey. Do you like Harry Potter, Mark?
I absolutely love Harry Potter. I read all 7 books, and each one got better. What I love most is how detailed the world is. Rowling created an entire universe with its own rules, history, and magic. The characters feel so real. The friendship between Harry, Ron, and Hermione is one of the most heartwarming things in literature. I also love The Lord of the Rings by Tolkien, a magnificent epic about friendship and the struggle between good and evil. Tolkien basically invented the modern fantasy genre. The world of Middle-earth feels completely real. Great fantasy novels are deeply human stories.
Great fantasy novels are deeply human stories. So true. Now, let's learn vocabulary for describing a book. These words are very useful. A plot is the story, what happens. A character is a person in the story. The setting is the place and time. A theme is the main idea or message. A chapter is a section of the book. The author wrote the book. A narrator tells the story. A sequel is the next book in a series. Mark, can you give some example sentences using these words so our listeners can practice?
Here are natural example sentences. The plot is very exciting. Something surprising happens in each chapter. My favorite character is the main hero. He's brave, kind, and funny. The setting is Paris in the 1920s. The main theme is about finding courage when life is difficult. I finished the last chapter at midnight. I could not put it down. The author writes in a very clear style, which makes the book easy to enjoy. The narrator is a child, which gives a fresh perspective. I loved this book so much, I immediately bought the sequel. Try using these words in your own sentences.
Those example sentences are wonderful. Now let's talk about recommending a book. Some great phrases. You should read this book. It is amazing. I really recommend it. I could not stop reading. This book changed my life. I could not put it down. This means it was too exciting to stop. It's a real page-turner. So exciting you keep turning pages. This book made me laugh and cry. The ending completely surprised me. The writing is beautiful. Mark, can you give some phrases for describing a book you did not enjoy?
Sure, sometimes a book is not right for you, and that's okay. Here are some honest phrases. I did not enjoy this book. It was too slow for me. The characters felt a little flat. Flat means not deep or realistic. I could not connect with the main character. The plot was too complicated to follow. It was not my genre, so maybe that's why I didn't love it. It wasn't the right time for me to read it. I might try again when I'm in the right mood. Being honest about books is perfectly fine. Not every book is for everyone, and that's okay.
It was not the right time for me. I love that phrase.
Sometimes we read a book at the wrong time in our lives and it does not connect. But if we read it later, it becomes a favorite. Now let's talk about reading habits. In English, you talk about habits using usually, always, sometimes, and never. For example, I usually read before bed. I always have a book in my bag. I sometimes read on the bus. I never read when I am very tired. Mark, tell our listeners about your reading habits. When and where do you like to read?
I try to read every day, even for 20 minutes. Reading before bed is my favorite habit. It helps me relax and fall asleep. My favorite place to read is in a comfortable armchair by the window with a cup of tea. I also love reading in a park when the weather is nice. I always have a book with me, on my phone as an e-book or a paperback in my bag. I read a mix of fiction and nonfiction throughout the year. I usually read about 20 books per year and track them in a little notebook. What about you, Anna?
I read every night before bed, too. It helps my mind slow down after a busy day much better than looking at a phone. I love reading in cozy places, in bed with a warm blanket, or in a cafe on a rainy afternoon. I prefer physical books because I love turning the pages and the smell of a new book. There is a special word for the smell of old books. It is called bibliosmia. Is that not a wonderful word? Mark, do you prefer ebooks or physical books?
Bibliosmia. I love that word. I enjoyed both formats. Physical books are special. You can write notes in the margins and they look beautiful on a bookshelf. But ebooks are incredibly convenient. I can carry 100 books on my phone and buy one instantly. I use ebooks for travel because physical books are heavy in a suitcase. I also listen to audiobooks when I am cooking or exercising. Audiobooks are books read aloud, fantastic for language learners because you hear correct pronunciation and natural English.
Audiobooks are amazing for language learning. You pick up vocabulary and pronunciation just by listening. Now let's do a quiz. I will describe a famous book, and Mark will guess the title. Listeners, you can try to guess too. Ready? Here is the first one. This book is about a young boy who receives a letter saying he is accepted at a special school for magic. He did not know he was a wizard. He makes two best friends and fights against a powerful, evil enemy. It is a very famous series of 7 books. Mark and listeners, what is it? This book is loved by children and adults all over the world.
That is easy. Harry Potter by J.K. Rowling. The first book is Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Almost everyone in the world knows this story. Okay, here's one from me. A young girl falls asleep in a forest and enters a magical underground world. She meets very strange creatures. She plays cards with a queen who shouts, "Off with their heads," at everyone. When she wakes up, it was all a dream. Anna, what is the title? Listeners, think carefully. It was written by a British author in the 1800s and is a beloved classic.
That is Alice's Adventures in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll. I love that story. Alice is so brave and curious. Here's one more for our listeners. A poor young woman in 19th century England works as a governess. She falls in love with her employer, a mysterious man named Mr. Rochester. But there is a terrible secret hidden in the house. It is a story of love, independence, and strong moral values. This is one of the most famous novels in English literature. Mark and listeners, what is the title? Take a guess.
Jane Eyre by Charlotte Bronte. What a magnificent novel. Jane is one of literature's greatest heroines, so independent and self-respecting. The famous line, "Reader, I married him," is one of the most celebrated sentences in English literature. Okay, last quiz question from me. A pilot crashes his plane in the desert and meets a little boy from a tiny planet in space. The boy asks deep and simple questions about love and friendship. The book has beautiful, simple drawings. Anna, what is it?
The Little Prince by Antoine de Saint-Exupéry, one of the most beautiful books ever written. It is the most translated book in history after the Bible. The most famous line is, "What is essential is invisible to the eye." The most important things, like love and friendship, cannot be seen, only felt in your heart. It sounds like a children's book, but is full of deep wisdom for adults. I first read it at school and did not fully understand it. I read it as an adult and cried. That is the sign of a truly great book. Mark, have you cried reading a book?
Yes, I have cried reading books. Crying means the author really connected with your emotions. The book that made me cry most was The Road by Cormac McCarthy, about a father and son surviving in a destroyed world. The love between them is overwhelming to read. I also cried at Of Mice and Men by John Steinbeck, a short but devastating novel about friendship and broken dreams. And I always get emotional at Charlotte's Web, a beautiful children's book about a spider who saves her friend. Truly heartbreaking. Anna, have you cried reading a book?
Yes, books make me cry more than films. A Little Life by Hanya Yanagihara made me cry the most. It is a very emotional novel about four friends in New York City. One of them has a very difficult and painful life. I also cried reading The Kite Runner by Khaled Hosseini, about friendship, guilt, and redemption set in Afghanistan. And I always cry at Bridge to Terabithia, a children's novel about two best friends. Books that make you feel deeply are the ones you remember forever. Mark, what book has made you laugh the most?
Three Men in a Boat by Jerome K. Jerome makes me laugh the most. It's a comic novel from 1889 about three friends and a dog on a boat trip. Everything goes wrong in the funniest way. The writing is brilliantly witty and still feels modern. I also love Terry Pratchett's Discworld series, hilarious fantasy novels set on a flat world carried through space on a giant turtle. And The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Universe by Douglas Adams, a hilarious story about a man who accidentally travels across the universe. Incredibly funny.
Now let's talk about children's books. Great children's books teach kids about empathy, courage, and imagination. They are also wonderful for adult English learners because the vocabulary is clear and simple. My favorite children's book is The Very Hungry Caterpillar by Eric Carle, a picture book about a caterpillar who eats lots of food and eventually becomes a beautiful butterfly. A beautiful message about growth. I also love Matilda by Roald Dahl, a story about a brilliant girl with magical powers who loves reading. Mark, what are your favorite children's books?
Children's books are magical. My favorite is Where the Wild Things Are, a picture book about a naughty boy named Max who travels in his imagination to a land of wild monsters, but he misses home and returns. It's about imagination, home, and love. I also love all of Roald Dahl's books. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, James and the Giant Peach, The BFG, and Fantastic Mr. Fox are all brilliant. Dahl wrote stories that are exciting, funny, and slightly dark, perfect for children and adults alike. Reading Dahl in English is great practice.
Roald Dahl is absolutely a genius. Now let's talk about something practical, how reading in English can improve your skills. When you read in English, you see new vocabulary in real sentences. You learn grammar naturally, you improve your spelling, and absorb different writing styles. For beginners, I recommend starting with graded readers, books simplified to different difficulty levels like A1, A2, or B1. They are perfect for building reading confidence gradually. Mark, can you give some more tips on reading in English as a language learner?
Here are my top tips for reading in English. First, start easy. Choose books below your level so you enjoy the experience. A book you enjoy is better than a difficult one you put down. Second, when you find a new word, guess the meaning from context before checking a dictionary. Third, read a little every day. Even 10 minutes is enough. Fourth, keep a vocabulary notebook for interesting new words. Fifth, try reading a book you already know in your language. The familiar story helps your brain fill in gaps. Happy reading, everyone!
Those are fantastic tips. Starting easy is so important. Many learners choose difficult books and feel discouraged. Now let's talk about more book genres. Romance, stories about love, thriller,
exciting stories full of danger, horror, scary stories, science fiction, stories about the future or space, biography, the real-life story of a famous person, travel writing, books about journeys in different places, self-help, books with advice for improving your life. Mark, which genres do you read the most?
I read mostly literary fiction and nonfiction. For nonfiction, I love books about history, science, and psychology. My favorites include Sapiens by Yuval Noah Harari, a fascinating history of humanity, and Thinking Fast and Slow by Daniel Kahneman, which explains how our brains work. I also love The Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle, about mindfulness. For fiction, I love beautiful language and interesting ideas. I prefer slower, more thoughtful books, but every genre has value. The most important thing is to find what you love and read it.
Sapiens is incredible. I love nonfiction that feels like reading a great story. Now let's talk about famous authors English learners should know. William Shakespeare is the most famous writer in English. He wrote plays and poems in the 1500s and 1600s. Charles Dickens wrote wonderful novels about Victorian England, like Oliver Twist. Jane Austen wrote beautiful novels about society and romance, like Pride and Prejudice. Ernest Hemingway wrote short, powerful sentences about war and love. Mark, which author would you recommend to an English learner?
I strongly recommend George Orwell to any English learner. Orwell is famous for Animal Farm and 1984. Animal Farm is about farm animals who take over their farm, but it is really about political power and how it can corrupt. It is short, easy to read, and very powerful. 1984 is about a future society where the government controls everything, including thoughts. Orwell's English is clear, precise, and beautiful. Reading Orwell will improve your writing and thinking. Start with Animal Farm. I highly recommend it.
George Orwell is such an important author. Animal Farm is perfect for English learners, short, clear, and unforgettable. Now let's talk about book clubs, groups of people who read the same book and meet to discuss it. Useful phrases: I am in a book club. We meet once a month. This month we are reading. I really enjoyed this book. I disagreed with the main character. My favorite part was when... Book clubs are wonderful for sharing ideas and practicing English speaking skills. Mark, have you ever been in a book club?
Yes, I was in a book club for 3 years and loved it. We had 8 people and met at someone's home every month. One person chose the book, then we all discussed it over dinner. It was wonderful. Everyone had different opinions about the same story. We read Gone Girl, Normal People, Pachinko, and many others. I learned so much about other people's perspectives and how to express opinions clearly. I would recommend a book club to anyone who loves reading. It makes reading a social and enjoyable activity.
A book club sounds wonderful. Now let's practice phrases for talking about books. To recommend a book, you have to read this. This is one of the best books I have read. I think you would love this. The writing is beautiful. The story stays with you. To ask someone about a book, what is it about? Who is the main character? Is it part of a series? Is it easy to read? Did you enjoy it? Mark, can you show how to use these phrases in a natural, short conversation?
Hey, what are you reading? I just finished The Midnight Library by Matt Haig. You have to read it.
What is it about?
A woman discovers a library between life and death. Each book shows a different version of her life.
That sounds amazing. Is it easy to read?
Yes, very. The writing is beautiful and the story stays with you. Is it part of a series?
No, just one book.
Is it available as an ebook?
Yes, I think you will love it. It makes you think about your own choices.
Very natural book conversation.
That conversation is perfect. The Midnight Library is a wonderful recommendation. I love books that make you think about your own life. Now I want to talk about something very interesting: how books can change your life. A good book can teach you things, change how you see the world, help you understand other people, and even inspire you to make important changes. Have you ever read a book that genuinely changed your life, Mark? I think this is a beautiful question for our listeners to think about too. What book has changed how you see things or how you live?
Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl completely changed my perspective on life. Viktor Frankl survived Nazi concentration camps and wrote about finding meaning even in terrible suffering. The book teaches that we cannot control everything that happens, but we can always choose how we respond. That idea changed how I handle difficulties. I also love Meditations by Marcus Aurelius, personal thoughts about discipline, kindness, and living a good life. Written nearly 2,000 years ago, but completely relevant today. Books can truly transform you.
Now let's give our listeners some final tips. Tip 1. Make reading a daily habit. Even 10 minutes is enough. Tip 2. Choose books you genuinely enjoy. Tip 3. Use a dictionary app, but try to guess the meaning first. Tip 4. Talk about what you read. Tell a friend or write a short review. Talking about books helps you remember them. Tip 5. Do not give up on a book too quickly. Sometimes a story needs a few chapters to become interesting. But if you truly dislike a book, it is okay to stop. Life is too short for bad books. Mark, any final tips?
Great tips. Here are a few more. Tip 6. Reread a book you loved as a child. You will often discover a completely different meaning as an adult. Tip 7. Read books about places you want to visit. Tip 8. Follow authors online or read interviews. It adds a personal connection to their books. Tip 9. Visit a library or secondhand bookshop. Wonderful places full of treasure. Tip 10. Trust your own taste. Some love classics, some love modern fiction, some love graphic novels. All reading is valuable. The best book is the one you want to pick up. Happy reading!
What a wonderful episode! I hope our listeners feel excited about reading after today. A final summary, we discussed favorite books and authors from The Alchemist to Shakespeare and Orwell. We talked about genres, fiction, mystery, fantasy, romance, and more. We learned book vocabulary, plot, character, setting, theme. We practiced phrases for recommending books. We did a fun quiz and talked about books that made us cry, laugh, and think. Thank you for listening. Books are windows to the world. Keep reading, keep learning, and keep growing. See you next time.
Thank you so much, Anna, and a huge thank you to every listener today. Books are truly one of life's greatest gifts. They cost very little or nothing at a library, but they give you so much. New worlds, new ideas, and new understanding of yourself and others. If you are learning English, books are one of your most powerful tools. Start with something simple and enjoyable. Read a little every day and watch your English grow. Share your favorite books with a friend learning English. It is a wonderful conversation starter. Take great care of yourselves. Keep reading, and goodbye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so happy you are here with us today. This podcast is made for beginner English learners, and every episode is simple, fun, and really useful. Today, we have a very special and romantic topic. We are going to talk about getting married. Marriage is something that almost everyone thinks about at some point in life. Whether you are planning your own wedding, attending one as a guest, or just curious, there is so much to talk about and so much useful English vocabulary to learn. I am joined by my wonderful co-host, Mark.
Hello, hello. Thank you, Anna. Hi to all our fantastic listeners. I feel very happy about today's topic. Marriage and weddings are wonderful subjects because they are full of joy, tradition, and really interesting vocabulary. Today, Anna and I are going to talk about proposals, engagement, planning a wedding, the wedding ceremony itself, honeymoons, and married life. We will also share lots of useful English words and phrases so you can talk about marriage and weddings with confidence. Whether you are married, single, or somewhere in between, I think you will enjoy this episode and learn a lot of practical English along the way. So let's start this beautiful journey together. Let's go!
Let's start from the very beginning. What does getting married mean? When two people decide to spend their lives together officially and legally, they get married. In English, we use different phrases for this: to get married, to marry someone, or to tie the knot, a popular informal expression meaning to get married.
The person you marry is your husband if they are a man, or your wife if they are a woman. Together, you are a married couple, and you call each other spouses or partners. A marriage is the relationship itself, and a wedding is the ceremony and celebration. Mark, what other important basic words do beginners need to know about the topic of marriage?
Great starting point. Here are more important basic words for this topic. Single, not in a romantic relationship or not married. Dating, spending time with someone you are romantically interested in. Boyfriend or girlfriend, a romantic partner before marriage. Engaged, when two people have decided to get married but have not had the wedding yet. Fiancé, a man who is engaged. Fiancée, a woman who is engaged. Divorced, when a married couple legally ends their marriage. Remarried, getting married again after a previous marriage ended.
Those words are so useful. Now let's talk about the first step toward marriage, the proposal. A proposal is when one person asks the other person to marry them. The classic question is, "Will you marry me?" This is one of the most romantic and important sentences in English. Traditionally, the person proposing gets down on one knee. This means kneeling on one knee on the ground. They often hold up an engagement ring, a special ring given as a symbol of the promise to get married. Proposals can be very private and intimate, or very public and dramatic. Some people propose at a restaurant, on a beach, or even at a sports stadium.
I think the perfect proposal depends completely on the couple. For some people, a very private, intimate moment, just the two of them in a beautiful location, is perfect. For others, a grand public gesture with friends and family present is more meaningful. What I think matters most is that the proposal feels genuine and personal. It should reflect the couple's relationship and what is special to them. If they love the outdoors, a mountain proposal could be magical. If they love art, a museum could be perfect. The words matter too, not just, "Will you marry me?" but sharing why you love that person and why you want to spend your life with them.
I completely agree that a heartfelt, personal message is so important. Now let's talk about the engagement period, the time between the proposal and the wedding. When someone says yes to a proposal, the couple becomes engaged. The man traditionally gives the woman an engagement ring to wear on her ring finger, usually the fourth finger of the left hand. The engagement period can last a few months or several years. There is no fixed time. During this time, the couple usually announces their engagement to family and friends, and they start planning the wedding. In English, you can say, "We got engaged last month," or "They are engaged and planning a spring wedding." Mark, what?
During the engagement, couples are usually very busy and very excited. First, they announce the news, often by calling close family members personally, then sharing the news on social media. Second, they choose a wedding date. This is one of the first and most important decisions. Third, they start planning the wedding, which involves many details we will discuss. Couples also often attend an engagement party, a celebration organized by family or friends to congratulate the couple. Some couples choose to do pre-marriage counseling or premarital classes, meeting with a counselor or religious leader to talk about important topics like finances, communication, and family goals before marriage.
Pre-marriage counseling sounds like a very wise idea. Now, let's talk about wedding planning, because planning a wedding involves many important decisions and a lot of work. The first major decision is the type of wedding you want. A traditional church wedding, a religious ceremony in a church, a civil ceremony, a non-religious legal ceremony at a registry office or courthouse, a beach wedding outside near the water, a destination wedding held in another city or country where the couple and guests travel to, a small, intimate wedding with just close family and friends, or a large wedding with hundreds of guests.
There are so many decisions to make when planning a wedding. I think the most important ones are, first, the guest list. Who will you invite? A small, intimate wedding or a large celebration? This decision affects the venue, the budget, and many other choices. Second, the budget. How much money can you realistically spend? Weddings can range from very affordable to extremely expensive, and setting a clear budget early helps avoid financial stress later.
Third, the venue, the place where the wedding will happen. Fourth, the date, season, day of the week, and availability of the venue. And fifth, the overall style or theme, elegant and formal, relaxed and casual, traditional or modern.
A clear budget is so important. Weddings can become very expensive very quickly. Now let's talk about the people who play special roles in a wedding. The bride is the woman getting married. The groom is the man getting married. The best man is the groom's closest friend or brother who helps organize and supports the groom on the wedding day. The maid of honor, or chief bridesmaid, is the bride's closest friend or sister. She helps the bride prepare and organize. Bridesmaids are female friends or family members who help and support the bride. Groomsmen, or ushers, help organize guests and support the groom.
Sure. The best man has a very important job. He organizes the bachelor party, also called a stag party in British English, a celebration for the groom and his male friends before the wedding. On the wedding day, the best man holds the wedding rings until the right moment in the ceremony, gives a speech at the reception, the wedding party after the ceremony, and helps the groom stay calm and prepared. The maid of honor organizes the bachelorette party, called a hen party in British English, for the bride and her female friends.
Bachelor party and bachelorette party, stag party and hen party in British English. Those are such useful vocabulary differences to know. Now let's talk about the wedding ceremony itself. A typical wedding ceremony has several important moments. First, the procession. The bride walks down the aisle, usually on the arm of her father or another loved one, to meet the groom at the front. The aisle is the central path between the rows of seats. Then come the vows, the promises that the bride and groom make to each other. Mark, what are wedding vows exactly, and can you give examples of what couples might say during this very special and emotional moment?
Wedding vows are the promises, the most important part of the whole ceremony. Traditional vows in English include famous words like, "I take you to be my lawfully wedded husband/wife, to have and to hold from this day forward for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, until death do us part." These traditional words are very old and very beautiful. Many modern couples also write their own personal vows, their own words expressing what they promise their partner. Personal vows can be funny, emotional, poetic, or simple, whatever feels true to the couple's relationship.
You may now kiss the bride, one of the most famous sentences in English. After the kiss, the couple is officially married. Now let's talk about the wedding rings, because rings are such an important symbol in marriage. The engagement ring is given at the proposal, usually a more decorative ring, often with a diamond or other gemstone. The wedding band or wedding ring is given during the ceremony. It is usually a simple, plain metal band in gold, silver, or platinum. Both rings are worn on the ring finger of the left hand in most Western countries. In some cultures, the rings are worn on the right hand. Mark, what do wedding rings symbolize?
Wedding rings are one of the most universal symbols of marriage. A ring is a circle. It has no beginning and no end. This symbolizes eternal love, love that never ends. The ancient Egyptians first used rings to symbolize eternity and everlasting love. The tradition spread through history and is now practiced in cultures all around the world. The material matters too. Gold is associated with purity and value. The act of giving and receiving a ring is a public declaration. I choose this person and I want everyone to know it. Wearing a ring every day after the wedding is a constant reminder of the promises made on that special day.
A circle with no beginning and no end, eternal love. What a beautiful explanation. Now let's talk about the wedding reception, because after the ceremony comes the celebration. The reception is the party that follows the wedding ceremony. It can be held in a grand hotel ballroom, a beautiful garden, a barn, a restaurant, or any special venue. The reception usually includes a meal called a wedding breakfast in British English, even if it is served in the evening. There is also wedding cake, a decorated cake that the couple cuts together as one of their first acts as a married couple. Mark, what other things typically happen at a wedding reception?
Wedding receptions are so joyful and full of wonderful traditions. After the meal, there are usually speeches. The father of the bride speaks first, expressing love and wishes for his daughter and son-in-law. Then the groom speaks, thanking everyone for coming and expressing love for his new wife. The best man speaks last and usually tells funny stories about the groom. Then comes the first dance, the couple's first dance together as husband and wife, usually to a song with special meaning to them. After that, the whole dance floor opens and everyone celebrates. There's also bouquet throwing, where the bride throws her bouquet over her shoulder and the single women try to.
The bouquet throw is such a fun tradition. Now let's talk about different wedding traditions from around the world, because weddings are celebrated very differently in different cultures, and this is really fascinating. In the United Kingdom, something old, something new, something borrowed, something blue is a traditional saying. Brides try to incorporate all four things into their outfit for good luck. In India, weddings often last several days and include many elaborate rituals and celebrations. In Japan, the traditional Shinto wedding involves the couple sharing cups of sake, rice wine, to symbolize unity. Mark, do you know any other interesting wedding traditions from around the world?
Wedding traditions around the world are so wonderfully diverse. In Nigeria, weddings often include a traditional ceremony where the bride serves palm wine to guests. She walks among them and gives her cup to the man she wants to marry, signaling her choice. In China, red is the traditional wedding color, symbolizing luck and happiness. The bride often wears a beautiful red dress called a qipao. In Mexico, couples are bound together with a decorative rope or floral garland called a lazo during the ceremony, symbolizing their eternal bond. In Germany, the couple traditionally saws a log in half together as their first task as husband and wife, symbolizing teamwork.
Sawing a log together in Germany, what a wonderful symbol of teamwork. Now let's talk about the honeymoon. The honeymoon is a holiday or trip that newlyweds, a newly married couple, take together after the wedding. It is a time to relax, celebrate, and begin life as a married couple. The word honeymoon comes from Old English and Scandinavian traditions, and it refers to the first sweet month of marriage. Popular honeymoon destinations include tropical beaches like the Maldives or Bali, romantic cities like Paris or Venice, safari adventures in Africa, or mountain retreats. Mark, where would your dream honeymoon destination be, and what makes a great honeymoon?
What a wonderful question. My dream honeymoon destination would be Japan, spending 2 weeks exploring beautiful temples, stunning landscapes, amazing food, and unique culture. I think what makes a great honeymoon is completely personal to the couple. Some couples love adventure, hiking, exploring, and discovering new places. Others prefer pure relaxation, beach, sunshine, and no plans at all. Some couples love culture and history. Others prefer romance and luxury. The most important thing is that it suits both people's personalities and interests. It does not need to be expensive or exotic. Even a short road trip or a cozy cottage holiday can be a perfect honeymoon if you are with the right person.
Being together is the most important element. So beautifully said. Now let's talk about some very useful English phrases for talking about weddings and marriage. If you want to congratulate a couple on their engagement, you can say, "Congratulations on your engagement," or "I am so happy for you both." When a couple gets married, common phrases include "Congratulations," "Wishing you a lifetime of happiness," "Best wishes to you and your new husband or wife." If you are invited to a wedding, you might say, "I am so honored to be invited. Your wedding was absolutely beautiful. The ceremony was so moving." Mark, what other useful wedding-related phrases should our listeners know?
More useful wedding phrases. When talking about plans, we are planning a spring wedding. The big day is next June. We are still deciding on the venue. We have booked the church. For describing the event, it was the most beautiful wedding I have ever attended. The bride looked absolutely stunning. The ceremony made everyone cry, happy tears. The reception was so much fun.
For RSVP, responding to a wedding invitation, you might write, "I am delighted to accept your kind invitation," or "I am unfortunately unable to attend but wish you all the best." And a very common informal phrase, "When is the big day?" asking when the wedding will be.
When is the big day? Such a natural and common phrase. Now let's talk about wedding clothes and appearance, because how people dress for a wedding is very important in most cultures. The bride traditionally wears a white or ivory wedding dress, a long, formal gown. White has symbolized purity and celebration in Western weddings since the 19th century. The groom usually wears a formal suit, a morning suit, or sometimes a kilt in Scottish tradition. Guests also dress formally for weddings, usually smart casual or formal dress codes. Women often wear elegant dresses or suits in bright colors.
Wedding fashion is so interesting. Accessories matter a lot at weddings. The bride often wears a veil, a thin piece of fabric over her face or hair. She carries a bouquet, a bunch of flowers chosen to match the wedding colors and theme. She might also wear a tiara or hair accessories. Flowers play a huge role in weddings. The venue is usually decorated with flowers, the bridesmaids carry smaller bouquets, and there are flowers on the wedding cake and the tables. The buttonhole or boutonniere is a single flower worn on the groom's jacket lapel, matching the bride's bouquet.
Buttonhole flowers for the groom, such a lovely detail. Now I want to talk about wedding photography and videography, because capturing memories is such an important part of any wedding. A wedding photographer is hired to take professional photos throughout the day, from preparation in the morning to the final dance at the reception. A wedding videographer films the day so the couple can relive every moment. The wedding album, a collection of the best photos printed and beautifully bound, is treasured by couples for the rest of their lives. With modern technology, many couples also create wedding websites and share photos on social media.
Wedding photography is incredibly important. Your wedding photos and videos are the only way you can truly revisit those moments forever. The day passes so quickly, it is often over in a blink, and photos capture every emotion, every smile, every tear of joy. Choosing a great photographer whose style you love is one of the most important wedding decisions. I think the best wedding photos feel natural and candid, capturing real moments rather than stiff, posed photos. Many couples do what is called a first look, a private moment where the groom sees the bride in her dress before the ceremony. The photos from these moments are always breathtakingly emotional.
A photographer tells the story of the day. What a lovely way to think about it. Now let's talk about something practical: wedding guests. If you are invited to a wedding as a guest, there are some important things to know and do. First, RSVP promptly. Reply to the invitation quickly so the couple can plan numbers. Second, buy a wedding gift. In English, we often say, "What did you get them as a wedding gift?" Common gifts include money, items from the couple's gift list or registry, a list of items the couple has chosen that they would like, or a personal, sentimental gift. Third, arrive on time to the ceremony. Fourth, dress appropriately.
Being a good wedding guest is very important. Here are more guest guidelines. Follow the dress code on the invitation. If it says formal, dress formally. Do not wear white as a guest. That is reserved for the bride. Turn your phone to silent during the ceremony. Do not take photos during the ceremony unless the couple specifically invites guests to do so. Many couples prefer an unplugged wedding, where guests put their phones away. Be present and engaged rather than on your device. If there's a seating plan, sit in your assigned seat. Eat and drink responsibly. Write a heartfelt message in the wedding card.
Unplugged wedding. What a modern and lovely idea. Now let's talk about the language of marriage itself. In English, there are many idioms and expressions related to marriage and love. To pop the question, to propose marriage, to walk down the aisle, to get married, to tie the knot, to get married, the big day, the wedding day, Mr. and Mrs., the traditional title for a married couple, happily ever after, used to describe a happy marriage from fairy tales, made for each other, a couple who are perfectly matched, match made in heaven, a perfect couple. Mark, can you share more love and marriage idioms with our listeners?
More love and marriage idioms. Head over heels, completely and deeply in love. To fall head over heels for someone means you fell deeply in love very quickly. The one, the perfect person for you, your ideal partner. Love at first sight, falling in love immediately when you first see someone. Soulmate, the person who is perfectly suited to you emotionally and spiritually. A match made in heaven, two people who are perfect for each other. To be on cloud nine, to be extremely happy, often used for newly engaged or married couples. To settle down, to start a stable family life after getting married.
Head over heels and the one, such beautiful and common expressions. Now, let's talk about something that many couples discuss before marriage, what married life actually looks like day to day. Marriage is not just about the wedding day. It is a lifelong commitment and partnership. In a happy marriage, couples communicate openly and honestly, support each other through difficult times, share responsibilities at home, make important decisions together, and continue to show love and appreciation for each other every day. Marriage requires work, patience, and understanding from both people. Mark, what do you think are the most important ingredients for a happy and lasting marriage?
I think communication is absolutely the most important ingredient in a happy marriage. Being able to talk honestly and listen patiently to your partner, especially during disagreements, is essential. Respect is also fundamental. Respecting your partner's opinions, needs, and individuality even when you see things differently. Shared values and goals, like having similar ideas about family, finances, and the future, create a strong foundation. Trust is essential too, knowing your partner is honest and reliable. Spending quality time together, not just living in the same house. Showing appreciation for small things every day. A thank you, a kind word, a thoughtful gesture, and laughter.
Laughter is such a great thing. I love that saying. Now, let me ask you a fun question, Mark. If you could describe your ideal wedding in simple English, what would it look like? How many guests? Where would it be? What kind of ceremony? This is also a great practice exercise for our listeners. Try to describe your dream wedding in simple English. Use phrases like, I would like a small wedding with close family. My dream wedding would be outside, in a garden. I imagine a ceremony by the sea. I would want beautiful music and simple flowers. These are all very natural sentences for imagining your perfect day.
What a wonderful question. My ideal wedding would be a small, intimate celebration. Maybe 30 to 40 guests, only close family and very dear friends. I would love an outdoor ceremony in a beautiful garden or vineyard in the countryside. Natural, green, and peaceful. The ceremony itself would be simple but deeply personal, with meaningful vows we wrote ourselves. For music, I would choose live acoustic guitar, something warm and beautiful, not too formal. After the ceremony, a relaxed outdoor meal with lots of delicious food and great conversation. No complicated formalities, just people who love each other gathered to celebrate love. Simple, genuine, and full of warmth.
A small garden wedding with live acoustic guitar and homemade vows. That sounds absolutely perfect. Now, let me share mine. My ideal wedding would be small and intimate, maybe 50 guests. I dream of a ceremony by the sea with an ocean view. The dress would be simple and elegant. Lots of wildflowers, natural and beautiful. The reception would be a leisurely outdoor dinner as the sun sets, with wonderful food, heartfelt speeches, and dancing as the stars come out. No strict schedule, just pure joy. The most important thing is sharing the day with people who truly matter, in a way that reflects who you really are as a couple.
What a beautiful dream wedding, Anna. Now let's talk about marriage in different cultural contexts, because marriage is understood and celebrated differently around the world. In some cultures, arranged marriages are traditional, where families help choose a suitable partner for their child. This does not mean the couple has no say. In modern arranged marriages, both people must agree and consent. In Western cultures, love marriages, where two people choose each other independently, are most common. Same-sex marriage, marriage between two people of the same gender, is now legal in many countries around the world, and civil partnerships offer similar legal rights to marriage in some countries.
Now, let's give our listeners some final vocabulary for this topic. A wedding anniversary is the yearly celebration of the date when a couple got married. Happy anniversary is what you say to a married couple on their anniversary. Different anniversaries have traditional names. The first anniversary is called the paper anniversary, the 5th is wood, the 10th is tin, the 25th is silver, and the 50th is gold. That is called the golden anniversary. 50 years of marriage. Incredible! The couple who has been married the longest is sometimes called the golden couple. Mark, what other marriage vocabulary should our listeners know?
More useful marriage vocabulary. A prenuptial agreement, often called a prenup, is a legal document some couples sign before marriage outlining how assets would be divided if the marriage ends. A surname or last name. When people marry, some partners take their spouse's last name, some keep their own, and some hyphenate both names together. In-laws are the parents and family members of your spouse, your mother-in-law, father-in-law, brother-in-law, and sister-in-law. Renewal of vows is a ceremony where an already married couple reaffirms their wedding promises, often on a significant anniversary. And newlyweds means a couple who were very recently married. These words come up often in everyday English conversations about marriage and family life.
Mother-in-law, father-in-law, these are words everyone needs to know. Now, let's do a fun quiz for our listeners. I will give a definition, and Mark will give the correct word or phrase. Listeners, think of your answers too. First, this is the ring given when someone proposes marriage. What is it called? Second, this is the party for the groom and his male friends before the wedding. What is this celebration called? Third, this is the word for a newly married couple on their first trip together. What is this special word? Mark, what are the correct answers for these three?
Great quiz. Let me answer each one. First, the ring given during a marriage proposal is called an engagement ring. It is usually more decorative than the wedding band and is often worn together with it after the wedding. Second, the party for the groom and his male friends before the wedding is called a bachelor party in American English or a stag party in British English. Both mean the same thing. Third, the trip that newlyweds take together right after their wedding is called a honeymoon. The equivalent party for the bride and her female friends is called a bachelorette party in American English or a hen party in British English. 3 for 3.
3 for 3! Perfect answers! Now let's give our listeners some final tips for talking about marriage and weddings in English. Tip 1. Learn the key vocabulary: bride, groom, ceremony, reception, vows, rings, and honeymoon. Tip 2. Practice phrases for congratulating couples. Congratulations. Wishing you every happiness. Best wishes to you both. Tip 3. Know the difference between British and American English terms. Hen party versus bachelorette party. Stag party versus bachelor party. Tip 4. Practice describing a wedding you attended or your dream wedding. Use past tense for real events and conditional tense for imaginary ones. Mark, any final tips for our listeners?
A few more final tips. Tip 5. Practice using the wedding idioms we learned. Pop the question, tie the knot, the big day, head over heels. These make your English sound much more natural. Tip 6. If you are attending a wedding in an English-speaking culture, remember the etiquette. RSVP promptly, dress appropriately, do not wear white, and bring a thoughtful gift. Tip 7. Weddings are a wonderful conversation topic in English because almost everyone has stories and opinions about them. Use this topic to practice real conversations with English-speaking friends or colleagues. Ask them, have you been to any weddings recently? Or, what was the most memorable wedding you had attended? These conversations will flow naturally.
What a beautiful and truly special episode this has been. I hope all of our listeners feel more confident talking about marriage and weddings in English after today. Let me give our final summary of everything we covered. We talked about proposals and engagement. We discussed wedding planning, roles, and venues. We learned about the ceremony, vows, rings, and the procession. We explored the reception and its wonderful traditions. We talked about honeymoons, wedding fashion, photography, and wedding guests. We shared wedding idioms, cultural traditions, and the meaning of marriage. And we learned so much useful vocabulary and natural phrases. Marriage is truly one of life's most beautiful celebrations. Thank you so much for listening today.
Thank you so much, Anna. This was an absolutely wonderful and joyful episode. And a huge thank you to every listener who spent this special time with us. Whether you are planning your own wedding, dreaming about it, or simply learning English vocabulary, I hope today's episode was helpful and enjoyable. Marriage is a beautiful topic because it is about love, commitment, and celebrating life with the people who matter most. Use all the vocabulary, phrases, and idioms we learned today in your real English conversations. Tell someone about your dream wedding. Ask a friend about their engagement story. Talk about a wedding you attended. Language comes alive through real, meaningful conversations.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so happy you are here with us today. This podcast is made for beginner English learners, and every episode is simple, fun, and useful. Today, we have a really warm and wonderful topic. We are going to talk about children. Children are everywhere in our lives, in our families, in our neighborhoods, in schools, and in conversations. Talking about children is one of the most common things people do in English every day. I am joined by my wonderful co-host, Mark. Mark, say hello and tell us, do you enjoy spending time with children?
Hello, hello. Thank you, Anna. Hi to all our fantastic listeners. Yes, I absolutely love spending time with children. They are so full of energy, curiosity, and joy. They see the world in a completely fresh and wonderful way. Today, Anna and I are going to talk about everything related to children, vocabulary for describing kids, stages of childhood, school and learning, play and activities, parenting, and much more. We will also give you lots of useful English phrases for talking about children naturally. By the end of this episode, you will feel very confident having conversations about children in English. Let's get started.
Okay, let's begin with the basics. What do we call children at different ages in English? A baby is a very young child, usually from birth to about 1 year old. A toddler is a child who is learning to walk, usually between 1 and 3 years old. A young child is between 3 and about 7 years old. A child, or kid, these two words mean the same thing, usually refers to someone between 5 and 12 years old. A teenager is someone between 13 and 19 years old. And young person or youth is a general word for someone under 18. Mark, how do we talk about groups of children?
Great question. Here are some common phrases for talking about groups and individual children. She has 3 children, talking about a parent's kids. The children are playing in the garden, a general statement. He is an only child. He has no brothers or sisters. They have twin boys, 2 boys born at the same time. My nephew is 5 years old, a brother or sister's son. My niece just started school, a brother's or sister's daughter. The baby is teething. A baby's teeth are starting to grow. She is expecting a baby. She is pregnant. They just had a baby. A baby was recently born.
Those family phrases are so useful. Now let's talk about describing children's personalities and behavior, because this is something parents, teachers, and relatives talk about all the time. Common adjectives for describing children: curious, always wanting to learn and explore; creative, good at making and imagining things; energetic, full of energy and movement; shy, quiet and uncomfortable around new people; confident, comfortable and sure of themselves; stubborn, unwilling to change their mind; kind, caring and thoughtful towards others; naughty, behaving badly or causing trouble; well-behaved, following rules and being good;
clever or bright, intelligent, and quick to learn. Mark, what other personality words for children do you know?
More great words for describing children. Cheerful, always happy and smiling. Sensitive, feeling emotions strongly, easily hurt or moved. Adventurous, always wanting to try new things. Imaginative, having a very creative mind. Sociable, enjoying the company of others, making friends easily. Serious, not playing or joking much, focused. Chatty, talking a lot. Quiet, not talking much. Generous, giving and sharing willingly. Caring, showing love and concern for others. You might hear phrases like, "He is such a lively little boy, full of life and energy," or "She is very mature for her age, behaves more like an older child."
Going through a difficult phase. Every parent knows that expression. Now let's talk about childhood stages in more detail. Infancy is the baby stage, from birth to about 1 year. The toddler stage, 1 to 3 years, is when children learn to walk and begin speaking their first words. The preschool stage, 3 to 5 years, is when children love playing, drawing, and learning through games. Primary school age, roughly 5 to 11, is when children develop reading, writing, and social skills. And adolescence, the teenage years, is when children go through big physical and emotional changes as they become adults.
That is such a thoughtful question. At the baby and toddler stage, children need love, warmth, safety, and responsive care. Parents and caregivers who respond to their needs quickly and gently. During the preschool stage, children need play, stories, songs, and social interaction. Learning through fun is the most natural and effective method at this age. During primary school years, children need encouragement, consistent routines, and a safe place to make mistakes and learn from them. And during the teenage years, young people need respect, understanding, and space to develop their own identity, while still having clear boundaries and caring adults around them.
Love and security are important at every stage. What a beautiful and true statement. Now let's talk about school, because school is such a central part of children's lives. In English-speaking countries, children typically start school at around 4 or 5 years old. First, they attend nursery or preschool, then primary school, also called elementary school in American English, from age 5 to 11. Then secondary school, also called middle school and high school in American English, from about 11 to 18. Some useful school vocabulary: classroom, teacher, lesson, homework, break time, school uniform, report card, and parent-teacher meeting. Mark, what other important school words and phrases should our listeners know?
More useful school vocabulary. A subject is a topic you study, like maths, English, science, history, or art. A grade or mark is the score a teacher gives for your work. To fail an exam means you did not pass. To pass an exam means you were successful. An extracurricular activity is something you do at school but outside of regular lessons, like sports, drama, or music. A school trip is when the whole class goes somewhere together to learn. Bullying is when one child repeatedly hurts or upsets another, a very serious problem. A school report shows a child's progress across all subjects.
Falling behind and bullying, both very important expressions to understand. Now let's talk about children and play, because play is actually one of the most important things in a child's life. Through play, children develop physically, socially, emotionally, and intellectually. Love and security are important at every stage. What a beautiful and true statement. Now let's talk about school, because school is such a central part of children's lives. In English-speaking countries, children typically start school at around 4 or 5 years old. First, they attend nursery or preschool, then primary school, also called elementary school in American English, from age 5 to 11. Then secondary school, also called middle school and high school in American English, from about 11 to 18. Some useful school vocabulary: classroom, teacher, lesson, homework, break time, school uniform, report card, and parent-teacher meeting. Mark, what other important school words and phrases should our listeners know?
More useful school vocabulary. A subject is a topic you study, like maths, English, science, history, or art. A grade or mark is the score a teacher gives for your work. To fail an exam means you did not pass. To pass an exam means you were successful. An extracurricular activity is something you do at school but outside of regular lessons, like sports, drama, or music. A school trip is when the whole class goes somewhere together to learn. Bullying is when one child repeatedly hurts or upsets another, a very serious problem. A school report shows a child's progress across all subjects.
Falling behind and bullying, both very important expressions to understand. Now let's talk about children and play, because play is actually one of the most important things in a child's life. Through play, children develop physically, socially, emotionally, and intellectually. There are different types of play: active play, running, jumping, climbing, and physical activity; creative play, drawing, painting, building with blocks, and imagining stories; social play, playing with other children, taking turns, and learning to share; independent play, playing alone, developing concentration and imagination; and outdoor play, being in nature, exploring, and getting fresh air and exercise. Mark, how important do you think play is for children's development?
Play is absolutely essential for children's development. In fact, experts consider play to be the most important work of childhood. Through active play, children develop coordination, strength, and physical health. Through creative and imaginative play, they develop problem-solving skills, creativity, and emotional expression. Through social play, they learn crucial skills like sharing, cooperating, communicating, and managing disagreements. The phrase "learning through play" is very important in modern education. Teachers design activities that feel like fun but teach important skills at the same time. Sadly, many children today spend too much time on screens and not enough time in free, unstructured play.
Learning through play, such an important concept. Now let's talk about some very common situations and conversations involving children. Here are some typical things people say to or about children. To a child: "How was school today? Did you make any new friends? What did you learn? Time for bed. Eat your vegetables. Be careful. Well done. I am very proud of you." About a child: "She is a quick learner. He just said his first word. They are best friends. She's very good at drawing. He's football mad," which means he loves football more than anything. These phrases are completely natural in everyday family life conversations.
When children misbehave, parents commonly say things like, "Stop that right now. That is not acceptable behavior. Go to your room. You are in timeout." Timeout is a discipline method where a child sits quietly alone for a few minutes to calm down. "We do not hit in this family. Use your words, not your hands. Say sorry to your sister. If you do that again, there will be consequences. I am not angry, I am disappointed." Parents often say this is harder for a child to hear than being told they are angry. And the very common "because I said so," when a parent does not want to explain their reason.
I am not angry, I am disappointed. I think that is the most powerful thing a parent can say. Now let's talk about children's health and well-being, because keeping children healthy is so important. Some common children's health vocabulary: a vaccination or immunization, an injection that protects a child from serious diseases; a checkup, a routine visit to the doctor to make sure a child is developing well; a pediatrician, a doctor who specializes in children's health; growing pains, aches in the legs that some children feel as they grow; screen time, the amount of time a child spends looking at a phone, tablet, or television.
Children's well-being covers so many areas. Sleep is absolutely essential. Young children need 10 to 14 hours of sleep, and school-age children need 9 to 12 hours every night. Without enough sleep, children find it hard to concentrate, regulate their emotions, and learn effectively. Mental health is also very important. Children experience stress, anxiety, and sadness too. Signs that a child might need emotional support include changes in behavior, withdrawal from friends, loss of interest in activities they used to love, difficulty sleeping, or changes in eating habits. Positive relationships are key.
Children thrive when they feel loved, secure, and supported by the adults in their lives.
Children experience stress and anxiety too. Such an important reminder. Now, let's do a mini quiz for our listeners. I will describe a situation, and Mark will suggest the best response. Situation 1. A 4-year-old child refuses to share their toys with another child at the playground. They grab the toy back and say, "Mine." What is the best way for an adult to handle this situation? Listeners, think about it. Remember that young children are still learning about sharing and social rules. They need patient guidance, not harsh punishment. Mark, what approach would you recommend for this common and very relatable situation?
This is such a common situation. The best approach is calm and patient guidance. First, get down to the child's level. Kneel so you are at the same height. This shows respect and helps the child feel safe. Then acknowledge the child's feelings. I understand you love your toy and you do not want to share it right now. Then explain simply, when we share, we make friends happy, and then they will share with us too. Offer a solution. Can you let your friend play for 5 minutes and then it is your turn again? If the child still refuses, that is okay. Forcing sharing can backfire. Instead, model generosity yourself.
Get down to the child's level, both physically and emotionally. That is such wise and practical advice. Now, let's talk about the importance of reading to children, because this is one of the most powerful things parents and caregivers can do. Reading to children from a very young age develops vocabulary, imagination, language skills, listening ability, and a love of learning. Even before babies can understand words, hearing stories read aloud helps their brain develop language patterns. Some useful phrases about reading with children. We read a bedtime story every night. She loves picture books. He is just learning to read. We go to the library every Saturday. Reading together is our special time. Mark, what children's books?
I love so many classic children's books. The Very Hungry Caterpillar by Eric Carle, a brilliant picture book about a caterpillar eating through lots of food and becoming a beautiful butterfly. Matilda by Roald Dahl, a wonderful story about a clever girl who loves reading and has magical powers. The Gruffalo by Julia Johnston, a clever rhyming story about a small mouse who outwits dangerous forest animals. Goodnight Moon by Margaret Wise Brown, a classic bedtime book. Harry Potter by J.K. Rowling, probably the most famous children's series in history. And Charlotte's Web by E.B. White, a beautiful and moving story about friendship.
All wonderful choices. Children's books really are perfect for English learners. Now let's talk about children and technology, because this is such an important and debated topic in modern life. Children today grow up surrounded by smartphones, tablets, computers, and the internet. Screen time is something many parents worry about. The World Health Organization recommends no screen time for children under 2 years old, 1 hour per day maximum for ages 2 to 5, and age-appropriate supervised use for older children. Too much screen time is linked to sleep problems, reduced physical activity, and difficulties with social interaction. However, technology also offers wonderful educational opportunities when used wisely. Mark, how do you think children should use technology healthily?
Technology is a double-edged sword. It can be both helpful and harmful depending on how it is used. The key is balance, content quality, and adult supervision. Educational apps, interactive storybooks, creative programs, and carefully selected videos can genuinely support children's learning. However, passive consumption, just watching random videos for hours, does not offer the same benefits. Here are some healthy technology habits for children. Set clear daily screen time limits and stick to them. Keep devices out of bedrooms, especially at night. Watch and interact with content together. Co-viewing makes it educational. Ensure technology never replaces physical play, outdoor time, reading, or face-to-face social interaction.
Online safety is so crucial in today's world. Tell a trusted adult. Every child needs to hear that clearly and often. Now, let's talk about children learning a second language, because this is something many parents think about. Children are remarkable language learners. Research shows that young children, especially under the age of 7, absorb new languages more easily and naturally than adults. This is sometimes called the critical period for language learning. Bilingual children, those who speak 2 languages, develop strong cognitive skills, including better problem-solving and multitasking abilities. In English, useful phrases about language learning: she's bilingual. He goes to a language school. They are raising their children speaking 2 languages.
Great topic. Here are my top tips for parents who want their children to learn English. First, start early. Young children absorb language naturally through songs, stories, and games. Second, make it fun. Don't treat English like a difficult lesson. Watch English cartoons, sing English songs, and read simple English picture books together. Third, create an English environment. Label objects around the house in English: door, chair, window, kitchen. Fourth, be consistent. Even 15 minutes of English exposure every day makes a remarkable difference over time. And fifth, celebrate progress, not perfection. Encourage every attempt, even when mistakes happen.
Model enthusiasm. Children really do mirror what they see. Now let's talk about some beautiful phrases in English that express love and affection for children. She is the light of my life. She brings so much joy and meaning. He is my little sunshine. He makes everything brighter. I am so proud of you, expressing pride in a child's achievement. You can do it, encouraging a child. I will always be here for you, reassuring a child. You are so brave, praising courage. I love you to the moon and back, a very popular expression of endless love. She has grown so much, noticing a child's development.
These expressions are so beautiful. More lovely ones for our listeners. I believe in you, showing confidence in a child's abilities. You make me so happy, expressing genuine joy. It is okay to make mistakes. That is how we learn. Teaching a growth mindset. Come here and give me a hug, offering physical comfort and warmth. You are kind, and that matters more than anything. Teaching values over achievement. Tell me about your day, showing genuine interest in creating connection. I missed you today, said when a child comes home from school.
I love you just the way you are. That is the most important message any child can hear. Now let's talk about childcare and the people who help raise children. In English, a nanny is a person hired to look after children in the family home. A babysitter is someone who looks after children for a short time, usually in the evening. A childminder looks after several children in their own home. A nursery or daycare is a place where young children are cared for while parents are at work. A kindergarten is the first year of formal school for young children, usually around age 4 or 5. And grandparents are often very important caregivers in many families.
Grandparents play such a wonderful and irreplaceable role in many children's lives. They offer unconditional love and a different kind of relationship from parents, often more relaxed, patient, and full of stories from the past. Children who have close relationships with their grandparents tend to have stronger family connections, more historical and cultural awareness, and often a greater sense of security. Grandparents can share skills, traditions, and wisdom that parents are sometimes too busy to pass on. Some useful phrases. She's very close to her grandma. He spends every weekend with his grandparents. The children love hearing grandpa's stories. She learned how to bake from her grandmother. Grandparents are often called the heart of the family.
The heart of the family. What a beautiful and true description of grandparents. Now let's talk about children's celebrations and special moments. Birthdays are, of course, very important to children. In English, we say, "Happy birthday. How old are you today?" Make a wish before you blow out the candles. Did you get lots of presents? Other important milestones in a child's life include the first word, the first step, the first day of school, losing the first baby tooth, learning to ride a bike, and graduating from primary school. These milestone moments are treasured by families forever. Mark, how do families typically celebrate children's birthdays in English-speaking cultures?
Birthday celebrations for children are so much fun. A typical children's birthday party in an English-speaking country includes inviting friends and classmates. Children bring wrapped gifts, party food, sandwiches, sausage rolls, crisps, and always a birthday cake with candles. Party games. Traditional games like pass the parcel, musical chairs, and pin the tail on the donkey. Party bags. Small bags of sweets and little toys given to guests as a thank you when they leave. And the birthday song. Everyone sings Happy Birthday to You before the candles are blown out. The birthday child makes a wish before blowing out all the candles in one breath. If they succeed, the wish will come true.
Musical chairs and pass the parcel, such classic party games. Now let's talk about something very relevant for many of our listeners, being a good role model for children. Children learn much more from what they see adults do than from what adults say. If you tell a child, be kind, but they see you being rude to someone, the lesson is lost. If you show patience, honesty, generosity, and resilience in your own behavior, children absorb these values naturally. In English, we say, children learn what they live. Actions speak louder than words. Little eyes are always watching. Mark, what do you think are the most important values to teach children through everyday behavior?
The values children learn from watching adults are so powerful. I think the most important ones to model are kindness, treating everyone with respect and consideration regardless of who they are. Honesty, being truthful even when it's difficult. Resilience, showing children how to handle setbacks, disappointments, and mistakes without giving up. Gratitude, saying thank you, noticing and appreciating good things in life. Empathy, showing understanding and compassion for other people's feelings. And curiosity, showing genuine interest in the world, asking questions, and always being willing to learn. When children see adults practicing these values authentically every day, they naturally begin to practice them too.
The most powerful teaching happens in ordinary daily moments. What a profound and beautiful thought. Now, let's talk about something many people experience, the differences between boys and girls and how they play and develop. Research actually shows that while individual children vary enormously, some general tendencies exist. However, the most important thing is to avoid limiting children based on gender stereotypes. All children, boys and girls, benefit from the full range of activities: physical play, creative play, storytelling, music, sports, and caring activities like looking after dolls or pets. In English, we use the phrase gender neutral to describe things that are suitable for all children regardless of gender.
I think it is so important to let children explore all kinds of activities freely without rigid gender expectations. History shows that many stereotypes about what boys and girls should play with or do have limited children's development unnecessarily. A boy who loves dancing or cooking is no less a boy. A girl who loves football or science is no less a girl. The phrase, let children be children, means allowing them to follow their own interests and curiosity without restriction. Research consistently shows that children who are given freedom to explore diverse activities develop broader skills and are generally happier and more confident. The most important question is always, is this child happy, curious, and growing?
Let children be children. Such a simple but powerful message. Now, let's give our listeners some practical phrases for talking about children's achievements and milestones in English. He just took his first steps, describing a baby's first walking steps. She said her first word, it was mama. He can read whole books now. She just learned to swim. He passed his school exams with excellent marks. She won first place in the science competition. He made the school football team. She got into her first choice secondary school. He graduated from university. And a very common emotional phrase parents say, I cannot believe how fast they grow up. Mark, how do parents typically talk about being proud of their children?
Pride in children's achievements is such a universal and wonderful feeling. Common ways parents express pride in English are, I could not be more proud of her. maximum pride. He makes me so proud every single day. She worked so hard for this. She deserves it completely. I teared up when he walked across the stage, got emotional, almost cried. We knew she had it in her all along. We always believed in her. He has come so far, remarking on long-term progress and growth. And the touching phrase, "I did not know love like this until I had children," often said by parents about the unique depth of parental love.
I teared up. Such a natural and beautiful expression. Now, let's wrap up with some final vocabulary and phrases about children that every English learner should know. She takes after her mother. She looks or behaves like her mother. He is the spitting image of his father. She has her grandfather's eyes. The apple does not fall far from the tree. A child is similar to their parent. She's a natural. She has a natural talent for something. He's a handful. He's very energetic and difficult to manage. She's an old soul. She seems wise and mature beyond her years.
Those final phrases are absolutely wonderful. "It takes a village to raise a child" is one of my favorite expressions. It captures something so fundamentally true about human community and connection. Children do not grow up in isolation. They're shaped by everyone around them: parents, grandparents, teachers, neighbors, friends, and society as a whole. Every adult who shows kindness, patience, curiosity, and respect to a child contributes to that child's development. In English, we sometimes say, "Be the adult you needed when you were young," a deeply moving invitation to give to children what we ourselves may have needed. Thank you so much, Anna. This topic fills my heart.
What a truly heartwarming and meaningful episode this has been. Thank you, Mark, and thank you to every single listener who joined us today. Let me give a final summary. We talked about different stages of childhood, from babies and toddlers to teenagers. We learned vocabulary for describing children's personalities and behavior. We discussed school, play, health, technology, and reading. We talked about childcare, grandparents, celebrations, and milestones. We shared beautiful phrases for expressing love, pride, and encouragement. And we learned so much important English vocabulary for everyday conversations about children. Children are truly the most remarkable and precious part of our world. Treasure them, listen to them, and never stop learning from them. See you next time.
Thank you so much, Anna, and what a beautiful note to end on. A huge thank you to every listener who spent this special time with us. Children bring so much light, laughter, wonder, and love into our lives. Whether you're a parent, a teacher, an aunt or uncle, a grandparent, or simply someone who cares about the next generation, the conversations we have about and with children matter deeply. Use today's vocabulary and phrases in your real conversations. Talk about children you know. Ask about other people's children. Share stories of childhood memories. Language connects us to the people and moments we love most.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so happy you are here with us today. This podcast is made for beginner English learners, and every episode is simple, fun, and useful. Today, we have a very important and practical topic. We are going to talk about saving money. This is something that everyone thinks about. How can you spend less? How can you save more? These are questions we all ask ourselves. Whether you are a student, a worker, or a parent, saving money is a very useful skill. I am joined by my wonderful co-host, Mark. Mark, say hello and tell us, are you good at saving money?
Hello, hello. Thank you, Anna. Hi to all our fantastic listeners. Am I good at saving money? That is a great question. Honestly, I have had to learn. When I was younger, I spent money very freely and did not think much about saving. But over the years, I have learned some very good habits and strategies that have really helped me. Today, Anna and I are going to share practical tips, useful vocabulary, and simple strategies for saving money in everyday life. By the end of this episode, you will have lots of ideas to help you spend less and save more. This topic is useful for everyone, no matter your age or income. Let's begin.
Okay, so let's start with the basics. What does saving money mean? It simply means keeping some of your money instead of spending all of it. When you save money, you put it somewhere safe, like a bank account, and you do not touch it. The opposite of saving is spending. If you earn $100 and spend 90, you save 10. That $10 is your savings. A very simple way to start saving is the 50-30-20 rule. This means you spend 50% of your income on needs, 30% on wants, and save 20%. Needs are things you must have, like food and rent.
Sure, the 50-30-20 rule is a very simple budgeting guide. First, 50% for needs. Needs are things you cannot live without. Rent or mortgage, food, electricity, water, transport to work, and medicine. Second, 30% for wants. Wants are things that make life enjoyable but are not essential. Eating at restaurants, cinema tickets, new clothes you do not urgently need, hobbies, and entertainment. Third, 20% for savings. This goes directly into your savings account every month. You should save this money before you spend on wants. This rule is flexible. If you can save more than 20%, even better.
The 50-30-20 rule is so simple and easy to remember. Now, let's talk about budgeting. A budget is a plan for how you will spend and save your money. Making a budget is one of the most important steps in saving money. To make a budget, first you write down all the money you receive, your income. Then you write down all the things you spend money on, your expenses. When you can see everything written down, it is much easier to understand where your money is going. You might be surprised. Many people discover they spend a lot on small things they did not even notice. Mark, do you have a personal budget?
Yes, I do have a budget. I check it every month. I use a simple spreadsheet on my computer to track everything, but a notebook and pen works just as well. At the start of every month, I write down my income, the money I receive from work. Then I list all my fixed expenses, things that cost the same every month like rent, internet, and phone bill. Then I estimate my variable expenses, things that change each month like food, transport, and entertainment. Finally, I calculate how much I have left to save. The most important thing is to be honest with yourself.
Be honest with yourself. Such important advice. A lot of people avoid making a budget because they are afraid to see how much they spend. But knowing the truth is the first step to making changes. Now, let's talk about needs versus wants, because understanding this difference is really the key to saving money. A need is something you must have to live and function normally: food, shelter, clothing, and healthcare. A want is something that is nice to have, but not necessary. A new phone when your current one works fine, eating at expensive restaurants, or buying the latest fashion.
Great topic. Here are some everyday examples. Needs, paying your rent or mortgage each month. You need a place to live. Buying basic food like rice, vegetables, bread, eggs, and milk. Paying your electricity and water bills. Having basic clothing for work and daily life. Transport to get to work. Basic healthcare and medicine when you're sick. Now, wants, buying a new designer handbag when your current bag works fine. Ordering takeaway food every evening instead of cooking at home. Subscribing to 5 different streaming services. Buying the newest smartphone model when your current phone is perfectly good. Going on an expensive holiday when a cheaper one would also be enjoyable.
Those examples are so clear and easy to understand. Now, let's talk about some very practical and simple ways to save money in daily life. One of the most effective things you can do is cook at home instead of eating out or ordering takeaway. Eating at restaurants and ordering food delivery is much more expensive than cooking your own meals. A simple home-cooked meal can cost $2 or $3, while the same meal from a restaurant might cost $15 or $20. If you eat out often, this difference adds up to a huge amount every month. Mark, how much money do you think a person can save by cooking at home instead of eating out 5?
The savings from cooking at home are really impressive. Let me give a simple example. Imagine you buy lunch from a restaurant or cafe 5 days a week. Each lunch costs around $12. That is $60 per week on lunch alone, and about $240 per month. Now imagine you prepare your own lunch at home and bring it to work. A homemade lunch might cost about $2 to $3 per day. That is around $50 to $60 per month. So by simply preparing your own lunch, you could save approximately $180 every single month.
$2,000 a year just from making your own lunch. That is incredible. It really shows how small daily habits can add up to huge savings over time. Now let's talk about shopping habits, because how and where you shop makes a big difference to your budget. One great strategy is to always make a shopping list before you go to the supermarket and stick to it. When you shop without a list, you often buy things you do not need. This is called an impulse purchase. An impulse purchase is when you buy something suddenly, without planning, just because you feel like it or because it looks good. Mark, do you make shopping lists?
Yes, I always make a shopping list before going shopping. It really helps me stay focused. I also eat something before I go to the supermarket because when you are hungry, everything looks delicious, and you buy much more than you need. Another great tip is to compare prices. Look at different shops and different brands before you buy. Often, a cheaper brand has the same quality as an expensive one. I also recommend buying in bulk when it makes sense. This means buying larger quantities at once because the price per unit is usually lower. For example, buying a large bag of rice is cheaper per kilogram than buying many small bags.
Eat before you go shopping? That is such simple but brilliant advice. Now I want to talk about something very common that costs people a lot of money without them realizing it: subscriptions and memberships. A subscription is a regular payment you make, usually monthly, for a service. For example, streaming services like Netflix or Spotify, gym memberships, magazine subscriptions, or app subscriptions. Many people sign up for these services and then forget about them, but the money keeps coming out of their account every month. This is called a subscription trap. Mark, how can people manage their subscriptions better? Do you have any tips for our listeners about subscriptions?
The subscription trap is very real and very expensive. Here's what I recommend. First, make a list of every single subscription you currently pay for. Write them all down and add up the total cost per month. You might be very surprised. Second, ask yourself honestly, do I really use this? If you have a gym membership but only go twice a month, it is probably not worth keeping. Third, cancel any subscriptions you do not regularly use. You can always resubscribe later if you miss them. Fourth, look for free alternatives. Many streaming services have free versions with advertisements. Many books and magazines are available for free at your local library.
Reviewing your subscriptions regularly is such smart advice. Now let's talk about something many people find difficult: avoiding unnecessary purchases, especially when there are sales and discounts. Sales and special offers can actually make you spend more money, not less. When you see 50% off, it's tempting to buy something even if you did not plan to buy it and don't really need it. Shops and websites use many clever tricks to make you want to buy things, like countdown timers, limited stock warnings, and special member prices. Mark, how do you resist temptation when you see a big sale? Do you have any strategies for avoiding unnecessary spending?
This is such a relatable struggle. Here's my best strategy. Before buying anything that was not on my planned list, I wait 24 hours. This is called the 24-hour rule. If I still want the item the next day, I think about whether I really need it and whether I can afford it. Often, the next day, I realize I didn't really want it. It was just the excitement of the moment. Another strategy is to ask yourself 3 questions before buying. Do I need this? Can I afford this? Do I already have something similar? These simple questions can save you from many impulse purchases.
The 24-hour rule is brilliant. I am going to start using that immediately. Now, let's talk about saving money on energy and utilities at home, because this is an area where many people can save quite a lot without changing their lifestyle very much. Utilities are services like electricity, water, gas, and heating. Small habits can make a big difference to your utility bills. For example, turning off lights when you leave a room, unplugging electronic devices when you are not using them, taking shorter showers, washing clothes at a lower temperature, and using energy-efficient light bulbs. Mark, have you made any changes at home to reduce your energy bills? What has made the most difference for you?
Yes, I have made several changes at home. The most effective one was switching to LED light bulbs throughout my home. They use about 75% less electricity than traditional bulbs and last much longer, so you save money twice, on electricity and on replacement bulbs. I also started setting my heating to a lower temperature at night and when I'm not at home. Just programming the thermostat correctly saved me a noticeable amount on my heating bill every month. Another big one, I started washing my clothes at 30 degrees instead of 60 degrees. This uses much less electricity and the clothes get just as clean for normal washing.
Start small. Such important and encouraging advice. Even $10 a month becomes $120 in a year, and that is a great start. Now let's talk about an emergency fund, because this is a very important concept in personal finance. An emergency fund is money that you save specifically for unexpected problems or emergencies. For example, your car suddenly needs an expensive repair. You lose your job unexpectedly. You have a sudden medical expense not covered by insurance. Without an emergency fund, you might need to borrow money or use a credit card and pay high interest.
Yes, I do have an emergency fund, and I think it is absolutely essential. Without one, any unexpected expense can become a major financial crisis. I built mine gradually over about 2 years. I started by saving 1 month of expenses, then 2, and then eventually reached my goal of 4 months. I keep this money in a separate savings account that I do not touch unless there is a genuine emergency. An important rule, replenish the fund as soon as possible after using it. If you use $200 from your emergency fund, your next priority is to replace that $200 before anything else.
Peace of mind. That is such a perfect way to describe the feeling of having savings behind you. Now let's talk about debt and how it affects saving. Debt is money that you owe to someone else, usually a bank or a lender. Common types of debt include credit card debt, student loans, and car loans. Debt can make saving very difficult because when you have debt, you pay interest, an extra charge for borrowing money. For example, if your credit card charges 20% interest per year and you have a balance of $500, you pay $100 extra in interest every year just for borrowing that money.
Managing debt and saving at the same time is challenging, but it is possible. Here's a simple approach. First, list all your debts, the amount owed and the interest rate for each. Then, prioritize paying off the highest interest debts first. This is called the avalanche method. High interest debt, especially credit card debt, grows very quickly if you do not pay it off. While paying off debt, try to make more than the minimum payment each month, even a small extra amount. Even a small extra amount makes a big difference over time. At the same time, still put a small amount into savings every month, even $20. This keeps the habit alive.
The avalanche method, paying off the highest interest debt first, is a great strategy. Now let's talk about a topic that many people find uncomfortable, comparing your spending habits to others. It is very tempting to spend money to match what other people around you own or do. This is called keeping up with the Joneses, an English expression that means trying to match the lifestyle of your neighbors or friends. For example, if your friend buys a new car, you might feel pressure to buy one too. Or if your colleagues go to expensive restaurants for lunch, you might feel embarrassed to bring a packed lunch.
Keeping up with the Joneses is a real and very common challenge. Social pressure to spend money is everywhere. My advice is to remember that many people who appear to have a lot are actually in debt. The new car, the expensive holidays, the designer clothes, many of these things are bought on credit. Looking wealthy and being financially stable are very different things. A more helpful comparison is to compare yourself to your own past self. Are you saving more than last year? Are your debts smaller? Focus on your own financial journey. Also, remember that true friends don't care what car you drive or what brand you wear.
Comparing yourself to your own past self. What a healthy and wise perspective. Now let's talk about saving money on transport, because for many people, getting to work and moving around costs a significant amount every month. Common transport expenses include fuel for a car insurance, car maintenance and repairs, parking fees, and public transit tickets. Some money-saving transport tips. If possible, use public transport. Buses and trains are usually much cheaper than driving a car. Walk or cycle for short distances. This is free and also good for your health. Carpool with colleagues, share the drive and the cost, and plan your journeys efficiently to avoid unnecessary trips.
I save on transport in a few ways. First, I use public transport for most of my journeys. I have a monthly travel card, which is much cheaper than buying individual tickets each day. Second, I walk for any journey that takes less than 20 minutes on foot. It is free, keeps me healthy, and I often enjoy it. Third, when I do use my car, I plan my route carefully to avoid traffic and save fuel. I also do regular car maintenance, keeping the tires properly inflated and getting the car serviced on schedule. This prevents expensive repairs and also saves fuel because a well-maintained car uses less petrol.
Look higher and lower on the shelves. I never thought about that, but it makes so much sense. Now let's talk about saving money on clothes, because clothing can be a significant expense. Some practical tips. Shop in sales. Buy clothes at the end of the season when prices are reduced by 50% or more. Swap or donate clothes with friends or family. Buy secondhand or vintage clothing. Charity shops and online platforms like eBay or Vinted have great items at very low prices. Look after the clothes you already have. Wash them properly and repair small damages rather than replacing them.
I love shopping secondhand. I find great quality clothes at charity shops and online secondhand platforms for a fraction of the original price. Some of my favorite and most complimented pieces of clothing were bought for just a few pounds or dollars. I also follow a personal rule called the cost per wear calculation. When I consider buying something, I divide the price by the number of times I expect to wear it. For example, a quality jacket that costs $80, but I will wear 200 times, costs just 40 cents per wear. That is excellent value.
Cost per wear, what an incredibly useful concept. Now let's talk about saving money on entertainment and leisure, because having fun does not have to be expensive. There are many wonderful and free or low-cost activities. Visit parks, nature reserves, and beaches, completely free. Use your local library. Books, films, magazines, and music are all free with a library card. Look for free community events. Outdoor concerts, festivals, markets, and exhibitions are often free to attend. Use discount apps and websites to find cheap tickets for cinema, theater, and sports events. Cook a special meal at home instead of going to an expensive restaurant for a celebration.
I love finding free entertainment. One of my favorite activities is hiking. All you need is a pair of good shoes, and the rewards are spectacular views and a wonderful feeling of achievement, completely free. I also love visiting free museums and galleries. In many cities, the best cultural institutions are free to enter. Reading library books is another favorite. I read about 30 books a year and pay nothing for them. I also enjoy cooking new recipes at home as a form of entertainment. It is creative, productive, and delicious. And I love having friends over for a homemade meal instead of going to a restaurant. Much cheaper, much more personal, and often
Free hiking and free library books, two of my absolute favorites too. Now let's do a quiz for our listeners. I will give a situation and Mark will suggest the best money-saving action. Listeners, think of your answer before Mark speaks. Situation 1. You want to have coffee every morning. A coffee from a cafe costs $4. Making coffee at home costs about 20 cents. You work 20 days a month. Mark, what is the smart money-saving choice here, and how much would someone save by making coffee at home instead of buying it from a cafe every workday?
Great quiz. If you buy coffee from a cafe every workday, 20 days a month, at $4 each, that's $80 per month on coffee. That is $960 per year. But if you make coffee at home at 20 cents per cup, that's $4 per month. So by making your own coffee, you save $76 per month and about $900 per year, just from this one small change. Of course, you can still treat yourself to a cafe coffee occasionally, maybe once a week as a small reward.
The latte factor. I love that expression. Small daily purchases that seem cheap add up to thousands of dollars a year. Now, let me give another quiz situation. Situation 2. You receive your salary on the 1st of every month. Your salary is $1,000. Your rent is $400. Your food budget is $150, your transport is $50, your utility bills are $80. That is $680 on necessities. Mark, using the 50-30-20 rule we discussed at the beginning, how much should this person aim to save every month? And how much can they spend on wants, things they enjoy?
Great calculation quiz. The person earns $1,000 per month. Using the 50-30-20 rule, 50%, $500, should go to needs. But their actual needs total is $680, which is more than 50%. In this case, they might need to adjust, perhaps find a cheaper accommodation, reduce their food spending, or find a way to increase their income. The ideal 20% savings would be $200 per month, and the 30% for wants would be $300. But if needs already exceed $500, they need to find other ways to reduce costs or earn more.
That was a really useful and realistic calculation. Real life is not always perfect, and sometimes adjustments are needed. Now, let's talk about something very motivating: setting savings goals. A savings goal is a specific target you are working towards. For example, saving $1,000 for an emergency fund, saving $3,000 for a holiday, saving $500 for a new laptop. Having a specific goal makes saving much more motivating than just saving with no clear purpose. In English, we say, I am saving up for example, I am saving up for a new car, or I am saving up for a holiday. Mark, do you have any current savings goals?
Yes, having savings goals is incredibly motivating for me. Right now, I am saving up for two things. First, I want to add to my emergency fund. Second, I am saving for a trip to Japan, my dream holiday. Knowing exactly what I'm saving for makes it much easier to resist unnecessary spending. When I feel tempted to buy something I do not need, I think about my Japan fund and the temptation usually disappears. Another helpful technique is to visualize your goal. Put a photo of your dream destination or item somewhere you see every day. This keeps your motivation strong.
Savings goals feel like a game you want to win. What a great mindset. Now, let's talk about some simple English phrases for talking about money and saving. These are very useful for everyday conversations. I'm on a tight budget. I don't have much money to spend. I'm trying to cut back. I'm trying to spend less. I'm saving up for something. I'm collecting money for a specific purpose. I can't afford it right now. I don't have enough money for it. That's a good deal. The price is very good, lower than expected.
More useful money phrases. I'm watching my spending. I am being careful about what I buy. I'm trying to stick to my budget. I am trying to follow my financial plan. It's not worth the money. The quality or value does not match the price. I found a bargain. I found something very cheap or very good value. I am in debt. I owe money to someone. I am debt-free. I don't owe any money. I've been saving for this purchase. I planned and saved for this purchase. That's overpriced. The item costs more than it's worth.
Those money phrases are so practical and natural. Now, let's talk about something that many young people struggle with: saving money as a student or on a low income. When your income is small, saving even a little bit can feel impossible, but even very small amounts matter. If you save just $5 per week, that's $20 per month and $240 per year. That might not sound like a lot, but it builds a habit, and habits are the foundation of financial success. Some specific money-saving tips for students. Cook your own meals. Use student discounts. Many shops, transport companies, and entertainment venues offer discounts for students.
Great tips for students. Here are a few more. Share accommodation with others. Splitting rent and utility bills with flatmates makes a huge difference to your monthly costs. Walk or cycle to university instead of using transport. Use your student ID everywhere. You'll be surprised how many places offer student discounts that are not advertised. Cook in large batches and freeze portions. This saves both time and money. Avoid buying new gadgets and technology unless absolutely necessary. Look for part-time work that fits around your studies. Apply for any scholarships or bursaries that you might be eligible for. Many students don't apply simply because they don't know these opportunities exist.
Cooking in large batches and freezing portions, such a practical and clever tip. Now I want to talk about something a bit different, the psychology of money, and why saving is sometimes emotionally difficult. Many people have complicated feelings about money. Some people spend money when they feel stressed or sad. This is sometimes called retail therapy. Others feel guilty about spending money even when they can afford it. And some feel anxious when they think about money at all. Understanding your emotional relationship with money is important. Mark, do you think there is a connection between emotions and spending habits? How can people develop a healthier relationship with money?
Absolutely. Our emotions and money are deeply connected. Retail therapy is very real. Many people shop when they feel unhappy, bored, or stressed, as a way to feel better in the short term. The problem is that the good feeling is temporary, and then you have less money and perhaps feel guilty about spending. A healthier approach is to find non-spending ways to improve your mood when you feel stressed. Exercise, talking to a friend, cooking, going for a walk, or reading. Also, try to understand what triggers your spending. Do you spend more when you are tired? When you feel lonely? When you scroll through social media? Identifying your triggers helps you break the pattern.
Based on clear values rather than temporary emotions, that is such a wise and beautiful way to think about money. Now, let me ask a fun question. Mark, if you had an extra $500 right now that you did not expect, like a gift or a bonus, what would you do with it? This is actually a great exercise for our listeners, too. Think about it honestly. If you suddenly received extra money, would you save it, spend it on something you need, spend it on something you want, or give some to charity? Your answer reveals a lot about your relationship with money and your financial priorities.
What an interesting question. Honestly, my first instinct is to save it. I would put $250 directly into my emergency fund. That is always my first priority for unexpected money. Then I would put $150 into my Japan travel savings goal. And the remaining $100 I would probably spend on something enjoyable without any guilt. Perhaps a nice meal out, or a book I have wanted to read. I think this balance reflects my values. Safety first with the emergency fund, goals second, and then enjoyment third. I never feel guilty about spending money on enjoyment when my savings are in a healthy place.
A thoughtful balance. Perfectly said. Now, let's give our listeners a final practical summary of all the money-saving tips we discussed today. Here they are in simple, clear language. Number 1, make a budget and track your spending. Number 2, use the 50-30-20 rule. 50% needs, 30% wants, 20% savings. Number 3, pay yourself first. Save money before you spend on wants. Number 4, build an emergency fund, 3 to 6 months of expenses. Number 5, cook at home more often and plan your meals. Number 6, review and cancel unused subscriptions. Number 7, use the 24-hour rule before buying something unplanned. Mark, can you continue the list with a few more tips?
Continuing the list. Number 8, buy secondhand when possible. Clothes, books, furniture, and electronics. Number 9, compare prices and buy supermarket own-brand products. Number 10, save on energy, LED bulbs, lower washing temperatures, smart heating. Number 11, use public transport, walk or cycle when possible. Number 12, take advantage of free entertainment, parks, libraries, free museums, and community events. Number 13, set specific savings goals to stay motivated. Number 14, identify your emotional spending triggers and find non-spending alternatives. And number 15, be patient and consistent. Saving money is not a race, it is a habit that builds slowly and rewards you greatly over time. Every small step counts.
What an amazing and comprehensive list. I hope every listener finds at least 3 or 4 ideas from today that they can start using immediately. Let me give a final summary of today's episode. We talked about the meaning of saving money, budgeting, needs versus wants, practical daily saving tips, shopping habits, subscriptions, energy savings, emergency funds, debt management, and the psychology of money. We learned lots of useful English vocabulary and phrases, too. Whether you are just starting to think about saving or you're already on your savings journey, I hope today's conversation was helpful, encouraging, and inspiring. Thank you so much to every listener who joined us today. See you next time.
Thank you so much, Anna. This has been one of my favorite episodes. And a huge thank you to every single listener who spent this time with us today. Remember, saving money is not about being miserable or denying yourself everything. It is about being intentional and making choices that align with your true values and long-term goals. Every dollar or pound or euro that you save is a vote for your future self. More security, more freedom, more choices. Start small, be consistent, celebrate every milestone, and be patient with yourself. Financial habits take time to build, but last a lifetime. Use the English vocabulary and phrases from today in your real conversations about money.